another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right and faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is right there. We're back. Holy, 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 Nandekano, their other Savior. So there it is right there. Holy, holy, Nandekano, their other Savior. So there it is. And here it is. So the storylines to discuss today G5 governors, Makinde, Otom, Wike, resolved to join APC, declare support for Tinubu, PDP speaks. So a lot of speculation. What we do know, so let's start from what we do know. What we do know is that the G5 group they have left PDP in spirit, but not in body. That is to say that they are still members of that party, but their support, as you all know, is not with that party anymore. But they still have this base of followers and voters. So where are they going to move that base to? So their calculation has to be they have to strategically move their followers and supporters and their voters to who is most likely to win the presidency. So this is what this headline is seeking to speak to. G5 governors, Makinde or Tom Wike, resolved to join APC, declare support for Tinubu, PDP speaks. So let's find out what the latest is in that space. This is a speculation. Ultimately, either they declare for APC or not. Ultimately, Wike and his group are going to have to support the APC. They have no other options outside of that. Obi beats Tinubu Atiku, others in new physical poll ahead of 2023 presidential elections. So we're back with this polls again, where they tell us that Obi is going to be the next president of Nigeria, according to the Igbo people that they have canvassed all over the localities that they occupy within the Nigerian state. So how long have we been seeing this as a headline? I've never seen any other poll that declared anything other than a landslide Obi victory. It looks as though this is no different. Obi beats Tinubu Atiku, others in new poll, in new physical poll ahead of 2023 presidential election. So quite what that adds to the narrative, we find out shortly. So this one is an opinion piece written by Reno Omokri, and it speaks to that concept, that loosely and almost lazily held belief that power is vested in the northern part of Nigeria, and power has always been wielded the most in Nigeria's history by the North. So he seeks to tackle that. So an opinion piece by Reno Omokri on that space. We'll find out what he has to say shortly. 2023, Okupe speaks on working behind Peter Obi for PDP after viral video with Melaye surfaces. So there it is right there. No permanent friends, no permanent foes, only permanent interest in politics. And of course, Okupe will never want to be on a losing side. A lot of people know that Okupe is somewhat somewhat an Obasanjo agent. So whatever move he is making is the direction of travel of the Obasanjo political will. Okupe speaks on working behind Peter Obi for PDP after viral video with Melaye surfaces. So quite what is in play there. Hopefully, I'm trying to see if we can get hold of that video, but I've not yet been able to find it anywhere. But it will turn up in the course of this, and we'll play it just to see what went down there. So let me move this one. Let me move this one. So on to the next and on to this. What I will do if Peter Obi steps down for Atiku. This is Aisha Yesufu making the headline. So she has just come out recently to declare her support for Peter Obi, but that support, of course, is on the condition that Peter Obi sees this project is on all the way through. And a lot of people feel that he will negotiate a step down once it becomes clear what the political space is saying to him. But this headline now seeking to caution him not to make that move. What I will do if Peter Obi steps down for Atiku, Aisha Yesufu making the headline there. Buhari calls on China, other world leaders to consider debt cancellation. So this is the thing, of course, it is rinse and repeat, isn't it? So they go and borrow all of this bunch of money, they fritter it away and loot it entirely, and then, of course, they'll go cap in hand to beg for that debt forgiveness. But that debt forgiveness, of course, is not at the largesse of the Western powers, because the Western powers would have gotten 10 times over whatever they've loaned you in money. They would have milked it for all they can. So they would have milked it for all they can before they then say they are canceling debts. And somebody was just saying, a lot of these people, they'll come and build some project as an act of charity in your locality. And for that, they get a concession for oil, a concession for cocoa, a concession for so many things that 100-fold whatever it is that they have spent, they recover in profit. So that debt cancellation, of course, I don't think it's at the largest of these people. They don't really care, but they would have gotten as much as they can from you. But will China forgive debt, though, is the question. Because China are new lenders in the international space, and they work by a different template. So quite how this call goes down in Beijing, we'll find out in the course of time. Buhari calls on China, other world leaders to consider debt cancellation. So that debt cancellation, of course, the go-to of the Nigerian fraudulent politician. So this one, a departure from politics, but we're going to football. Of course, you all saw the World Cup. I'm especially pleased that Argentina won because I wanted Messi to win that cup, and he did. And he did frontally as well. He scored 2 pivotal goals in the course of the match, and then, of course, his penalty. Nigerians react in disbelief after football star Ahmed Musa shares a photo of his PVC with his year of birth, reading 1992. So footballer age will stop that. We make a pit stop in that space just to see what's going on there. So we move very quickly from there to politics and money. Reps move to pass legislation allowing crypto transactions. So it's a 360 departure from the original stance that the Buhari administration had against crypto. In the first instance, they were totally against it, describing it as a fraudulent space because, of course, somebody like Buhari has no concept of something like that. But it looks as though sense has prevailed, and crypto now is going to be legitimized in the Nigerian statutes as a legitimate means of transaction. So this is what this means, and this is a real move forward for the cryptocurrency space. Reps move to pass legislation allowing crypto transactions. So quite what that means, and how are they able to shore it up and secure it? That's the question. So from that, we may or may not land on this one because we seem to have too many stories already. Keep your Greek gift for Southeast or no, tells Atiku. So Atiku then, of course, promising that if the Southeast vote for him, he will make them president after he has served his 8 years. But anybody that takes Atiku by his words, and then more for you, keep your Greek gift for Southeast or not, tells Atiku. So there it is, a rich and diverse menu as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on the subscribe button if you're not already subscribed. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the studio. So click on this here. If you want to come and participate, then click on this and it brings you into a studio space, and then I'll let you onto the screen just as soon as I've finished reading the talking points. And then, of course, we're inviting people to donate towards the platform. So if you feel inclined to do that, click on this link here and go wild. So don't go and do the barest minimum or go wild. Go wild or don't do it at all. So don't be derisory. Either don't do it at all or go there and go wild. So there it is right there. So as we said about the clickings, let me play you another musical intermission to catch my breath, and we throw straight into it. But first, the K guys. The K guys.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, oh yes, water, 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 water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana kọ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Our powerful potent prayers are by the Kegites. So as guys, I bring you this. G5 governors, Makinde Otom Wike, resolved to join APC, declare support for Tinubu, PDP speak. So what's going on here? Despite its internal crisis, the People's Democratic Party PDP loyalists have dismissed the possibility of Governor Yemsin Wike turning his back on the party ahead of the 2023 general elections. The main opposition party was reacting to insinuations that the River State governor and his 4 other colleagues, known as G5 governors, have resolved to back the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Ahead of the 2023 polls, Wike and his counterparts in Oyo, Benue, Abia, and Enugu, Seyi Makinde, Samuel Otom, Okezia Akwazu, and Ifeanyi Agwenyi, respectively, have said they won't back Atiku if the PDP National Chairman Iyorchia Ayu does not vacate the seat for a Southerner. Following the failure to resolve the PDP crisis, there have been insinuations that Governor Wike had resolved to support Tinubu, believing his chances were brighter than that of the Labour Party candidate Peter Obi. Correspondents cited anonymous sources as saying that Wike would remain a member of the PDP, but would mobilize support for Tinubu in Rivers. Reacting to the insinuations, the spokesman of the National Election Management Committee of the Presidential Campaign Council, Dino Melaye, ruled out Wike's defection to any party. So they're not necessarily saying that Wike will defect, of course. Everyone knows that Wike is not going to defect, but is not also going to back Atiku. But who is he going to back is the thing. The former senator also insisted that talks of reconciliation between the two camps are ongoing. We're still talking, and he's not defecting, Melaye said. Also reacting, the director of strategic communications of the PDP campaign council, Dele Momodu, said he would respond whenever Wike made his position clear on the matter. Momodu also said he knew nothing about the rumored plan of the governor to align forces with the APC presidential candidate. Possibility of Wike backing Tinubu can't be ruled out, Otom Associates said. Speaking on the development, a close associate of Governor Samuel Otom said the possibility of Wike working with Tinubu should not be ruled out. Governor Wike is passionate about the presidency moving to the south in 2023. If you have ever been in a meeting where he made this argument, you will understand this. It is difficult to convince him that there is an alternative to a southern presidency, the unnamed Otom associate said. So let's just pause there for a moment to reflect on what our Otoms are. And by the way, when they're saying an associate of somebody or the other, then you know that that is essentially the voice of that person, because they often like to speak to proxy. So they often like to speak to proxy. So what you've just heard now, those are Otom's views. But let us examine that for a moment. So Wike is passionate about the presidency moving to the south. If you have ever been in a meeting where he made this argument, you will understand this. It is difficult to convince him that there is an alternative to a southern president. So let's pause for a moment. So let's hold that as true for the purposes of argument. So if Wike is fixated that power must transit to the south, then that rules out Atiku. But who does it rule in? So there are two main possibilities now for Wike to support to ensure that what he wishes comes to pass. So those two candidates now for him to support are Peter Obi, of course, and Tinubu. So now, how does Wike make that choice? Wike would make that choice, I suspect, only on the basis of who he feels has a realistic chance of becoming the president and who he feels him packing his support with would impact them becoming president. So who amongst those, it's just logic, isn't it? You don't have to be clever, and it's not anything ethnic or anything, but whom among those two guys, Tinubu or Atiku, would Tinubu rather or Peter Obi, whom amongst those two guys would Wike realistically feel has a chance of becoming president and he will pack his support with in order to be immunized, to have the immunity after this guy becomes president? It's quite obvious. So you form your conclusions, but you know, of course, it's basic logic. Gabriel Eniola Samuel commented on Facebook, over to my obedient brothers who thought Wike is fighting for the interest of the South. If Wike is sincere in his fight, why can't he support OBI instead of OB? That should be it, but they wrote it in capital letters. If Wike is sincere in his fight, why can't he support OB instead of Tinubu? He is only hidden under the influence of fighting for the South to fight his selfish interest, and he has failed. Who removed Uche Secondus in the first place? So that's a straw man argument, and that's a nonsensity. Wike cannot support Peter Obi for obvious reasons that he knows that Peter Obi stands We've seen Peter Obi's rallies in the North where nobody turned up. We've heard narratives from the core North when they have told us that this guy, amongst the elites and the progressives, as they call it, he has some momentum, but those spaces, they're less than 10% of the populace. So Peter Obi stands no chance outside of his core base, and Wike knows that. So why would he pack his support with Peter Obi? It's just a nonsense. Amos Adeshokwe said their relevance is depreciating every day. So it's just the usual unintelligible responses. Augustine Ogunlowo, they never declared that they want to leave their base, but demand what and good for fair play. I don't know quite what that means. How on earth do you intend to unite Nigerians if you cannot unite your party? Oyetola versus Aregbesola on my mind. So I think, when he first said, how do you unite your party, we all thought he was talking about Atiku, of course, but he's talking about the APC. The supporters of the PDP presidential candidate said they were more loyal to the party than the Rivers State governor. They disclosed this at the PDP Presidential Campaign Council in Port Harcourt, Rivers State capital, on Wednesday, December the 14th. So there it is right there. So you have seen some internal chasms opening up within that space. But you recall that about a couple of months ago, Wike recruited about 250,000 special advisors. So that electoral space in Rivers State especially is locked down. So wherever Wike wants to move is where that space will move to. So that's that. Obi beats Tinubu, Atiku, others in new physical poll ahead of the 2023 presidential election. As 2023 general election draws closer, Nigerians in various parts of the country have mostly settled for Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi as their preferred choice in a physical poll conducted in December 2022, with barely 2 months to the D-Day. The results of the polls conducted between the 1st and 4th of December by the media outfit Bantu Page showed that Labour Party's Peter Obi was preferred by most of the eligible voters in the Federal Capital Territory, Southeast, South-South, and North-Central geopolitical zones. The overall poll reveals that 37% of the polled respondents spread in all the geographical zones preferred Obi, whilst 15%, 14%, and 4% preferred APC, PDP, and NMPP, respectively. So let's unbundle that for a moment. So what they're telling us, and this doesn't, just remove your partisan or ethnic hat and put on your hat of reasoning and logic, and tell me if there's any coherence to this. The overall, and I'm reading it for the first time as well, by the way, I'm forming opinions just as I'm reading it along. The overall poll reveals that 37% of the polled respondents are in all the geographical zones preferred OB, 37% preferred OB, whilst 15%, 14%, and 4% preferred APC, PDP, and NMPP, respectively. So 37% preferred OB, and then the next closest person in terms of preference was 15%. So OB has over double the support that the nearest closest rival has. That's what they're telling you. 37% preferred OB. This is the overall culmination of that polling. 37% preferred OB, whilst 15% preferred APC, 14 PDP, etc. So there it is. So that just from that just paragraph right there, that is sufficient enough to throw this poll in the bin. The overall poll reveals that 37% of the polled respondents spread in all the geographical zones preferred OB, whilst 15, 14, and 4% preferred the APC, PDP, and NMPP, respectively. 17% of the respondents were undecided. So let's not often, because I notice that people often get fixated on the numbers of undecided. So the numbers of undecided, they don't often statistically deviate significantly from the numbers that have actually given actual responses. So the undecided will still fall within the prism of the data that is already known, because the data sufficiently gives you enough to project into the undecided. So don't get fixated on the undecided. 70% of the respondents were undecided. 9% did not intend to vote, with 4% unwilling to disclose their preferred candidate. In the direct physical poll conducted by the media team in the country, Nigerian electorates in selected states hold on. In the direct physical poll conducted by the media team in the country, Nigerian electorates in selected states revealed that preference for their candidate was based on religion, competence, and other reasons. So religion, competence, and other reasons. Analysis of the poll results by Bantu page reveals that most respondents, representing 19% of the both male and female population within the selected states of Kano, Katsina, Kaduna, preferred Kwankwaso's NMPP's Kwankwaso in the Northeast, though 18%, 15%, and 17% had PDP and APC and Labour Party respectively as their second preference. A whopping 32% were undecided. So let's unpack that as well. So we're in the north now, and if you're saying in the north, then this is the north. This is Kano, Katsina, and Kaduna. So now, what is their preference? 19% of the across both genders, of course. Analysis of the polls result by Bantu revealed that most respondents, representing 19% of both male and female populations within the selected 3 states of Kano, Katsina, and Kaduna. So when you're talking about the north, that is it right there. So that is the opinion leading spaces of the north, because the intellectualism in the north is vested in Kano especially, and Kaduna as well. And of course, Katsina is their spiritual home in the north. So when you're talking about the north, then really a good test case, a good space to garner what they're thinking are those 3 states. So Kano, Kaduna, and Katsina preferred NMPP's Kwankwaso in the northwest. So so that's fairly predictable, of course. because Kwankwaso is more that puritanical sort of northerner that the North prefers, because by instinct they are conservative and religious, and Kwankwaso encapsulates that quite succinctly. So Kwankwaso encapsulates that quite succinctly. So you can see there's some veracity to that. But then it goes on to tell you 18% are preferred Atiku Abubakar. So you see that it's a very tight margin between Kwankwaso and Atiku. 19% to Kwankwaso, 18% to Atiku. Then 15% goes to Tinubu. So that tells you that Tinubu is going to have a very strong showing in the North. But crucially, 7% goes to Peter Obi, and I'm not quite sure if that's not even an embellished number. So this goes to that narrative again, that the noise around the Labour Party is largely a southern noise, and the North, they're not of any reckoning with him. So that tells you right there, 7%. So analysis of the poll results by Bantu page reveals that most respondents, representing 19% of both male and female population within the 3 selected states of Kano, Katsina, and Kaduna, preferred NNPP's Kwankwaso in the Northwest, though 18%, 15%, and 7% had PDP, APC, and Labour Party respectively as their second preference. A whopping 32% were undecided. The result was, however, different in the Northeast, as PDP's presidential candidate Atiku polled more than 38% respondents, choosing him as their preferred candidate, whilst Labour Party, APC, and NNPP had 15, 12, and 2%, respectively, with 27% undecided. So this polling, it seems all over the place. So by the way, that first half was the Northwest. So Katsina, Kano, and Kaduna, that's the Northwest. So this now goes to the Northeast, and they are telling us that by a whopping amount, over twice the amount of people, I'm not even sure where Borno State is, as I suspect is in the Northeast, but they're telling us that their preference is for Atiku. So I'm not quite sure. But then they're telling us that their second choice is Labour Party. And then their third choice is APC. And Kwankwaso are only 2%. So 2% of the Northeast prefers Kwankwaso. So that doesn't cohere with reason or logic. So if it doesn't even cohere with reason or logic that the preference of the Northeast will be Atiku, you would have the expectation that it will be Kwankwaso. But if it's not Kwankwaso and it's Atiku, then you expect that Kwankwaso's polling will be very close, just as we saw in the Northwest. You expect that Kwankwaso's polling will be very strong towards Atiku to keep him honest. But Kwankwaso only got 2%. 2%. Kwankwaso, a Fulani man, an assiduous religious man, a man of the masses, a Talakawa movement, he only had 2%. So it just use that to query or not the veracity of this polling. The result was, however, different in the Northeast, as PDP's presidential candidate Atiku polled more than 38% respondents, choosing him as their preferred candidate, whilst Labour Party, APC, and NNPP had 15, 12, and 2% respectively. Results from the South-South region, mostly in Cross River, Akwa Ibom Delta, and Edo State. Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi led with 66% of the respondents for voting intent. PDP and APC both tied at 7%, whilst 3% preferred NNPP. Pardon me. So we go on to the North Central, and by the way, the North Central, we saw the response of the North Central at the Kogi rally. So bear that in mind as we now find out what the North Central are saying according to this polling. For the North Central respondents, 45% intend to, for the North Central respondents, 45% intend to vote Labour Party, whilst 14, 13, and 3% preferred APC, PDP, and NNPP respectively, with 15% undecided. So 45% of Kwara State, Kogi State, Plateau State, Benue State, they prefer Peter Obi. This is what but Kwara State is a hardcore Muslim state, by the way. If I was to guesstimate, 70% of that space will be Muslim, and a good 80% of them Yoruba, but 45% of them prefer Peter Obi, and 15% of them, what was it? And 14% of them preferred APC. So this is it. Southwest respondents preferred the APC candidate, with the ruling party amassing 34%, followed by the Labour Party and PDP with 23 and 17% respectively. Only 1% of polled respondents intend to vote for NNPP candidates, while 17% were undecided. So there it is. Let me just read it all the way through now, because no, it goes on for a bit. But there it is. Make of that what you will. But the whole thing sounds to me a nonsensity. It doesn't cohere at all with what is already known, because there has to be consistency. There has to be consistency in polling and what is already known, both by antecedent and expert reading of the space. So it is too skewed. It veers too sharply to the south. It veers too sharply to somewhat of a psychedelic space for it to have any veracity. Southwest respondents preferred APC presidential candidate, with the ruling party amassing 34%, Labour Party, PDP, and then NNPP. So there it is. Whilst the APC candidate may have won the entire Southwest region, the poll results showed that he actually came second in Lagos. Okay, so there it is. It's a gift that keeps on giving, this polling. And by the way, Lagos State is majority Yoruba, by the way, majority. If you add all of the other ethnic compositions of Lagos State, they're not up to half of the Yoruba component of the state. Do you understand? If you add all of the other ethnic composition of Lagos State, they're not even up to 40% of the Yorubas in the state. But this is what this poll is telling us. Whilst the APC candidate may have won the entire Southwest region, the poll result shows that he actually came second in Lagos to the Labour Party, polling only 28%, whilst Labour Party had 31%. Further analysis revealed that this Labour Party victory in Lagos was influenced by the fact that Lagos is a multi-ethnic city. A drill down on how Yorubas voted in Lagos revealed that Tinubu would have won Lagos by 45%, and Labour Party would have been a distant second by 10%. So it doesn't even cohere. Let me reread that. Whilst the APC candidate may have won the entire Southwest, the poll results showed that he actually came second in Lagos to the Labour Party. Polling, pardon me, polling only 28%, whilst Labour Party had 31%. Further analysis revealed that this Labour Party victory in Lagos was influenced by the fact that Lagos is a multi-ethnic city. A drill down on how Yorubas voted in Lagos revealed that Tinubu would have won Lagos by 45%, and Labour Party would have been a distant second by 10%. So what? I had to reread that because I needed a better understanding of it. But what this rather ludicrous poll is telling you is that when they microed the polling to the major ethnic space in Lagos, which is the Yorubas, that 47% of them said they will vote for Tinubu, and only 10% of them would vote for Peter Obi. So listen to that. 47% would vote for Tinubu. This is amongst the Yorubas in Lagos. 47% will vote for Tinubu, but only 10% of them will vote for Peter Obi. But then when they looked at the overall Lagos state, they are telling us that 31% would vote for Peter Obi and 28% will vote for Tinubu. So there it is. It's just the most ludicrous of things. Completely brain dead something. It's just, pardon me. The totality of it, a total nonsense. The totality of it, a total nonsense. Nonsense. A total nonsense. And it is all of this. If you go and nail down whoever, because we've done that severally on this platform, if you go and nail down whoever conducted this poll, it'll be Okechukwu and Amaka. You know, they've been doing it for a while. So, Okechukwu and Amaka, thank you. Tinubu, Peter Obi will win Labour Party. Thank you very much. We can all pack our bags now and go home. Pardon me. So this is an opinion-led piece. Let me have a sip of water again. I'm not sure if I should even be here, but I'll see how it goes. So this is an opinion-led piece by Reno Mokri. A major misconception in Nigeria is the belief that the Hausa Fulanis sit atop the power pyramid in Nigeria. Not true at all. It is easy to dismantle this myth with facts. So let's now see what Reno has to say. Pardon me. In the last 23 years, two Northerners have been president. They are Umaru Musa Yar'Adua of Tuareg origin and Mohamed Buhari of Fulani Kanuri origin. The fact is that both of them only became president through the effort of individual Yoruba men. President Yar'Adua did not have the clout to even emerge as a leader in northern Nigeria, talk less of the whole country. At the time he was governor, both Waziri Atiku Abubakar and Mohamed Buhari had stronger claims to the northern prominence than he did. He rose to power only because God used him. Pardon me. He rose to power only because God used a sitting president, Olusegun Obasanjo, to almost force him on Nigerians. Yes, he was a nice guy, but it was rather anodyne. He did not have the alpha male abilities needed to dominate the Nigerian political sphere. So I think we can accept that. His weakness in that regard was compensated for. Let me take this from the top again. I don't like how I'm reading it, but let me take a sip of water before. Right. A major misconception in Nigeria is the belief that the Hausa Fulani sit atop the power pyramid in Nigeria. Not true at all. It is easy to dismantle this myth with facts. In the last 23 years, two Northerners have been presidents. They are Umar Musa Yar'Adua of Tuareg origin and Mohamed Buhari of Fulani Kanuri origin. The fact is that both of them only became president through the efforts of individual Yoruba men. But just to pause there for a moment, under a democratic dispensation, if you are not using the barrel of the gun to force your way through, it'll be very difficult for you to outmaneuver the Yorubas in Nigerian politics. Very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. Because as he rightly said, it was Obasanjo that actually foisted Yar'Adua on the Nigerian nation. And we all know that Tinubu, he gets the blame all the time. So he should get the credit for Malam Buhari too. And he gets the credit more so because Malam Buhari had tried severally and failed Olule before the looter from Lagos stepped in. The fact is that both of them only became president through the efforts of individual Yoruba men. President Yar'Adua did not have the clout to even emerge as a leader in northern Nigeria, talk less the whole nation. At the time he was governor, both Waziri Atiku Abubakar and Mohammed Buhari had a stronger claim. Sorry, pardon me. Let me just So yes, at the time he was governor, both Waziri Atiku Abubakar and Mohamed Buhari had stronger claims to northern prominence than he did. He rose to power only because God used the sitting president, Olusegun Obasanjo, to almost force him on Nigerians. Yes, he was a nice guy, but it was rather anodyne. He did not have the alpha male abilities needed to dominate the Nigerian political sphere. His weakness in that regard was compensated for by President Obasanjo, who had enough testosterone for 3 men. In fact, it was even hard to know who was really contesting in 2007 between Obasanjo and Yar'Adua. And then there is the incumbent. Instead of trying to analyze how he rose to power, let us quote the words of Emile Ocon. Of course, I would pardon me. And then I might well have to abandon this, but we'll see how it goes. And then there was the incumbent. Instead of trying to analyze how he rose to power, let's quote the words of Emile Ocon. Of course, I will translate from Yoruba to English. If not for me that led the war front, Buhari would not have emerged. He contested first, second, and third time, but lost. He even said on television that he would not contest again. But I went to his home in Katsina. I told him you will contest and win, but you would not joke with Yoruba matters. Since he has emerged, I have not been appointed minister. I didn't get a contract. This time, it is the Yoruba's turn. In Yoruba land, it is my tenure. From the above, it is very clear that whereas the Hausa Fulani Kanuri dominated in the 16 years of military rule between 1983 and 1999, the Yorubas have risen to the top of the post since 1999. God even used Obasanjo to smooth in Governor Jonathan's way to power, and the same Obasanjo was part of the gang up that led to the exit of the greatest of Nigerian presidents from power. So he, of course, a functionary of the Goodluck Jonathan space. So what Areno is inviting is that under a democratic dispensation, you struggle hard, you will struggle extremely hard to outmaneuver the Yorubas in politics, and the evidence points in that direction. So you will say that Obasanjo had the power of incumbency to foist Yar'Adua on the country. So you can say that, and there's an argument against that, but you can't say that. But when Tinubu then foisted Malam Buhari on the country, he had no power to do that, just will and strategy. So that's it. And when Obasanjo went against vested interests that wanted to hold onto power to foist Goodluck Jonathan, he did not have the power of incumbency, just political astuteness. So what this guy is inviting is that under a democratic dispensation, you'll be hard pushed to outmaneuver the Yorubas in politics. 2023, Okupe speaks on working behind Peter Obi for PDP after viral video with Melaye surfaces. The Director General of the Labour Party's Presidential Campaign Council, Doyin Okupe, has debunked reports alleging he returned to the People's Democratic Party PDP to work against the Labour Party's flag bearer, Peter Obi. This comes after a viral report alleged that Okupe embezzled his party's campaign funds with the spokesperson of the PDP. All right. I'm not sure what this means, but let's take it from the top again. The Director General of the Labour Party's Presidential Campaign Council, Doyin Okupe, has debunked reports alleging that he returned to the People's Democratic Party PDP to work against the Labour Party LP flag bearer Peter Obi. This comes after a viral report alleged that Okupe embezzled his party's campaign funds with the spokesperson for the PDP Presidential Campaign Council, Dino Melaye. The duo were captured laughing heartily in a recent video that surfaced on social media. Reacting to the report, Okupe via his Twitter handle on Sunday denied any involvement with the PDP, adding that detractors were using disinformation and lies as their tools. He wrote, after chopping shishi, Doyin Okupe, DG of Peter Obi's Presidential Campaign Council, returns home to PDP. Another disinformation and lies from our detractors. So they wish, but this solid movement will not relent until these evil pillars collapse completely. In another post, he wrote, lies, fabrications, and disinformation are their tools, but in the end, they will fail and be ashamed. Doyin Okupe has not chopped any shishi, neither has he shifted base by 1 millimeter. We are moving forward till God delivers us from the perpetual raiders of this lost but glorious ark. So, raiders of the ark is how he sums it up. But why he felt the need to respond to it adds to the veracity of it. Doyin Okupe, of course, he knows that Peter Obi is not going to win. But what is it? What is it in it for him? What is it? Anyway, you know what I mean. So what's in it for him is what I was intending to say. What's in it for him? What I will do if Peter Obi steps down for Atiku. So this is Aisha Yesufu now coming out into space. A popular social-political activist, Aisha Yesufu, has vowed that even at gunpoint, she will vote for Labour Party presidential candidate in the forthcoming February poll. Responding to a question of who she will support if the former Anambra governor stepped down for another party candidate, Aisha Yesufu said she will still vote for Obi. According to her tweet, she does not bother if she's alone in the move to make Obi the next president of Nigeria. Her tweet, I will still vote for him in February the 25th, 2023, even if I have a gun on my head. I would rather they pull the trigger than support Atiku or Tinubu. I am a person of conviction. In 2019, I was the only one that voted for my candidate at my polling unit, and I stayed till 2 a.m. to guard my vote. So I don't quite know if she understood the question. If Obi steps down for Tinubu, for Atiku rather, then you cannot vote for him anymore because he's no longer available as a candidate. So the confused woman from the creeks. Buhari calls on China, other world leaders to consider cancelling debts. So there it is. President Muhammad Buhari has called on world leaders to consider debt forgiveness, given Nigeria and other developing countries' present economic realities. Buhari stressed that developing countries were facing numerous challenges, including being able to service external debts. He asked the world leaders to address what he described as the burden of unsustainable external debt. So it's just the most ludicrous of things. So I go and get a mortgage from a bank to buy a house, and instead of buying that house, I fritter it away on a good time, and then I tell the bank to forgive, or I take equity rather out of my house. I tell the bank that I want to build an extension, I want to do a loft conversion and all of that stuff. And rather than do that, I go and fritter the money away, and then I go to the bank and tell them that I forgive the debt. Because the burden of it is still much. It's just the most ludicrous of ideas. President Muhammad Buhari has called on world leaders to consider debt forgiveness, given Nigeria and other developing countries' present economic realities. Buhari stressed that developing countries were facing numerous challenges, including being able to service external debts. He asked the world leaders to address what he described as the burden of unsustainable external debt. So the debt will be sustainable, of course, if you had used it for what you had borrowed it for. So if you had used the debt to expand the economic opportunities of your country, not only would they be affordable in terms of repayment, they will be easily repaid. If you'd expanded the economic space with the borrowings, then repaying it would not be a problem. Nigeria implores our global partners to do more to complement our endeavors. Indeed, the multifaceted challenges facing most developing countries have placed the ability to address their have placed the ability to address their fiscal space, he said. He said. This equally calls for the need to address the burden of unsustainable external debt by a global commitment to the expansion and extension of the debt service suspension initiative to countries facing fiscal and liquidity challenges, as well as outright cancellation for countries facing the most severe challenges. Furthermore, in his speech, President Buhari told the world leaders that he would be addressing the diplomatic community as the president for the last time, underpinning that Nigeria will have a new president representing her by this time next year. He vowed to entrench a process of free, fair, transparent, and credible elections through which Nigerians elect leaders of their choice. The president also reiterated his commitment to constitutional term limits and Nigeria's efforts to promote rule of law and democracy in West Africa, citing the country's support to the Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, and Chad during their political impasse. He said, ours is a vast country strengthened by its diversity and its common values of hard work, enduring faith, and a sense of community. It's just, I wonder when Buhari is reading all these things that they've placed in front of him, I wonder if it triggers something at the back of his head. But because listen to this, it says our country is a vast country strengthened by its diversity. The Nigerian diversity is not its strength, it's the Achilles heel, it's the noose around the neck of the country. The Nigerian diversity is not, N-O-T, not its strength. Ours is a vast country strengthened by its diversity and its common values of hard work, enduring faith, and a sense of community. Does the Fulani man that waylays at the roadside in Abakaliki, Lagos Ibadan Expressway, does he have a sense of community? He sees that he's in a foreign space and he wants to harvest that space in the most brutish manner. We have invested heavily to strengthen our framework for free and fair elections. I thank our partners for all the support that they have provided us for our elections. As president, I have set the goal that one of the enduring legacies I would like to leave is to entrench a process of free, fair, and transparent, credible elections through which Nigerians elect their choice. Well, it's just a nonsense, isn't it, really? But the debt forgiveness, though, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Nigeria is deserving of debt forgiveness. So I'm going to share the screen for this next one. I'll share the screen for this next one. This next one now is about Ahmed Musa, one of my favorite players, by the way, but here he is. That's Ahmed Musa right there. Hold on. So that's Ahmed Musa right there. Nigerians react in disbelief after football star Ahmed Musa shared a photo of his PVC with his year of birth reading 1992. So, so there he is. That's the PVC right there. Nigerians have taken to the comment section of football star Ahmed Musa to react in disbelief after he shared a photo of his PVC with his year of birth reading the 14th of the 10th, 1992. So there it is. So this is, I just give you a couple of the reactions. It's just this footballer age. It is now documenting it in, it's unbelievable. This is not good, bro. I know you definitely senior me in age. I was born in 92. When I was in primary 4, you were already a professional footballer. How can you now lie to us that were born the same year as me? How do we make Nigeria good when everything is built on lies? You go be you go with 2002 self. I don't know what that means. Baba was born in 1992. 1992, just they play. 1992, how? You should be ashamed of yourself for posting this. So there it is. The footballer age is just that's just a little aside. The footballer age. So the footballer age. Okay, we'll read a couple more and then we'll come into the room, see if there's anybody there to take it on. Reps move to pass legislation allowing crypto transactions. So let's find out now. This might well be good news, a good news story for the Nigerian space. The House of Representatives has stated that it will soon enact legislation allowing digital currencies in Nigeria. This is despite President Mohamed Buhari's regime's continuous prohibition of cryptocurrency transactions. The chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Capital Market and Institutions, Babagana Ibrahim, told correspondents on Saturday that the Investment and Security Act 2007 bill, when passed and signed into law, will allow the Securities and Exchange Commission to recognize cryptocurrencies and other digital funds as capital for investment. So there it is right there. And Nigeria, by the way, one of the major economies in the world. So if Nigeria moves to that space, then you see that a lot of countries will follow suit. We need an efficient and vibrant capital market in Nigeria. For us to do that, we have to be up to date with global practices. In recent times, there are a lot of changes within the capital market, especially with the introduction of digital currencies, commodity exchanges, and so many other things that are essential that need to be captured in the new act, Mr. Ibrahim said. The House Committee chairman emphasized the need to further regulate and change the legislation to accommodate cryptocurrencies, explaining that cryptocurrency regulation was not within the purview of the Central Bank of Nigeria because they are not operated with local accounts. All these, and by the way, that's a salient point right there, because the cryptocurrency space, it exists in the cloud. So how do you legislate it in Nigeria is the thing, or how do you regulate it even? All these are some of the issues that we have considered. We have to regulate them. It is not that they are illegal, but we don't have regulations for them. So these are some of the reasons why we need to review the act and put some regulations for most of the activities. So there it is. Cryptocurrency now being onboarded. So cryptocurrencies now being onboarded. Let's read this last one, and then hopefully it's not a long week. Okay, let's read this last one, and then we come into the room. Keep your Greek gift for the Southeast, or no, tells Atiku. So Atiku, of course, wanted to be the John the Baptist to the Southeastern ambition. Following the promise of People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar to facilitate Igbo presidency if elected, spokesman of the All Progressive Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council in the Southeast, Dr. Joseph Honor, has told him to keep his Greek gift. He accused the PDP candidate of not loving the Southeast except taking a wife from the zone. He also challenged Atiku to name what he did for the zone as vice president for the region to believe him, adding that Atiku also lacked knowledge of what restructuring was and how it can be achieved. Honor said that Atiku failed to observe the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has provisions for Honor said that Atiku failed to observe that the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has provisions for the necessary steps that must be taken and adhered to in amending any of its provisions. He noted that similar provisions were made in the previous Constitution of Nigeria, stating that the procedure for altering the Constitution were complex and cumbersome, which the framers of the Constitution deliberately made so as to discourage frivolities and unwarranted tinkering with the Constitution so as to preserve the unity of the country. So, yes, I'm glad I'm reading this because that is quite a salient point. When people will just say, I will change this and that in the Constitution, it's not by whim or fiat. It's not by whim or fiat. And that is why Buhari has been acting outside of the Constitution, because it's not by whim or fiat that you can change a Constitution. Honor also took a swipe at Atiku on his inability to strategically explain how the insecurity challenges in the Southeast can be contained for any other form of development to come the way of the Southeast. In response to Atiku's great gift, Honor said, Atiku came to the Southeast with intent to deceive because he cannot be talking about giving the Southeast restructuring as if it is exclusive to the Southeast or as if that is all we need. See him promising restructuring without knowing the full import of what the concept and content of our restructuring entails. This reminds me of the episode under the Gowon administration when some students took to the streets in demonstrations shouting, Ali must go. Non-students joined them innocently, echoing, Ali must go, without knowing what the students were protesting against. He could not even tell us how the Southeast can be integrated in the federal government's economic policies and other development needs. He cannot tell us how he will revamp industrialization in the Southeast and create other federal government presence in the zone, but all he could say is restructuring, as if the Southeast is the only beneficiary of restructuring. For Atiku's information, what the Southeast needs is the federal government's presence and full-scale business initiatives as businessmen that we are. President Buhari has done the second Niger Bridge and other things, but the Southeast needs revitalization of the coal industry and other mega projects that will bring the zone to the forefront of the African economy. With this restructuring promise, he intends to play into the psyche of the gullible-seeking politician who have been shouting restructuring without an in-depth knowledge and the complex nature of restructuring. Atiku goofed as a Muslim by using the name of God in vain in his insincere promise. As a vice president for 8 years, how did he promote restructuring since he knows about restructuring? What did he do as vice president that encouraged business in the Southeast? So let's just leave that there. It just goes on to slam Atiku, of course. So it goes on to slam Atiku. So let's leave that there and then let's welcome the panelists. So Thomas, we say, my goodness me, Kilode, the Balogun of where is it? Newfoundland. The Balogun, look at that. The farmer needs a wife. Only Yawoni, look at this guy. Charlie Boy, we say you. Ajale Koko, we say you, and the OG, we see you. So good to see you, gentlemen. Good to see you. So let's go with you first, Thomas, since you have made the effort. So tell us first, why the dress up? Why you dressed up? You are feeling funky with yourself these days, okay? Shele? Unmute. Unmute. I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, no, but nobody can hear you, Thomas.
Thomas, go and wear your goggles. your audio will work.
Thomas.
With this Milo dressing.
Look at that. Let go, Thomas. Nobody can hear you.
Restart your system, Thomas.
Reboot. No. Reboot.
Go out and come back.
Yes. Look at that. It's keeping the culture 100 in Australia. Look at that. Kilode. I will encourage people to dress up for the sessions as well. So this is Thomas now. He makes the effort. Look at that. Balógun of
Thomas and Law. One bear corner because
yeah, no, bí mo ṣe wo Thomas ó dà pé lọ́mọ kan tó fẹ́ mú balẹ̀ bó ṣe múra these days ó lọ́mọ kan tó fẹ́ mú balẹ̀ look at this guy, the farmer needs a wife, look at that rascality. But so we wait for Thomas to come back, and as we wait for Thomas to come back, let's go straight to you then, DOG. So I suspect that you are celebrating, of course, looking at your avatar.
Yeah, èmi ló kàn Messi.
Èmi ló kàn gan leléyìí.
Ó yé yín sà.
Ẹ pa wá náà sí kinní yìí, àbí? Kí ló dé?
Messi, Neil, but okay, go to that space first. I wanted him to lift that cup because he has given so much to football. So
Then I think aside that, I've never seen any athletes that get so much love and support, and everybody. I'm sure there will be some French people that actually even still want Messi to win that World Cup.
Oh, of course.
And I think it's because the guy is just humble with all the everything he has achieved. He's not arrogant. He's just down to earth. You will just feel that football holds him that World Cup, and I'm glad.
I'm glad, and I'm also glad about the role he played in it. He scored 2 very important goals.
That's goals, yeah.
So it wasn't as though they carried him. He actually.
But that game, that game, my heart was dropped.
My goodness me, my goodness me. It was the perfect final.
World Cup final
it was a perfect final.
I didn't want him to win though. I didn't.
Why did you not want him to win?
Because when you look at the climate change, right? The climate change has impacted on France so much that almost all the 11 players that play for France are my brothers directly. So
they're not your brothers now. They're not your brothers. So they those are the sort of people that they call Sabo in the south.
No, you know why I say so. There's one thing. Messi himself is a very great player. He's a likable character, but I still think in the future, I don't know. I think his country still need to explain why the people of my color are not visible there. What they did to people of my race, did they do that to protect them, or did they do that to spy them? So those are the kind of...
Sorry, what are you talking about?
What am I talking about? Yeah. Okay, if you look at Brazilian players, we see black.
Yes.
If you see France, we see black. If you see Netherlands, we see black. But if you look at Argentina, can you see any black there? What happened? We have some kind of written history of what they did to us during the slavery period. So that thing alone, I think, is country in the future. You need to explain your role. What did you do to people of my race? That's exactly what I'm saying. So my own bias is for the country, not for Messi himself. Because the way I look at it is if I have a country that would not like to see a face that looks like mine, me too.
Do you know that the black population of Argentina is less than 5%?
That's exactly what I'm saying, because it is even now that the thing is becoming pronounced, because I read some history that they even forced the black population to cross marry to those people there so that they will, because the way they write
no. I think we've covered that already. It's the redemption of no. You are going to make me bring it up again, but we've covered this already. There's let me just show you this quickly, and then we go on. The redemption of Cain. This is for you. This is for you, Ola. Let me show you this. Because all that you're saying is already captured here. Let me show you this. Just hold on 1 second. Okay. Let me show you this. This is just for your benefit. It's that space that, because like I said, we've spoken on this before. If you look at this painting, it's called The Redemption of Cain, or Cain's Redemption. So if you look at this painting, so this painting here speaks to what you're talking about, where the black is being bred out of Argentina. So that's the woman who's the mother of this girl who's mixed race, and then she's the wife or partner of this guy who's full Caucasian, and then their son daughter now are more white than black. So I think is this what you're talking about? The redemption of Cain?
That's one of those things I'm talking about. So it's one thing about me is that if I see a place when they discriminate against me, against something that represents me, I don't want to have anything to do with them either until we're able to reconcile. That's just the sentiment I carry. So anywhere I see, any country I see that embraces my country or my race, I give them support. So I supported France in this World Cup like anything, and it's unfortunate.
All right. All right. All right. Let's move on from that. Let's go back to the politics. Let's go back to the politics quickly. And the G5, Wike resolved to join APC, declare support for Tinubu. So, well, of course, we're not expecting that he will leave PDP as a party, but a lot of the expectation is that he's going to move his support from PDP. But where is he likely to park it? He's not going to park his support with any sentiment. He's going to park his support with pragmatism. So where, DOG, do you suspect pragmatically Wike is likely to park his support for 2023?
I've been saying it not once, not twice on the platform. Like, if he's not going to go with PDP, eventually he's going to go with APC. Wike is not stupid. He wants to go with the winning party, and he would look at what is on ground and what is going on. If I give my support to this person, what's the possibility of this person winning the election? Which is what he wants. He doesn't want to support somebody with all he has done already to PDP. Leave PDP, support somebody else that is not guaranteed is going to win the election. So I still see that it's going to go to Tinubu's side. To be honest,
it's almost inevitable, isn't it? There's nothing to suggest that.
Yeah, because I just think the damage has been done already between him and Atiku, and I think Atiku didn't make the proper move from when the old drama started in PDP. I think he could have done well and try and calm people like Wike and all that. But I think he was a bit trying to show himself when the old drama started, and he didn't pay attention. And I think when Wike started showing himself, it was too late to reconcile with Wike. I don't think Wike wants to reconcile himself, because I think they feel very odd, because they just switch all the plans and what has been mapped down in the party, that after a northern, a southern, then all of a sudden Atiku came in line, which is why even somebody like Peter Obi has gone to Labour Party. Because I think if it was just between Wike and Peter Obi, and probably Wike wins the primary, Peter Obi will still probably be in PDP. So I see him leaning towards Tinubu more, because that is what I would think he would do. Because if you look at what is on ground, Tinubu is more likely to win an election more than Peter Obi. So if he's leaving Atiku, he would rather join Peter Obi.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Oh, all right, come in, John
Lekoko.
Yeah.
One man, please. Sorry, DOG.
No problem, sir.
Where is this news coming from? Is it been confirmed? Did he make announcement by himself, or where is it?
No. The news is actually coming from an outlet called Legit, and it's actually. Let me give it to you again. It says that despite its internal crisis, the PDP's loyalists have dismissed the possibility of Governor Wike turning his back on the party in 2023. So I think what's actually led to this is that a senior functionary within the Samuel Otom space, he has said that there's a strong possibility that is where Wike is headed. That Wike, he said that's where Wike is headed. He said Wike is fixated on the power transiting to the south. So that's not breaking news. We know that he wants power to transit to the south. And what they are speculating is that conversations are already ongoing with the Tinubu space. So it's not to say that he has crossed over. It's not to say that he will cross over, but it's to say that come that election phase, he's going to pack his support with Tinubu. So and a lot of the functionaries in PDP, they are responding to this because Dino Melaye came out to address it, Dilo Mamodu came out to address it. So it's something that is agitating that space.
Okay, so it's just a speculation. It's not yet.
No, he has not jumped yet. He has not jumped, and he's not likely to jump. No, I don't think.
Okay, but
but do you disagree that he's likely because do you concede first that he's not likely to back Atiku in February?
Yes, I want to believe that Wike, if PDP still hang on this guy Aisha Yesufu, yes, he will not back. He will not back.
Okay. Do you also concede that he's recruiting heavily for that election? You remember when he signed up 200,000 special assistants?
Oh yes. He want to really deliver his state to. I mean, he still want to win the governorship and all the state seat for PDP in the state, but the presidency nobody know yet. But if PDP continue to hang on Ayu as the president, I mean as the chairman of the party, definitely he will not give his presidential support.
All right. If that obtains, Ajanle Koko, so I'm asking you to speculate now. If that obtains, that PDP they obstinately hold on to your chair, Ayu, then where? So this is just asking you to speculate now. Where do you think pragmatically Wike will want to point his support? Because we know that he has make sure he's locked down the votes in that state. But where is it likely to point his support?
Well, he will go to either Tinubu or Obi, depending on the sentiment on the ground in his state, because politicians for reason of relevance, they still want to listen to the people on the ground. Where do we go? It's not one-man decision. It's going to be a decision of the leadership of the party on the ground. If they are not going for their original party, which is PDP, so they will look at the sentiment on the ground and where majority of their people favor, that is where they will go. And it's going to be Obi or Tinubu. I cannot say specifically where you want to go. He would like to go for where the pendulum might swing at the national level, but for the sentiment, sometimes politicians still want to have their relevant, well grounded. So they will still go to where the people want them to go sometimes. So, and if he want to go for the sentiment on the ground in the state, he might go for Obi just to keep his sentiment.
Hold on. Do you think he will go with the sentiment, or do you think he will go with what he feels would realistically deliver power at the central space and then obviously cover him?
It could go two ways. If you go for the sentiment first, and if Tinubu wins, then we switch the party to Tinubu.
Yeah, it'll be too late then when he didn't contribute to Tinubu's victory.
No, he still have his state. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. It just look. The sentiment is greater than any other thing. If the people on the ground, the majority of his supporter and his, people at the grassroots, doesn't want to go APC way or APC candidate, and for him to retain his leadership of the people, he will go for what the people want. He will go for for Obi. And if Obi does not win, if Tinubu, then he will switch his party to Tinubu. So and by then, a lot of his people will be ready to go with him to Tinubu. That look, we can't operate from behind. This guy has won. Let us go where let's move toward the power, and that is what can keep us in the right scheme of things as far as politics is concerned in Nigeria. So it's just politics can be dynamic sometimes. It's not leader. The leader, or what do you call him, the number one leader sometimes cannot say, oh, this is what we have to go, and people will, because the sentiment on the ground matters sometimes. And I believe if we watch very clearly what the sentiments say, what the sentiments dictate, and that we form the right decision for him to take. So
all right. I don't think I agree with that, John Lekoko. In fact, I'm sure
Yeah,
I don't agree with him at all. But back to you, D.
I see what Ajadioko is trying to say, but the way I see it from where me I'm standing is somebody like Wiki. Once, if he still stays in PDP and he didn't cross party, somebody like that will be the one after they win election for his party to canvass his people on who to vote for, on not what the sentiment is saying, because it's going to make them list down the advantages of supporting this person. Fine, we've win our state, but this guy looks like he's going to win the presidency. We need to give him our support. So when it comes, and I think it's two ways. I don't see him easily thinking he wants to switch party. I think he would rather want to. I think because after this, he will still have his stronghold in PDP, because it looks like the next person in PDP to contest. If Atiku didn't win this election, he will still has that stronghold in that party. And with all these things that he has shown them, most of them would have given him that respect and leave it to him. So I think Wike would be the one to convince his own people to say, oh, this is where we are going, my people. We win our state from these people. These guys came and changed the old rule. You should be coming to the south, but they said they want to take you to the north. We won't agree with them. You must go to the south. And if you are looking at the south, it's looking like, oh, Tinubu is looking like the one that is probably going to win. So let's give our support to this guy, because when he comes in, we can work together, but he still stays in the party. Then PDP will reshuffle if Atiku didn't win this election. Then they will think, we need to call this guy back. And obviously, people like Tinubu are too wise. They can see what's going on. They won't be sitting back. They are probably sending people to week in, week out to talk to him and canvass him to give his support to their own party. They are probably still talking with people like Kwankwaso, trying to canvass them to, even though they are going about doing their rally, they are strategizing too, and they can see all the loopholes. So I think they will be tapping into it too. So obviously, it will make more sense to Wike to think, okay, if I look at the things, and he's a very wise guy with the way he's been playing his politics, he's come with a whole new different idea of how to play politics in Nigeria, and he's really winning it. He's getting it right with how he's dealing with Atiku, and it's really affecting Atiku. So I think he will be the one to say, okay, I've not left PDP. We will vote our people in our state, but this guy is not going to the north. And if we look at what is on ground, my people, it looks like Tinubu will win this election. So let's give Tinubu this support. So if we support him, we sit them down, we'll tell them what we want, we agree, we give them our support. It's quite easy. I don't think any politician wants to follow crowd mentality and at the end of the day be the one beating yourself like, oh, we should have done this. Because he's a proper leader. He's not you can't push him around. He's a proper leader. So I think he will be the one, if you look at his personality, trying to convince and make his people understand, I think this is where we should be going. And I think they will all follow him, because I think his people believe in him with all the move he has made. Even me, I'm not from the state. I really like the guy and I like what he's doing. And that's why I said, for somebody like, and all these things just tells me who Atiku is. I don't know how other people on the platform see it, because I think somebody like Wike, you would have think, okay, you don't want Ayu there, call Ayu, because I don't see why you are being obstinate about this situation.
Do
You
you
see,
think it? Do you think it's too late now for him to cut you loose? It's too late now,
I
isn't it?
think it's too late, because I think he was. I've said it once there. Like, it's probably even the one telling Ayu that don't step down, don't mind him, we will
Yeah,
deal with
no,
it.
I think he wants to. I think he thinks holding on to IU will show him as an alpha male.
Male,
That
exactly.
yeah, I think he thinks he's playing some alpha game, but then of
Then
course, yeah,
he
yeah.
underestimated Wiki. So when the old drama now started and Wiki started showing what is what and what he is, he didn't now react directly. Even if you are not going to change that guy, I think that is a better way you could have gone to Wiki rather than just ignore him, because he first ignored him. He just thought, who is he? Who is he? You can't play politics like that. It's a numbers game. You need a lot of people, and if you watch, and that's why I say I think somebody like Tinubu is just somebody that is so sharp and smart and thinking, okay, if Wike is doing all this, please keep sending people. Wike has called Oji Omole to come, and they would have been, obviously there must be a rapport going on behind trying to canvass. If he's a politician too, Wike wants to be in the winning party. Even though I've done all that and I win my state, I want to have relationship with people in national level, not just in my state, because it goes a long way. And I think he would rather do that and not cross party, because obviously after this election, if Atiku can't get that position, Wike will be so strong in PDP. Because now a lot of PDP members will think like, this guy is part of why we lost this election. We need to bring him back in. We need to, that he will quickly jump on it, because he know he has more opportunity going into back to PDP to now maybe contest in the future for the presidency. Because obviously, if you look at APC now, is obviously probably going next to the north again. Maybe Shetima, maybe that will be the plan. Maybe Shetima will be the next person after Tinubu that wants to contest. So he will be in that middle of the whole thing and think, okay, I'll give these people my support, but I won't cross party. Because after this election, Atiku will be pushed aside. He can't contest again. It's too much and we are losing. So they will bring him back in, because they've seen who he is and what he can do. So they will bring him back in. But he also wants the support of the government of the day on the national level. So he will give his support to the person that wants. Because I've never seen any politician that just want to support people for supporting sake. Especially if you are a strong politician and you've been in the office before, you want to go with the winning party. You want to be with people that you can at least think, okay, maybe 50, 60, 70%, these people might likely win. You don't want to think, 20%, because of the wave and the noise. You just want to follow the noise. Those airlines don't do that. It's only we, the common citizen Nigerians, that will say, oh, this person said he doesn't pay shishi. He's not paying the delegates. It's not, that's why we are following him. They are not in that level. They won't think like that. So that's the way I see this Wike situation. And I've always been saying, I think if Wike will go out of PDP to support anybody when it comes to, I just think it's going to be Bola Tinubu.
All right, thank you. So, DOJ, I want to take the conversation around because I'm determined that we'll hear from every voice in this session. And
Yeah, but before you go, sir,
yeah.
I spoke to that my friend. Is willing to come in on Tuesday if the section will be on. So I will just forward him the link, because the time difference with Nigeria will just come in, tell us what they have, then take some questions.
All right. All right. We might well just do a special session for that. We might well. All right. Thank you. So I want to take the conversation around, but I'll start it off with Adele Coco, and I'll run with how it's placed on the screen. But before I do that, let me acknowledge Ayos super chat. It says, and that's speaking to the polling that we were just talking, that I was reading out earlier on. It says, this post might be subject to what is known in the United States as the Bradley effect, when sampled voters give inaccurate response for fear of intimidation and criticism if they state their true preference. So yes, I can see there's logic to that. There's logic to that. I didn't even know he had a term but they go with the crowd just because, especially if you had obedience around. Who will say they are not supporting Obi when you have obedience around? They will cut your neck off. So thank you, Ayo, for that. And Ayo, now still, we often say one man went to Mo, sponsored by Ayo. So Ayo, of course, as ever, he's moved very quickly to do the super chat space, and not the super chat space, they buy the coffee space. So that's Ayo right there. So that's Ayo right there, doing as he always does. So that's Ayo. So that's Ayo. Anybody that wants to join Ayo, feel free to do that. So feel free to do that as we go to Ajanle Koko next. So Ajanle Koko, I want to take you to the space of this piece that was written by Reno Omokri, who is inviting that if you are actually wanting to know the power base of Nigerian politics, it's actually the Southwest and nowhere else. And this is how he concludes that. Let me just speed through it again, just to refresh the memory. It says, a major misconception in Nigeria is the belief that the Hausa Fulani sit atop the power pyramid in Nigeria. Not true at all. It is easy to dismantle this myth with facts. In the last 23 years, two northerners, and by the way, he's talking about a democratic dispensation, so bear that in mind. In the last 23 years, two northerners have been president. They are Umaru Musa Yar'Adua of Tuareg origin and Mohammed Buhari of Fulani Kanuri origin. The fact is that both of them only became president through the effort of individual Yoruba men. President Yar'Adua did not have the clout to even emerge as a leader in northern Nigeria, talk less of the whole nation. At the time he was governor, both Waziri Atiku Abubakar and Mohammed Buhari had stronger claims to northern prominence than he did. He rose to power only because God used a certain president, Olusegun Obasanjo, to almost force him on Nigerians. Yes, he was a nice man, but he was rather anodyne. He did not have the alpha male abilities needed to dominate the Nigerian political sphere. His weakness in that regard was compensated for by President Obasanjo, who had enough testosterone for 3 men. In fact, it was even hard to know who was really contesting in 2007 between Obasanjo and Yar'Adua. And then there is the incumbent. Instead of trying to analyze how he rose to power, let me quote the words of Emilokon. Of course, I will translate from Yoruba to English. If not for me that led the war front, Buhari would not have emerged. He contested first, second, and third times, but lost. He even said on television that he would not contest again. But I went to his home in Katsina. I told him, you will contest and win, but you will not joke with Yoruba matters. Since he has emerged, I have not been appointed minister. I did not get a contract. This time, it is the Yoruba's turn. And in Yoruba land, it is my tenure. From the above, it is very clear that whereas the Hausa Fulani Kanuri dominated the 16 years of military rule between 83 and 99, the Yorubas have risen to the top post in 99. God even used Obasanjo to smooth in President Jonathan's way to power, and the same Obasanjo was part of the gang up that led to the exit of that greatest of Nigerian presidents from power. So that's how he has positioned it. And somebody counters him. He says, Muritala Fulani, Shagari Fulani, Buhari Fulani, Abdul Salam Hausa, Yar'Adua Fulani, Buhari again Fulani. For Yorubas, Obasanjo Shodekon, Obasanjo again. And Obasanjo did the bidding of his Fulani masters. He did not win the Southwest in 99. He was not the preferred candidate of the Yorubas, was anointed by the Northerners. But that was why I cautioned that we're talking about a democratic dispensation, and the image that Reno Omokri paints here from this opinion piece is to suggest that whoever becomes the president of Nigeria always often rest with the decision of the Yorubas. Do you concur with Reno Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think Reno is, I think it's right. He hit the nail on the head very hard, loudly and clearly, for people that can analyze political issue well, to really use that on the way forward to 2023. You see, on this 2020, this Fourth Republic, yes, Obasanjo play important role, particularly as it was instrumental to every other person, other president after him, throughout the reign of PDP in power. So all the PDP in power, all the PDP president after him, that is Yaradua and Jonathan, it was instrumental to their leadership. So that is a fact, as reported by Reno.
And Ajale Koko, when power also changed hands, because of course you will say that Obasanjo, he had the advantage of incumbency, and we all know what incumbency means in Nigeria. So he could almost single-handedly put somebody on the seat and nothing will stop him. But when power changed hands, when an opposition won an election, it still needed the intervention of a Yoruba man.
Oh, yes. So when Jonathan started...
One man, can you hear me now?
Yes. I'll
Yeah,
come to you.
Thank you.
I'll come to you next, only because you were here earlier and you had to dip out and come back in. But carry on, Ajale Koko.
So when Jonathan started his shenanigan of corruption, embezzlement of public funds, and mismanagement of our resources openly, and this same Obasanjo was he rose up against him, up to the extent of even tearing the membership card of his membership card of PDP in the public, that I'm doing away with these people. These are not the right people that should be in position of leadership. They are not doing the right thing. And stood up against him and supported Buhari, who later emerged. So we saw it. He supported Buhari. And we saw another Yoruba man from the West, forming coalition in the name of Tinubu, of his political party from the South, from the Southwest, with the North. So you saw the role that Yoruba played. Tinubu played his role on, bringing the vote of the Yoruba to merge with that of the Northern vote, which propelled Buhari to the position of presidency. Obasanjo himself played his own role in putting that strong support for Buhari to emerge as the president of Nigeria. So in this Fourth Republic, you can't undermine the strong, the front line role that Yoruba play prominently to whoever that being the president, whoever that being the president of that country, from 1999 to date. So it also tells us that Yoruba knows how to play politics very well, whether they are in government or outside government. When the PDP were outside government, they play a very, very vibrant and strong opposition role that terminated PDP. They were all over the place. They played it, very, very well. They came out forcefully against PDP that was in power. Unlike what PDP failed to do throughout these 7 years that APC have been in power, PCP failed to play a very strong opposition role against PCP, even though that this APC have failed in totality at all level you want to measure it. Security level, they fail. Economy, they fail. What else?
What is it, Ajale Koko, that positions the Yoruba? Is it because they control the media space? Is that what it is?
I won't say that.
I think it is.
Well, it's part of it, though. I will say it's part of it. But they always play a very strong opposition role when they are outside the party or outside the government, and they play a very, good role as well when they are in government. So you can even see in the government of this Buhari, if you want to pick any one of the ministers that is most outstanding of them all, you can pick Fashola. Very outstanding with everything he has built, the bridges, the road, everything he has built is physical. You can see it physically. And those are the things that will represent the legacy of this administration after this administration, left power in next year. The legacy that's going to be left behind by this administration. We're going to be talking about the second Niger bridge. We're going to be talking about what do you call this? What do you call this thing? This Ibadan Expressway. We're going to be talking about some other road. I mean, we saw some other road that built in the eastern, in every part of Nigeria.
Are you suggesting that the Yorubas are better administrators? That sounds like a prejudiced view. Are you suggesting that the Yorubas are better administrators?
Yes, I would say yes. Yoruba are. You see, I think it has to do with the culture and the way we are raised. That wherever you are, you have to play your own role excellently well. So it doesn't matter whatever challenges that you are facing, but the responsibility that is given to you, make sure that you do your best and do it well. That is the way that in every Yoruba home that I know growing up, that is the way we are raised. Do well where you are. Do not destroy the family name, and always remember that the family name remain outstanding wherever you are. So, and that, give us that kind of spirit of performance. Drive our spirit of performance wherever we are. That we want to do well. I don't want to disappoint my people. I don't want to disappoint. I want to keep my family name, and I want to rise to the top. If I'm not at the top, let me do something good that can take me to the top. So that is one thing. But even if we want to go back in history, in the First Republic, Yoruba were not in power. We are not controlling the federal space. It was between the MPC and NMPC, MPC led by Tafa Balewa and MPC, NCNC led by Azikwe that formed the government. Yoruba played Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the leader of AG, at the opposition, played a very strong opposition against them, fighting for the right of the minority and Nigerian people. And because of that strong opposition that they cannot take, they have to cook up a phantom coup. I mean, charges against him that was trying to topple the government, and they slam him in jail for 10 years. The same thing happened in Second Republic. It was MPN. We had Igbo and the North, Shagari and Ekweme. They formed the National Party. I mean, MPN. They formed the government at the federal level. Awolowo of the UPN. They are the one in the opposition, and they played a very strong, vibrant opposition against them. So the same thing happened in this republic when PDP were leading the reign of the country. The president, when they were controlling the federal, the opposition, the AD back then, even though they are confined within Yoruba land, they are not spread across the country. They played a very prominent, strong opposition against PDP. And I'm proud to, forming this alliance with NCNC, ACN, and CPC that later became APC. They were playing that strong opposition against the power that be at the federal level. So we have that spirit in us that, look, politics, we have to play it at the best. We have to do it to protect the interests of our people and not allow any power at the top. If we are not at the top, we should not allow the power at the top to overshadow us. So that is the way we play our politics. And Reno Omokre referring to Yoruba as playing a very prominent role in this Fourth Republic and attributing it to Obasanjo and Tinubu. I think he did his homework very well, and he came out with that fantastic conclusion. I think Omokre got it right. He got it right.
But the Yorubas, they've never really played a self-interest politics, which confuses me somewhat. But then when I say they never played a self-interest politics, the Yorubas have only ever really had Obasanjo take the reins of power. That's the only person we've had. We can't really count Shonekan because Abacha had a gun on his neck. Abacha had a gun on his neck throughout, but they've never played self-interest politics, and we've never seen the impact, especially under Obasanjo. Yoruba land never saw the impact of his presidency. But then, of course, nobody in the North will claim that they've not seen the impact of Buhari being president. So how come we're not able to play self-interest politics and we're always wanting to be Nigerian all the time?
You see, let me tell you this. We Yorubas doesn't like to, we don't like that politics of all for all or all for us and not others. No, we don't do it. That is not who we are. We fight for ourselves and we fight for others. That is the way we are. We are very, very, when it comes to fairness, justice, and equity, Yoruba will stand for that. And today,
Ajale Koko, is that why they are supporting Peter Obi now?
That is why you see, that is one of the reasons. That is one of the reasons why you see the Afenifere saying for fairness, justice, and equity, we are going with Obi. Because, look, Yoruba have had it before, South have had it before from the South, and this should be the best time for the Igbo to have it from the south as well. So we Yoruba, by our own DNA, by our nature, we always stand for equity, justice. We don't believe in taking it all. No.
You are
That is
saying,
not who we
hold
are.
on, hold on, Ajane Koko. You are saying that as though it's a good thing. It's not a good thing. You take care of number one first, and then if there's any leftovers, then you throw the crumbs to the crowd. Yeah. No. Is that not? No. Hold on. Is that not what Buhari has been doing? Go and look at all. Buhari feed for the last 8 years. He has been feeding off bones, and we are always fixated on balance and equity and fair play. But look at all of the developments that they're getting in their region off the back of the Niger Delta wealth. Why can't we use the Niger Delta wealth to develop Yoruba land and feed them crumbs in the way that Buhari has been feeding everybody else crumbs?
I wish other parts of Nigeria can have that kind of, mindset and that spirit of, equity, justice, and fairness. I wish other parts of Nigeria can have the same mindset. That country would be a very great country. If all other parts of Nigeria can learn from Yoruba this kind of spirit of fairness, equity, and justice for all, if they can have it too, that country will be a very good country. Look, even this Tinubu that we see today, Tinubu is the first governor in the history of Lagos State that appointed non-indigene to the position of commissioner in Lagos State. It never happened to have an Igbo man as the commissioner in Lagos to hold one of the most strategic positions, commissioner for planning and what do you call this thing? I can't even remember that position for commissioner for anyway, it's one of the strategic.
Is it works?
No, not works. It's
Urban and Kiniko.
No, economic planning.
Is it
and
urban?
something.
Yeah.
Now, a commissioner, sir. Yeah, carry on.
A commissioner for economic planning and this thing. He appointed him. They appointed Igbokwe, or what is the name of that guy? Joe Igbokwe. And they have some others that are appointed. This Tinubu is the first person that did it in Lagos State. He has some other Awusa too in the position of commissionership in Lagos State. I think maybe under this government, this one, they have some, because we see people of other tribe that live among us as one of our people, particularly when you have lived with Yoruba people for a long period of time. Yoruba will not discriminate against you. Yoruba will fight for you. If at all that you have any problem with a Yoruba man, you will see a Yoruba man standing with you.
They will not discriminate against you, but they will call you Omoyibo.
Is that not discrimination? That one is a fun. That one can come sometimes, But when it comes to, taking away your right by the indigene, when it is clearly that it is your right, but for the indigene to take away your right from you, Yoruba will say, no, this is not right. You cannot do it. Even though it's a stranger among us, you cannot do this. He's been with us. He has not done anything wrong. We cannot humiliate him. He's a human being like us. That is what Yoruba stand for. And the history of Yoruba spelled that out very clearly in the history of Yoruba. There have been a one time, even the Alaafin, during the reign of one Alaafin, there was one Hausa man that usually comes to what do you call it, to Oyo to sell. He's a trader. He was a trader, and there was a time that they stole his stuff and they went to the Alaafin. Alaafin said, "Really? How can this happen? He called them. Nobody want to say anything. He said, okay, no problem. I will call on Shogo to strike whoever that took this thing. And that was what happened. That was the justice that Yoruba
Ajale Koko,
will effect
one sec.
on.
Ajale Koko.
Yes.
Even some Babajide Sanwo-Olu now has 4 non-Ejidin on their conventional list. 4 non-Ejidin. 1 Igbo, 2 Igbos, 1 Hausa, 2 Igbos, 1 Hausa. I'm looking at the commissioner list now.
And we have to understand that Lagos has ceased being the capital of Nigeria since Babangida era. Yes. So it's not as though it's just another state. It's not as though it has a federal presence that obliges it to be nationalistic.
Even that did not happen under the military. It didn't happen. Military did not do that. During the military, even the Marwa that handed over to the civilian in 1999, it didn't do that. All the commissioners, they were all here. All the appointment strategic positions were all held by Lagosians. All the commissioners were Lagosians. So it isn't what Tinubu did in Lagos to have Igbos to be commissioners and Hausa to be constitutional. It's just to compensate them that, look, we have been living together. We know you. You participate in politics. We are doing this thing. We are doing this struggle together. Let us give them sense of belonging. That is who they are. It doesn't mean that Yoruba doesn't have people that are competent, that can handle those positions, but just to give those people sense of belonging, to, tell them that we are the same people. You've been living here for a longer years, and we have been doing things together. No, you deserve to be compensated. That is who Yoruba are. Yoruba will not take everything all for all. And
I'm not sure that is a good thing, Ajale Koko. You are saying it as though it's something we should be proud of, but I'm not sure. As we have seen from the Buhari example, that is a good thing. I'm not
but
sure.
we saw the setback that Buhari has done to that country for.
If you go to the north, no, it's pumped a lot of money into the north. A lot of developments there. All these developments that they are attributing to Kaduna, it was actually federal money. He's able to get federal preference for key projects there. And just, they are building about 2, not world standard, but 2 elite hospitals in Katsina. The University of Transportation in Katsina. So all of these things, he's focused the country's resources on his region to develop it. And we Yorubas will be saying, no, fairness, equity, and give us, forget that, man. Which market in Yoruba land do you spend fairness and equity? If you go to Mama Letter, will you take the atta and tell her that I'm paying with fairness and equity?
Look, one man, even when Obasanjo was there, everybody in that country have the same sense of belonging. Nobody felt cheated that, Obasanjo favor Yoruba than any other part of Nigeria, or favor Igbo than any, or favor Hausa than any other part of Nigeria. He governed with that, principle of equity, justice, and fairness. And that is why he was able to govern that place and deliver, good governance that gave us the best of the best economic performance, best of the best, unity, management of our unity in diversity. It managed it very well. And he was able to use that, that peaceful coexistence to package the country and open the country for foreign investors. Foreign investors are running away from Nigeria now because of crises that Buhari created. It didn't manage the unity of Nigeria. It didn't manage it very well. And it's causing serious crisis. It's causing crisis between the Benue and the Fulani. You see Otom fighting all the time, mentioning Fulani are killing our people. You see Otom went to International Criminal Court of Justice and go on and United Nations to deliver document to them to show how Buhari looked the other way when Fulani's herdsmen were killing their people. You can't govern a country like that. So,
Ajalekoko, do you think if Peter Obi becomes president, he will govern as an Igbo man in the manner of Buhari, or do you think he'll be nationalistic in the pretensions of the Yorubas?
Look, if Obi wins as president, he has to go and borrow this principle of equity, justice, and fairness to govern that country.
Do you think
if it doesn't, Yoruba will stand up against him.
Do you think his tribe? Do you think his tribe will allow him? Do you think they will allow him, or would they say that, look, we've been isolated and marginalized for so long, you have to use this opportunity to build us?
Oh yes, they will want to convince him that some of the miscreant politicians will want to convince him that he should, dominate the strategic position with Igbos. But if it should fall into that trap, the way we are mentioning Buhari today and counting all the strategic position that been dominated by Fulani, we're going to be counting it against him, and we're going to stand up against him. I trust Yoruba people. They will not back down. They will stand up against him, and they will bring him down. That is who we are. Even during the military, we brought military down. Those people that were in the lead against the military during the military time, Babangida and all of them, Abacha, they are Yoruba people. That is who we are. We stand up against injustice. We stand up against, all this shenanigan of bad governance. This is who we are. We cannot tolerate it. We can't. That is who we are. So, one man, even when Obasanjo was there, he governed with, that sense of principles of equity and, good governance. He was able to bring everybody together to relax. When Odua Group was making some shakara in Yoruba land that day, you saw the way he dealt with Gani Adams. I think he put him in jail for like 3 years or so. He crushed them to tell others that, look, this is the same thing I'm going to do. If you think you can make a mess of this country and trying to cause some trouble or anything that can set the country peaceful coexistence, can set it backward, I will deal with you. And we saw what they did, what he did in some other part of the country when they are trying to mess up too. So it is just the way we have. It is not our nature. There's nothing we can do about it. It's in our DNA. We cannot help it. Yoruba will always talk. When you tell them not to talk, when they see injustice, they will talk against it. And we can continue to mention names, all and all that are Yoruba, that have been standing up, that face humiliation, that face, brutalization by, different governments in that country. And there's nothing we can do. One of them is Showore. You can see it too, standing up against this government that have run down the country, when we have politicians colluding with them and they are destroying this country together. But you see all of them now, they said they want to be president of Nigeria. No, we continue to stand up against them. So Omokre got it right. I give kudos to him. I never thought of it in that line. The way he analyzed it, it's wonderful. That guy is an intelligent guy, one man, Reno Omokre.
No, now we said nice things about Yorubas. You used to call him a dunce.
No, I never called him a dunce before. It's you as some obedient that obedient doesn't like that guy for anything.
They hate him. If he walks their street, they will stone him.
Recently, some few weeks ago, he came out about Tinubu's certificate. He said, I went there to investigate. He said, this guy graduated from that school. That people should just keep quiet and stop making
just to tell you how ludicrous that space can be. Do you know they started arguing that the Tinubu, that what was the gender of the Tinubu? Is it male or female? How many Tinubus would you have? They were then arguing that what was how was the name spelled? How many Tinubus would you have in Chicago at that time?
Oh my God!
They still say it's unbelievable sometimes.
How can you do it? How is it possible? How would somebody graduated from school in university in America particularly, and they won't have his picture, they won't have everything, they won't see his record of his transcript and everything. I mean, his picture is right there on the graduation list for that year. What are you talking about, people?
They're saying it's a BC Tinubu.
Honestly, that
Ajarigo, can I interject? Can I interject?
Yes.
What I want to say is, Ajale Koko, even we can't dispute that Tinubu went to the university or so. This guy worked with a reputable company, world class. That even only he stopped the argument. How can they employ him without certificate? He always stopped the argument that it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. He's educated, he went to school, but you can talk anything else against him. That's fine. That's what I want to say. DOG, you want to come in?
Yeah, I was going to say that interview with, is it Fatai, what's his name? Rufai, that Reno Mokari had. I was so angry with that guy because this guy showed you a video. He was in the school, but you want him to mention the name of the person he met. How can he remember the name of the person?
What would that?
How does that even change anything?
What does that add or remove from?
Exactly. What is the name of the person? I'm thinking, why are you trying to just nail this guy on the spot? He showed you
and Reno Mokri, a PDP man. So I mean,
exactly. You know.
And so when people say that Rufai is probably the worst journalist in Nigeria, that's another example. They should just remove that guy from the screens. They should.
Can I also inject?
No, one man. Yeah. They can't. Into people can go down. So we can't say because he talks. Because what we are preaching is that we should have freedom of speech. We don't want people like a Lai Mohammed that want to silence everyone. So if anybody is aggrieved, if you find Rufai culpable, then the regulatory body should be able to handle that. But if they don't see anything wrong in what he has done, let him be talking and let people just be countering whatever he's telling them. So to me, let's just leave Rufai to what he can do best and don't let us try to silence him. That's just my opinion.
I'm not sure, but
it's not silencing.
It's not free speech anyway, because he doesn't have the right to use his platform to promote an agenda that is personal to him. And this example that Thomas just cited, somebody went to a university to confirm the veracity of somebody's credentials. He came back with a positive result. And because it dissatisfies your own narrative, you are now asking him for the name of the person that he spoke to. I mean, is that journalism even?
It's a very relevant question.
It can be so disrespectful because indirectly you are trying to say Reno Okri was telling lies. That's a subtle way of saying that. So you want to pin him down as a liar. I understand what you're saying, but however, if we try to silence the like of Rufai, then we are going back to, is it Decree 2 or Decree 4 era?
No. We have to insist on a quality standard journalism, and we also have to insist on an unbiased journalism, both of which are not manifest in Rufai Oseni.
I agree with you. If it's found culpable. I mean the organization that should.
No, forget the organization. Hold on. Forget the organization. Because the organization will only come in when there is a major anomaly or a major crossing of the line. That's usually when they come in. But it's just this little snippet, which is not isolated, it's consistent with his journalism. So they've just told you there, Reno Mokri, he went with the full intention of embarrassing Tinubu. He spent money to go to Chicago State University, only to then discover that this guy not only graduated, but he graduated with distinction. On Reno's clip, they told him that he was one of their best students. So he brought that back to the political space that, no, I was looking to debunk this guy, but I actually found that I found that he was credible. But because this dissatisfied Rufai Hussaini so much, he was asking who Reno spoke to in the school. If Reno had spoken to John Smith instead of Rebecca Smith, would that add or remove from anything?
No, it won't remove. It won't remove from it. Even though a person like me in the shoes of Reno Mokri, I will never mention whosoever I contacted because it could be like a confidential.
No. Forget that. Is it a relevant question? And it's not a relevant question. Even
it was an insult. The way I see that's what I was saying.
No, it wasn't an insult. There was an intention there. His intention was to debunk what Reno is presenting because Tinubu having credentials, it doesn't fit with Rufai Hussaini's political will and narrative. You know, because that's not unbiased. That's clear, open, naked prejudice.
Exactly, and that is part of what they were using to try to nail Tinubu. Then they're trying to.
That's one of their gold standard.
Yeah, so it was really painful to him because those are the things they use because they don't want Tinubu. But if somebody has come and clarify and say, "Oh, I went to this place," they
and
said
this guy
is
it John Smith or Rebecca Smith?
It's not in Tinubu's party. He's an opposition party member.
Yes, looking to pull Tinubu down.
Doubting, and that day they almost, if they were face to face or sitting down, they probably would throw each other a punch at some point because it was just.
I have to look for that clip. I have to look for that clip. Because
I watched the clip from A to Z. I watched the clip. To me, at the end of the day, the more these guys are trying to open Tinubu's eyes, the more some of them are trying to embarrass themselves. Because you see now, if not because of freedom of speech, for example, there's no way we will see the unprofessionalism being displayed.
No. Nobody. You keep going to freedom of speech. Nobody is looking to stymie freedom of speech. What we're looking for is a better quality standard of journalism. So that's different from freedom of speech, isn't it?
No, I agree with you. But now that openly now, who is messing himself up now? Is it not Rufai that is messing himself up?
Yeah, no, but he cannot because Rufai wields a lot of influence, especially amongst the people that are coming into the first phases of thinking. People who are just coming into the first phases of how to think, what politics is. So he wields a lot of influence in that space, and he has a mass following in the debutants into society. So can you hold on? Okay, go on.
No, what I'm saying now is this. Really, as Rufai is trying very hard to pull Tinubu down, and along the line, he's messing himself up because number one, he's having a massive following, for example, and those people were about to believe him. Even maybe they even believe him, but someone had debunked all he did as Arab nonsense. What happens to his image? He suffered reputation damage. It's just a matter of time. Okay, if Rufai continues this way, I doubt if anybody will want to take him seriously in the next 1 or 2 years. So that's just my own perspective to read. But I won't say outrightly, shut him down. That will make me look intolerant. But if you allow him to self-destroy, then others will learn from him. That's just the way I see it, because
nobody is saying shut him down.
It doesn't understand
what was that space. Maybe he should be anchoring a program like relationship or what. I don't know. He's not. I don't think he's fit to.
It's not. He's not even not thinking. He's not fit for that seat. Tutu does a better job. All journalists they have a political bias. They lean globally. they have a political bias, they lean in one way or the other politically, but they know how to strike the balance when they are in front of a mass. But this guy doesn't know that. He thinks he's in some literary and debating society. He's trying to do schoolboy on national television.
No, I think Rufai actually overrates himself, and that is now beginning to suffer the consequence. So I understand what you are saying perfectly. Let him continue as long as his employer believes he's doing the right thing, and let's see who is going to suffer it. Because the more people try to put Tinubu down, for example, people should have learned that those things are no longer working. So that's why I'm an advocate of saying, talk on your program and stop focusing unnecessarily on the personality. If you cannot get court injunction, if you cannot indict the person in the court of law, then whatever you are doing to me, anybody is doing, I don't even care.
All right, back to Ajale Koko. Yeah.
Sorry, can I interject?
Okay.
All right. Was that you, Fatai?
Yeah.
All right. Come in, Fatai.
I mean, I will have totally been in support of one man with regard to Rufai, except for only one thing. Rufai is a mediocre who is trying to redefine what journalism means in the space of Nigeria. And as everybody said, some upcoming people, they are thinking this is not journalism. He goes on television sermonizing. It's not your job. Actually, his job.
Yes, and he does that as well. Sermonizing, moralizing, thumping. Who are you?
You are not the Pope. His job actually was what Omokre did actually was his job. So Omokre did your job. You are the journalist that should find. He will go on television and say, "This is my take. Everybody should go and they need to give us. Who needs to give you? You need to go and get it. That's your job as a journalist, to have the underground information to inform the public." He will be talking like, I think he has so megalomaniac, and I don't even know how he got on television, because this guy, every time there was one time this old man came on television. He was talking national security when the US gave this warning or something like that. The old man was like a ex-general or something, and he was trying to say, "Oh, they are trying to influence our policy," whatever they were saying about this. Even the man couldn't even understand whether Rufai was against him or it was just his veins were like, "What are you doing? This guy is saying his opinion." To fight problem that is like a click-built guy. He goes on social media, pick up what is trending there, and come and screw it on television.
It should not be a frontline journalist.
Yeah, if you want to,
maybe a youth correspondent or something like that.
It should be a YouTuber if you want. No, it should be a YouTuber. Not that is low quality.
What's wrong with being a YouTuber? What was that? Is that a disparity?
No.
Look at this guy.
No. I don't mean. You got me wrong.
I'm only joking. I know.
As you are now, it's not your duty to go and investigate that. Like CNN cannot carry something. Otherwise, they will sue you. You can't just be spewing things on national television. It's not your duty to go and do investigation and do this. You're just presenting things. We all come with talk and everything like that. You say our opinion. It's fine. The resources is limited to do this job. Like you can advise somebody on legal matter. Now, it doesn't mean you go and represent somebody in court. It's that kind of a situation, because it's not your job to go and represent. It's like that also journalism. If you want to be on national television doing all these things, it's almost like you have to be almost certified to be able to do that job. So if you don't want to be like certified, follow the decorum that is set out on national television. You shouldn't be there. You can't just be talking like you're a pope.
The guy kills the beauty of it, because sometimes he just interrupts people with questions, stupid questions.
And then the other thing that annoys me as well, when they go to him just for a snippet, especially when Ogio is doing her bit, just to have just a little snippet, it will go on this long essay, some incoherent gibberish, until that girl will have to, you see her rolling her eyes, and then ultimately she just has to stop him. Just talking nonsense all the time. You know, it's just it just all the time, just nonsense all the time.
One man, remember the cancantu from the cancantua from the cancantua.
I don't know that one. Which one is
You
that
will be
one?
referencing some names. You will be referencing some names from
Oh yes,
1980, 1977,
French philosophers. They like French philosophers. You know, but back to Ajale Koko. Back to Ajale
Sorry,
Koko.
let me quickly say something.
Yeah.
I think this is what is it NUJ or whoever is in charge of all this presenter, whosoever in charge. You know, this guy graduated from with a bachelor degree in animal psychology. So I think when the journalists would like to certify people for their profession, I think there should be better and proper training for people to move into that space. So I think the like of Rufai, I'm just saying my own, can benefit from proper training. So that's
no. I'm sure he would have had some journalistic training, but back to Ajale Koko. Back to Ajale Koko.
Well, I think Rufai, to me, I think is doing a good job. Yes, he might cross the line sometimes, but that does not warrant the Tinubu people to call for him to be taken out from his job. The Dele Alake and the what's the name of the other guy? Dele Alake and Bayo Nonuga call on Arise to take him out, and that sounds sounds to me as a way to intimidate the media and silence journalistic view on against the politician whatsoever. By constitution, we have freedom of press.
That is not confirmed. Only Arise said that. It's not confirmed. Well, they didn't show the letter where or whatever they said he should. They didn't ask for him to be fired. They only asked for him to be cautioned. They didn't say they should fire him. Only Arise is a fake news TV station.
No, Arise is not fake. They are number. I mean, they are one of the best Nigerian media house that has even project Nigerian there in the field of journalism.
I disagree. Sorry, Baba. I disagree, but sorry. Go on. Sorry to interject.
No, tell me another media house that you can describe as better than them in Nigeria.
Channels is better.
Channels
TV, definitely. Channels.
And those guys, even though you know what they want and they want the best for Nigeria, they don't question people stupidly and try to query them, try to stop them from making their point. You will ask people questions, they've not even finished. You've already asked a question. So are you telling me this? Are you telling me that?
You know the issue with Rice and by extension Rufai, by my own reckoning, I think they think that their job is to nail the politician down. But that's not their job. Their job is to get from the politician what benefits the country and then to hold them accountable to that. But they think that they are looking for that gotcha moment. They are always looking to, but that's not the job. You're not a police officer. Do your job.
They do it in this country where we live. They operate journalists, operate like that, do it here too. Even sometimes when they interview the president of the United States, they want to nail him down on some issue. You know, those guys are practicing the best of the best journalism. But is it because
I don't agree that they practice the best? I watch Chris Cuomo a lot. That guy interrogates a lot of politicians in the US. He doesn't do it the way in that manner. You will enjoy it and you will see. If he had pushed a politician to a corner, you can tell. And the conversation will still continue and you will still enjoy the interview and everything. But with Rufai, you will start thinking they might even stop the show at some point because it will keep questioning. The person will even say one thing before they finish. You've already asked another question. So are you telling me, wait, let me finish? No. Answer this question. You don't do that. You don't do that. I watch Chris Cuomo a lot. He doesn't support any politician and he invite them, interview them, push them to corner, but he give them leeway to explain themselves. And if they are in a tight corner, you can tell, okay, it got them there. Let people view that. Let people observe that themselves.
Look, Chris Cuomo is a Democrat. If he interview President Trump, or let me say any national figure that is Republican, they will want to nail that person down. You see, that's the way they operate. Even if the Fox interview one of the top Democrats, they want to lay him down. That's the way they operate. So let us look at Arise. Arise is an opposition media house to what APC represent. And I believe they represent Nigerian people because APC mess up Nigeria. So if they are asking hard questions from APC guys, I don't see what they're doing wrong. But in the case of what do you call this mockery, when Rufai was asking Omokri, what is the name of the person that you met? I think he crossed the line there. That is nonsensical. I will not agree with him. But to totally want to rubbish Buhari that is not doing great job on that table every time he's there is one of the best that we have in Nigeria, and it should be encouraged. And others like him that are out there that can face, look at the politician in their eyes and ask hard questions. And those are the people that can represent us well. So we don't need politicians that can be cowed.
But Ajale Koko.
Hold on.
Can you say?
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish.
Hold on, Thomas. Random that space, Ajale Koko, and then I want to move on. But I'll let Ajale. Yeah.
We saw the way Tudun and what do you call this thing? What's the name of that other guy? Abati. We saw the way they cowed when they went to meet Atiku,
yeah,
to interview him in his house. They can't ask hard questions. Sometimes some questions, some answer that deserve, that demand, that they should press further and interrogate him further. They just let him go. That is nonsensical. That is a journalism. We don't want journalism. We are hungry people. Our country is being destroyed by this politician. And you said Rufai should not do a good job in asking hard questions from them. Don't let us be too cheap for politicians. We should be their master. Rufai is representing us in that respect, to ask them tough questions and interrogate them. That's my take, one man.
All right, brilliant, Ajale Koko. Thank you. So let me go from your Ajale Koko and let me go to Thomas, who was here earlier, but also he's about to leave for work. So let's have Thomas up next. And Thomas, I'd like you to speak to the statistics that is being presented by the. Actually, did you hear me read it out? The another set of data that has come out to tell us that Obi will be president. Let me see, where is it?
Yes. I heard you when you read it out. One man, is an advice to you. Let's just discount any stupid polls that is going on. I know you actually bring it for us to speak about it. It's just nonsensical to me. There is no tangible or tenable or reasoning to say that will translate to the vote come 2023. Any polls has never translated to vote in Nigeria. Clinton in America, he got the popular vote, but Trump won the election. So sometimes polls, and you could remember the maybe 3 or 4 polls that they have conducted. We actually trace them to one section of the country. I don't want to mention. People should digest that. So those polls, I don't even want to speak about it. It's just nonsensical to me. It doesn't cohere. It doesn't make reason a logical reason in you are telling me Peter Obi is well known, maybe 36, I'll be 37, or what do you read to us? It's just nonsensical. It doesn't hold any water. It doesn't hold any water.
You say it's nonsensical. Let me read you this paragraph. It says, while the APC candidate, this is in the middle of a paragraph. Okay, let me give you the whole paragraph. It says, Southwest respondents preferred the APC candidate, with the ruling party amassing 34%, followed by Labour Party PDP and PDP with 23 and 17% respectively. Only 1% preferred Kwankwaso. While the APC candidate may have won the entire southwestern region, the poll results showed that he actually came second in Lagos State to the Labour Party. So they are telling us that Peter Obi defeated Tinubu in Lagos. It says, once the APC candidate may have won the entire Southwest, the poll results showed us that he actually came second in Lagos State to the LP, polling only 28%, whilst the Labour Party polled 31%. So now they further analyzed now the Lagos space. Further analysis revealed that this Labour Party victory in Lagos was influenced by the fact that Lagos is a multi-ethnic city. So that's what they're telling us. So now it goes further. It says a drill down on how Yorubas voted in Lagos revealed that Tinubu won Lagos by 47% and Labour Party would have been a distant second by 10%. So just unpack that, Thomas. So they're telling us that Obi wins Lagos State by a 31 to 28% margin. And they're saying the reason why he wins this is because Lagos is multi-ethnic. But then they went on to canvass the Yoruba votes in Lagos. But amongst the Yoruba votes in Lagos, Tinubu wins 47% of that to Peter Obi's 10%. How does that even cohere with logic? Does that even make sense?
That's what I said earlier on, that I listened very carefully, because I said we composed earlier on in quite months ago, but let me listen to this one. Maybe it will make any logical sense. So are you telling me that we know the demographic of Peter Obi is from the southeast, and their numbers, the crowd of Igbos in Lagos? Are you telling me that the southeasterner, they are much than Yorubas in a Yoruba land? Is it this fake news from we have 80% of Igbos in Lagos State? Are we still dwelling on that stupid data? No. Yoruba is the most populated in Lagos. There's no how Hausa, Igbo can be more than Yorubas in the Lagos. So that is why I just said, even it's an advice to you. Any poll you see, it's just throw them in the bin. Elections will determine who will win the election. It's not about poll. You can see what you just read now. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make any sense.
You see, because Thomas, what that paragraph is suggesting is that the Yorubas do not constitute the majority in Lagos State. So that is what that paragraph suggests to us. Because if they are telling us that Peter Obi wins Lagos State by 31% to Tinubu's 28%, but 47% of Yorubas will vote for Tinubu, as opposed to 10% of Yorubas voting for Peter Obi, then that tells you that the Yorubas don't constitute the majority in Lagos State. That's what they are telling us.
If I may chip in,
and do you believe that?
It's beyond ridiculous, isn't it?
If I might quickly chip in something, I've realized something. I've seen a lot of Obi platform. Some of them, they will share video and relate it to something recent. And that video is like 10 years ago. And now, some of them I will message and say, this video is old. This is not recent. A lot of propaganda, lies, just to canvass people for support. And I think it's a shame when you try to convince people, lie to people, and deceive them into supporting somebody because of using old videos, things that are not even relevant to this period in the present, things that are so crazy stuff. And I just look that they invited me to a platform. I've took myself out of it. WhatsApp group, I've took myself out of it, because when I see this now, I'm thinking I know this video, because this video was probably like 10 years ago. So why are you bringing it, making people that are on the platform that don't know anything, to make them feel this video, this thing is recent, and they will now claim it's somebody, just to tarnish other people's image and for them to convert people to come and support to be. So there is a lot of lies going on with all these polls, just to make people feel good about themselves, that they are supporting Obi will win. And I think that is why all these polls keep coming out. The last time one man read another poll like that, when you look at the people that actually put those polls together, almost 90% of them were Igbos. So I think we need to, like Thomas has said, we don't need to take all this thing into account and take them that serious. Is the election, the voting that will count? Yeah.
DOG, let me say something. I listened to one of our guys that normally comes here, and I saw him in Rudolph's Auto Damages platform. One man was there as well, and he said something. He said, "He's in Nigeria. There is nobody Tinubu in Lagos." Can you make sense out of that? Is the same Nigeria, Lagos State, for 3 weeks. I know what people are saying, but there's nobody talking about Tinubu in Lagos. Can you just believe that? Is that reason? Is that, I don't know. Sell your candidate. Don't lie. Don't lie. I told one man here, there is nothing in Lagos more than Tinubu and Sanwo-Olu. Yes, Baba.
Yes, I had that is
that was Des, wasn't it?
He said it's only
it was Des.
No. Mainland everywhere it should be. It was just only maybe in the rural area that maybe they have Tinubu. I was just laughing. I said, well, it's the time for campaign. People are just marketing their candidate in any way they think and help their candidate. But what they don't know is that lying to people doesn't help. It cannot. It can't help your candidate, because when you lie and people discover that you lie, they will change their mind and won't vote for that and won't support that candidate anymore. They will take their support elsewhere. So lying doesn't help any any presidential candidate at all. So we just have to leave them alone to keep on lying. Maybe lie will help their candidate to presidency. So don't worry, Thomas.
Ajale Koko, I was in Ibadan. I saw Peter Obi's campaign. I snapped the picture. I sent it to one man. That people are saying they are not campaigning in your state, and I saw it. I sent it. I acknowledge it. Don't campaign on deception. No.
All right.
Don't campaign
Thomas,
on deception.
Thomas, let me give you one more paragraph. Let me give you one more paragraph from that poll, and then we move on. This is people. I'm sure a lot of people will be thinking, "Oh, it's because they said Obi will win. That is why people are raging against it." But let me give the space, this paragraph, and then with your objective mind, tell me if this makes sense or not. So this is a sample from the Northeast. So the Northeast of Nigeria, of course, Adamawa, Bauchi, Borno, Gombe, Taraba, and Yobe. So Adamawa, Bauchi, Borno, Gombe, Taraba, and Yobe. So that's the northeastern part of Nigeria. But how are they? How are they looking in that election? It says the result was, however, different in the Northeast, as PDP's presidential candidate Atiku polled more than 38% of the respondents, choosing him as their preferred candidate. So they're telling us that those states, Adamawa, Yobe, etc., they chose Atiku, which sounds somewhat unbelievable. But you can still accept it as a northerner. You'd imagine that they'll say Kwankwaso, but they said they chose Atiku, 38%. Sounds unbelievable, but still within the realms of what you would accept. It says the result was, however, different in the Northeast, as PDP presidential candidate Atiku polled more than 38% respondents, choosing him as their preferred candidate. But this is now where it gets funky. Whilst Labour Party, APC, and NNPP had 15%, 12%, and 2% respectively. So the Northeast, which is all those states that I just listed, they preferred Atiku, but the alternate that they chose instead of Atiku is Peter Obi, who gets 15%, and then Tinubu, who gets 12%, but then Kwankwaso gets only 2% in the Northeast. Does that even make sense? Does that make sense? Was it Rufai Husseini that was writing this?
Atiku won in Adamawa, which is a state, but Tinubu didn't win in Lagos, which is his own state.
and he won in Borno, which is Kashim Shettima's. But then Kwankwaso only got 2% of the Northeast. And this is what this poll tells us.
2% from the Northeast.
Is the poll Anambra State?
Sorry, Anambra State?
Yeah, does the poll?
No, it gave us that as well, but you'd expect that to be 100%. So let
look at that.
Okay. Well, I don't. It gave us the South.
Let me just make.
Yeah, go on, because I know you're in a hurry. Yeah, go on. Go on, Thomas.
Come on, finish. Let's just refresh our brain. Yeah, finish. Let's refresh our brain.
It says
you want to give us something.
Yes, it gave us the South region. I'm not sure that it gave us the Southeast region, but it gave us the South region. It says results from the South region, mostly in Cross Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Delta, and Edo states. Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi led the way with 66% of the respondents, PDP next and APC, both with 7% and 3% respectively. So,
okay, what of Southeast now?
Let's see if I can find, because I abandoned it halfway through, because it was so ridiculous that I abandoned it halfway through. But let's see what it says. Let's see what it says about the Southeast. He did mention the Southeast. He said, okay, let's see. Where is the Southeast? Okay. Right. It says Labour Party also had the highest preference amongst respondents from the Southeast, with 72% of the voting intentions. The APC and PDP scored 3% and 2% respectively of the voting intent, whilst NNPP scored 0%. Despite voter apathy and security challenges occasioned by the clamor for secession in the Southeast, there was a very high intent to vote, with only 6% undecided. So I think Obi's popularity has fallen in the Southeast somewhat. Usually it's 96% usually that they give him there. It's like a twilight zone. It's like a parallel universe. It's like we're living in two parallel universes concurrently, and you are walking like this, and people are walking like this, and never the twin shall meet. No. What are we doing? Kwakwan scores 2% in the Northeast. Oh, and Obi scores 15% in the Northeast. 2%. Don't be daft.
One man. You know, when we started, I said, just disregard any polls you saw online. It's just nonsensical. Somebody would tell me that Peter Obi a landslide in the Southeast, but Tinubu, as a Yoruba man, he will not win landslide in the southwest.
In fact, it will lose Lagos. So it will lose Lagos. It will lose Lagos.
It will, yes, it will lose Lagos. Somebody is telling me on this platform that Peter Obi will win 25% in Ekiti. Ekiti, my mother's state. You remember I brought my junior brother, the politician. You can't even mention Peter Obi in Ekiti. You can still be mentioning Peter Obi in Oyo, Lagos, Ekiti. They are conk. You know what I mean?
Ijile.
I can still say Peter Obi can have 25% in indigenous people.
They are the Ekitis. They are the indigenous people of Yoruba land. Indigenous people of Yoruba land.
Wọ́n ti gbalẹ̀ mọ́ ọlá lọ́wọ́ nìyẹn. Tàbá fún ìdíje. Bọ́lá yà jókòó sí Canada títí láíláí.
How come?
No. The thing is this: if they understand that terrain, they will be very careful because any voting in Ekiti, can Obi get 25% in Ekiti, where anything is possible, but Ekiti vote or not there. Conspiracy. You see, there's one thing is if Ekiti say this is the person we want, justification or not, that doesn't concern them. If you like, carry the whole of Lagos, put it in Ekiti, but if Ekiti say they don't want to, that conspiracy is what they will face, and they will vote it that way. So Ekiti.
But Ola, it's not going to happen in this case. It can happen among indigenes there. That is between Ekiti and Ekiti indigenes. But to say for outsider on this presidential,
that's what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying. Obi that didn't go to Ekiti for election. This is Ekiti will just go. See, Ekiti will not go. See, for you to even convince them, you have to associate. You see, a politician that can win Ekiti, the like of Fayose, you associate with all those Yaloja, everybody. You get them fresh water, you do everything with them, you have them wash clothes. Those are the people that. But who knows Obi in Ekiti? During the election, you ran away. You say you went to Egypt to go and study how to do electricity. That alone, Ekiti they already have you. Already they have grudges against you already. You become now on election day now. They come, they see now. And believe me, even those people, don't let me say that. Because some people will vote for Obi that day, but they won't be able to come out and say they vote for Obi. That's how bad Ekiti can be. So if they understand the stubbornness of Ekiti, they won't just come and give some kind of.
All right. Sorry. Let's get back to Thomas, who might want to rush off fairly soon. So Thomas, round off that space and then explain your outfits to us, because I think the comment section you started a debate with your outfit, but round up that post and then talk us through your outfit.
Yes. So to me, I mention my local government here every time. Kajola local government.
Kajola.
No, I don't. Kajola local government. No, I don't see any Obi winning that state. Popularly, all the southwest. Obi will put something in Lagos if they release the southeasterner PVC in Lagos. It will put polls in Lagos, because that is what the conspiracy I've been hearing when I was in Nigeria, that just leave them where the populated area of the southeasterner in Lagos, they will not release their PVC. They will find this politics is dirty. It's dirty. Tinubu is going to play dirty. If you like yourself in the day of election, when they say hey, just run, guide your head. Your life is much important than any election in Nigeria. They will suppress them in Lagos. With all these threats, we are going to get 25% in Lagos. Forget, they will not get 5% in Lagos. Go and write it down. God will spare our life. You will not die. We will live. We will see what will happen in Lagos. And this poll, Mama, just disregard any poll that you saw online. Just look at it and just disregard it. And then my outfit, I think
Yes,
Australian.
you told us you were on your way to work, but you look like you were on your way to some dabole, pomole, what I mean. So what's going on?
What I discovered is Australian is taking maybe my Yorubaness a little bit. All my attires I bought from Nigeria, I just abandoned them. But when I went to Nigeria, I saw some things that you are still a Yoruba man now. When I came back, I've been wearing our attire, and people appreciate it. And I think people, our culture, we need to bring it back. How we dress, they appreciate us much better than even the English dress we are wearing. I wore one yesterday, was very perfect. People were giving me kudos, acknowledgement. Even some people even tell me the tailor. I'm trying to be a exporter now of our attire to some African countries living here. So I just want to be a Yoruba man. I'm proud of Yoruba. Yoruba is the most better culture in the whole world. I'm proud to be a Yoruba.
No, that's your prejudice view. I'm sure a man from China would disagree, but no. Yeah. It looks as though your tailor was the winner in this trip that you went to Nigeria. Your tailor was the winner. Oh, have you frozen? Oh, all right. I think Thomas has frozen.
His internet.
Let's just hold him. I should clip this. Let him. Yeah, go on, Thomas. You're back.
To go.
Yeah. Thank you, one man. I will see you in the next section. Preparing to go to work. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Sorry. Are you going to work like that, like your dress?
No. I'm going to change. I'm at home.
Okay.
I'm going to change. Yeah.
All right.
I can wear this only on weekends. Only on weekends.
Have you broken into Monday where you are?
Yes, well, Monday morning, 12:17, Monday morning.
AM?
Monday afternoon, yeah. No,
wow.
Afternoon.
Oh, wow. Okay,
yes.
Well done. All right, thank you, Thomas.
Look at the sun.
My God.
Ojiwo flower.
Ojiwo flower. Are they artificial flowers or real ones?
Artificial. Yeah, artificial.
All right. Okay.
Artificial.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much,
Thomas. Also, so Thomas said the example: dress up when you are coming to the one-man platform. So dress up when you are coming to the one-man platform, but we don't even know what it looks like. Never mind him dressing up. Ola, you are up next. So Ola, let me take you then to that space. Marking it was the space really that was addressed by I think Adale Koko. DOG actually. Makinde Otom Wike resolved to join APC, declare support for Tinubu. So the speculation now, we all know that Wike and his band of merry men, we all know that they have left the PDP in spirit, if not in body. And we all know that they wield a lot of political cachet in terms of votes. But where are they going to take that vote? That is really, because wherever Wike and his space go, that might well determine who is going to be the next president of Nigeria. So very important. So, but where do you think then Wike is going to take his vote and pack his support? A lot of speculation that is moving towards Tinubu, Ola.
Oh, I thought you said they declared that they will join Tinubu. So it's still on speculation, right?
It's still on speculation. You see, I put a question mark to it here, but
you see, from what I've learned about Otom, it seemed like, which is understandable. It seemed like his own politics is going to be on religion. It's not going to be on. Region or party, because when you listen to that man, I think he has his own justifiable reasons, because all he's out for, number one, is to protect his people. And I will not be stupid not to believe that he wants to protect himself, because after all the way he has stood against Buhari and let me say Buhari Kaba. So I think we need protection. We need some kind of political protection once he steps down as the president, as the governor of the state. Because he must have seen what happened to the like of Rufai and Ribadu there. So that one alone will be something that we guided. So as it is now, the last time I know, I think he was moving towards Obi the way he was speaking. So if
you mean when he said he was going to offer Obi logistics?
Yeah, when he was saying all those things, the way he was speaking against the Muslim ticket, the way he was trying to give us a logic that okay, would they not, for example, take like a Muslim Christian ticket?
So are you talking about Otom? You're talking about Otom, man?
Yes, I'm talking about Otom.
Okay, all right. Okay.
I'm talking about Otom. So that's why I say to me, what I learned about him the last time is like he's playing more towards Obi in what I learned than Tinubu. So because it will be a news for me if I wake up tomorrow and I see and I read that Otom now is supporting Tinubu, but for now he's not supporting Tinubu. But as for Wike, to me, I don't know where Wike may want to, because Wike too, I don't see that guy want to be out of political relevance. So he will do what I think, because head or tail, whether he moves to PDP or he moves to APC, whether he moves to Labour Party or wherever he moves to, he will still be politically relevant. But at the end of the day, I think the man at the center too will be what they want to leverage on. So naturally, I would say maybe he want to go with Tinubu, but I don't see him going with Tinubu because I think this guy has a very political leaning with this guy in Edo State. So and I think those guys, they still have something to grind to grind with
Are you talking about Wike now?
I'm talking about Wike, yeah. So right. I think Wike and the governor of Edo State, I think.
So you think Wike is not going to support Tinubu because he has issues with Obaseki?
Yeah, no, he doesn't have issue with Obaseki. It was Obaseki that has issue with APC, right? So, and I think himself and
all right. Hold on, Ola. Sorry, gentlemen, give me 5 minutes. I want to do something. I want to attend to something. DOG, take time. DOG, hold the fort. Okay. Carry on, Ola. Yeah.
So the way I see it as it is now, if I want to second guess, I think they are trying to be. I think that they are trying to be very cautious because it's not looking as it is now. It's not looking like Wike will support Tinubu. Even if it's nurturing that thing, it's not open to anybody. It's not looking like that. And it's not looking like Obaseki too will support APC. So if Obaseki is not supporting APC because he has something to grind with APC, it will take a very strong.
Obaseki is in PDP now.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Obaseki is in PDP, man. You said he's not supporting APC, so I'm trying to let you know he's in PDP. He has no.
I know, because they deny him of tickets for second time. I know, and I'm not saying that it's a good pally to the best of my knowledge. It's a good pally to Wike, and I think himself and Wike, I think they are planning something. So I think
no, they are not good pally anymore. They are not good.
Okay, yeah. That means he
stabbed Wike in the back during the primary of APC. I mean, during the primary
of
PDP. So, and since then, they've not been good friends again.
Okay,
you know?
Okay.
Ola, don't you think even if Wike will support Tinubu or even Obi, let's even say he wants to support Obi, don't you think it won't make it so glaring at the moment right now? he will start that support. He will just what he just need to do is canvass his people for who they are going to support. Then close to election, that's when he's going to burst Atiku's bubble. If he's going to go down.
Yes, that is the way they will do it.
I don't see Wiki joining PDP because already what Atiku did is it will only take a politically naive person to believe Atiku, because Atiku has record of not honoring whatever agreement he gives you. So he's so dynamic that he can Atiku can even deny himself when it comes to political matter. So, but where we go to, maybe because, like I said, head or tail, that guy will still have his political relevance. So, as it is now, I may even be permutating that the guy may even join Obi that instead of joining the APC, instead of joining Tinubu.
No,
So
you see, Ola,
it's not clear to me, right? I'm just saying.
How me I see this is I don't think Wike wants to leave PDP, because obviously he knows once Atiku doesn't win this election, that's the end of Atiku in PDP for now. So everybody will now rally around to say, how can we bring this party forward? Then everybody will want to reconcile. And when he comes back in, he now has a upper hand, because now they know what the guy is made of. They know the stuff is made of. So they will respect him more. So he will rather he will win a state for PDP, then give his support for whoever will win so he can get national support. Then he goes back into PDP, because I think for me, if I'm in his shoes, I won't sacrifice. I won't just give up all my sacrifice for PDP just like that. I will just be looking for, okay, this period should pass. Let me see if Atiku won't win this election, and I will try my best for him not to win this election if he's not trying to come to term with me. And Atiku not even trying to succumb to Wiki and say, okay, you know what? Let's switch truly. Let's do this and let's pet everybody and let's agree and let's do this thing. And I think it's even just too late, to be honest. Because how many months to election? 2 months to election. I think it's too late. No matter even when you reconcile, to now gather momentum and do what you should have been doing 6 months ago in an election in Nigeria is kind of late. Or what do you think?
No, I think I agree with you, because everything we are doing now is hypothetical, right? So because we have to know what type of deal can we can strike with APC that will make him become political relevant or sustain his political relevance. Because look at this way. For example, if you go to APC, you help APC win. What's probably that is APC is not going to push you out. We know that, for example, we know how Obasanjo tried to form some kind of agreement with Ebola Ige, and that thing ended AG in southwest Nigeria. So the only person that survived was Tinubu. Because that's Tinubu that now try to build his ACN and APC political machinery again in the southwest. So now, but if he try to go with Obi, for example, assuming we know that Obi may not win the presidential election, but Obi, I don't think Obi angle will have capacity to eliminate Wike politically in the Rivers State. But then, hypothetically, assuming that this guy Obi now goes ahead and win the presidential election, so it makes things better for him. But APC, I don't think how Wike can survive APC if he doesn't play that politics properly. So to me, as it is now, I will be thinking, I could be wrong, I will be thinking that it'd be more moving, it'd be more tending towards Obi than Tinubu. So except there's going to be some kind of strong agreement that will protect this guy politically, because all what this ex-governor want to do is that they still want to hold their territory. As it is now, we know that nobody can say Amaechi can still hold anything so important politically within the Rivers State now. And I think the like of Wike will learn from that, and we would like to hold on to Rivers State like Tinubu is holding on to Lagos State. What do you think too? You can correct me.
Yeah, can I interject?
Yeah, come in.
Thanks, woman. So I think he would rather go with APC just because he will want more federal presence in the state, and I think that's what he has been saying. That look, we, all these days we don't want anybody to just come and give us a vote and say and promise something that is not going to watch it. We want something where we can say, "Oh, what have you done for the state?" So, and if you look at it, you will feel like I think it's more in favor of APC than Obi. So, and you will want to go in that line. Even he will not want to lose the state. So he might give that state to PDP to his preferred choice of candidate, but he will still know that yes, we need to link with the federal government to bring more projects and more presence of federal things in the state. So if you look at those things, it will like to go in that line. And back again, what Adelko was saying, like saying, it might not tend to that people. I think some couple of days ago, when it was celebrating his birthday, the elders forum and in the state they went there and they asked, they said, look, we are only waiting for you to tell us the direction we'll go for the presidency. So it is Wike that will decide. If he says, oh, for this, we are going for Tinubu, that's where they are. So they're only waiting for him to give them the nod towards the side. And once he says yes, that is it. So it will be hard for PDP to come out of this crisis right now. Even today, you notice that they just released the PCC or the PDP PC Council for Ekiti State, and Fawasho's name was missing there. The same thing with Olujimi, and thereafter they released a statement. So most of those contesting for House of Reps saying they rejected that thing. So there is more crisis going on for Atiku than what he can shield now. So he should have done this earlier. We were saying this on the program a couple of months ago, but I will always say there is always one day in politics. Not this time around, because there is more damages going on in PDP, especially when it comes to the link of the G5. They are waiting to 11th hour. Is it when it's going to be February 1st? That is when they want to start working and bringing it back. So I don't think that will work. So you can continue.
All right.
Can I interject? Look,
yeah, come in, Ajale Kokoya.
Look, Ayo, it's never too late for them to reconcile whatever differences among them. They still have time.
They don't really have time, do they, Ajale Koko? It's 2 months to the elections.
Yeah, they still have time. Look, 24 hours is time.
Ajale Koko, sorry. Do you notice what happened yesterday again? At the meeting which Jando had with those of the elders in Lagos, they're saying there will be time. But each time we are drawing closer to the election, and there is deeper crisis, even in Lagos.
Look,
I was listening to one of the I think the DG for Atiku in Lagos saying he was just saying some trash about Bode George, saying, oh, well, he doesn't care that it was Bode George who brought Jando into PDP. He never knew this is what is going to happen, and they feel that they will use Revival, the one the gubernatorial for Labour Party, but now it's not working, and that remember that the last time the G5 came to Lagos, that the other parties faithful wanted to stone them. I was just like, what are you saying? No, so these crises are deepening each day, and there is no time. Look, if it was when it was just two-party structure, you can say, oh, one day. This is more than that. Obi force is there. So it's not where you can say, oh, if you are not going there. So you need to, by now, they should have strengthened that, formed the bond, not in this area, and every day we feel like, oh, there is still time. Now, the year is gone. But maybe by next week, they will start campaigns, go in recess, come back, and then you will still say, oh, they can still mend the ways. I don't think so.
You're factoring in that Obi thing is actually a very good point. If it was back in the days when we have two-party system, yeah, you might be able to catch up because it's just two. But now there is a third force, and even for them, that the two strong parties, I'm sure they've made all their plans, all their argument. They didn't see this obedient thing coming at all. they didn't know it will come up like this, and it's actually what they were not expecting. So I totally agree with the way what you've said. Yeah.
Well, yes, I'm still of the position that they can still reconcile it. Recently, Wike and the group told us that all the doors are not shut against reconciliation. That is what they said. Wike said he doesn't have problem. Him and his group doesn't have problem with Atiku. But the chairman of the party have to go. A Southerner must be the head of the party. And if they don't do that, then there's going to be a problem for them. But if by tomorrow, the party leadership says, look, we cannot allow 5 governors to just go away like that. And they decided to force Aisha down and tell Wike to bring in their chairman and stuff like that. This is the party they have heavily invested. Wike have invested heavily in that party. Tom have invested heavily in that party. So other governors and all those leaders from the South. It is not their wish to abandon that party. But what they are doing is just fight for justice and equity in that party. That they must have representation at the top level of the party. That is what they're fighting for. It's not, Tinubu is not, be candidacy is not a big deal to them. It's not something that is too attractive to them. Atiku is the man they've been coming with long ago. It's just that, yes, what is happening is not good for their own interests, and that is why they are fighting now. And if they don't agree to take Aisha down, then they will go another way. But if the other side agree tomorrow that, okay, Aisha is going, they will go back. That is the political foe that they've been coming with all these years, several years, since 1999.
Okay, Adalekuku, sorry again.
So don't let us say, oh, it's all over, that is not irreconcilable. No, they can still reconcile and go back there, join together, because why are they still campaigning for PDP, for state and other this thing in their state? That's to tell you that, yes, they are still member of the party.
All right. Ayo, have that comment you want to make, and then I'll round out that space. Then I'll move the conversation on to Saki Father just to keep it moving. I think you wanted to disagree.
Yes, thank you. Yes, what I wanted to ask Adaleko a question. You know, we said this on the platform too, before the kickoff of the campaign, and I was saying it that it is better for them to reconcile now and let Ayu go, because that was still about 3 months before kickoff of the campaign, and we will see. Well, so do you think it's still possible for now for Ayu not to step aside for whichever way before the campaign? That campaign has begun going to 2 months now, and so do you think that can still change now at this time of it? So because if that is possible, he should have done that prior to the campaign when the kick off the campaign. But it was just like, oh no, back and forth. I'm not going to stay there. I'll be there. That's not what I said. And now they've been going around the states campaigning without those key 5 governors. Even the last campaign in Lagos was just rubbish, nonsense. The last one. So when he came there, so at this stage, I don't think that's my personal opinion. I don't think, and I don't know how if Ayu is going to step aside. So this time around, because if he wants to do that, he should have done that honorably proud to the commencement of the campaign. But now they are deep into it. They've gone to so many states and they feel they can. And you think that will not happen now? They are in a big mess.
All right, thank you.
Then they thought they can force the wicked, they can bully them to surrender. But now the wicked has shown their strength. They fought back hard and they've reduced them to nothing. Now it's getting clearer to APC, to PDP. Those Aisha you and Atiku side that things are not looking good. When it got to come to a time when the leaders of the party will see the picture clear that, look, without these 5 guys, we are heading towards failure. And that time, I am telling you, they will come to Wike's time in order to bring them in so that they can go all the way out against. And that, when that happens, that will energize PDP base across the country. And that might happen in January. I believe it will get to a point when it be clearer, very, very clear to them that the game is looking over for them if they don't bring all the dissenting voices, if they don't bring them in, they are heading toward failure. But to totally say they are failure or they cannot, no. It doesn't happen. Look, a lot of things happen in politics that is even worse than see, and they still, reconcile and work together.
All right. Let Fatai come in. I think Fatai wanted to come into that conversational space. Fatai, yeah.
Yeah, Baba Darling Coco. A lot of things happen in politics, but this particular one, they will never reconcile. I don't know if you listen to in Anambra when Dino Melaye. No, Mama Sorizin sing in the Anambra rally. Dino Melaye introduced Yosha Ayu as unfireable chairman. He was a jab at Wike. They will never the reason they will never reconcile it. I mean, Wike already hinted at it. Wike is just taunting PDP. They want to drive the camp of Yosha Ayu out of PDP, and they will take back their PDP. There is not the money up to almost close to 15 billion naira they made in the primary is gone. Wike said it one time that IU is taking it all to start building a school, a university in Benue. There is no money to run the campaign. IU cannot go because if another chairman comes in, where is the money? It's going to be a problem. It's going to be messy. The only question is, what does IU have on Atiku that Atiku cannot tell him to go? And even if Atiku tells him to go, there is no money to run the campaign. That is why they will not reconcile. They will just go in like that and whatever happens. They cannot reconcile it. The 15 billion naira, close to 15 billion naira, where is it? That is the question on underneath everything. Where is the money they made during the primary? If the money is not there, except if IU brings back the money, otherwise they cannot reconcile. Politics is follow the money. I don't see how they can reconcile.
Fatai, like Baba Ajay just said that 24 hours in politics, it's like a lifetime opportunity to reconcile. But to basically, corroborate your point, this issue it has festered beyond, reconciliatory phase already now. Are you aware of the fact that Wike sponsored more than 10 senatorial candidates against against Atiku's candidate? For instance, one of them is in Yagba, is it Yagba East or wherever, Dino Melaye's senatorial district. The guy who won Dino Melaye during the PDP's senatorial election is Wike's guy, and Wike did that in almost 10 different senatorial constituencies. So this fight actually started, before even the primaries, because Wike was already seeing some handwriting on the wall. And then Wike is like a bloody dog now that is out, to take a pound of his flesh. Not even only Atiku now, but what Tambuwa did to him. Wike basically almost single-handedly, made Tambuwa the Speaker of the House. So it goes beyond just Wike versus Atiku. Wike is fighting on several fronts, and then he has succeeded basically now to, if you see what is happening in the whole of Southwest, look at Ekiti State for instance. Fayose is having some issues with Ayu too, because during the gubernatorial election, Ayu refused, and then Ayu actually, basically, ganged up against Fayose. They didn't release funds for Fayose. There are issues in Ondo State. The leader of PDP in Ondo State, Mimiko, is having issues with the national body. So when you look, and then the whole of Southwest is basically in ruins now. The number one man of PDP in Southwest, Bode George. We know Bode George is a strong enemy of Tinubu, but you can see his position already. So these folks, they've taken a certain position, and Atiku should be blamed. Because Atiku at a point, when he was supposed to be the leader of the political party, was taking sides, and it's gone too long, it's gone too far. Of course, 24 hours is a big time in politics, but within those 24 hours, when you do not check some lacunas, some loopholes, then it could actually fester than what you can actually shoot. And Wike is not just fighting Atiku, he's fighting for revenge, and he's a vengeful man that is ready to take his own pill from all these folks. That's the way it's going to go, and they are not really backing down. So Atiku, it's unfortunate for him. Just like what happened between Messi and Mbappe today, France and Argentina, you see there's more or less like an eclipse of luck that actually, coalesce everything around Messi to make today a Messi's day. Almost 7 top first team players from France, were not in action. And then when things are actually working in your way, you can see it. Then when you are the abinger of your own, issues, then you have yourself to blame. Atiku is done. Let's forget it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Atiku is done. It's not done, no, but it's until the fat lady sings, as we know.
Look at Southeast, for instance. What does he want to do in Southeast? Do you think? Look at Southeast, for instance, one man. Southeast, go and look at Southeast voting pattern for PDP, right? PDP, we go to sleep any day, anytime with their eyes closed, and they will wake up with 100% block vote from the Southeast and South. Now they can't do that. Even let's assume they reconcile today. Are they going to reconcile Peter Obi's Igbo people from Southeast for voting for them? It's not going to happen. Look at South, for instance. And then when you look at all this multiplicity of issues coming from almost every angle for Atiku, except you are probably a political Lilliputian that you'll be thinking Atiku is not done. Atiku is done politically. Wike has had it out for Atiku, and he's going to wreck Atiku. He's going to chase all of them out of PDP, because that's what Wike is trying to do. Wike considers Atiku, Dino Melaye, Saraki, Tambuwa, Aisha Ayu, all of them, he sees all of them as renegades who left PDP for ruins, and then they come back at their convenience, to just pick it from where they believe, where they believe they've not sown, and then they just go out. So Wike is ready for them now. We are crumbling this political party. Then I will rebuild it when all of you are gone post 2023 election. That's what Wike is doing.
All right.
Sorry, one man. Enigmatic, can I quickly chip in something? Have you guys noticed that?
Sorry, hold on. I agree with what Enigmatic just said, because that's my position too. That Wike, he wants the party to hemorrhage all these people. And for the party to hemorrhage all these people, they have to lose that election. So he's going to sacrifice the election to get rid of all of these renegades and then build the party again in his own image. But I deal back to you.
Yeah, even when you see any clip of Atiku now, you don't see that hype in him. He's always looking so dull, confused. I don't know if I'm the only one reading into his countenance. Things are not working the way he expected, and everybody can even see it. And I just think Wiki has already done a big damage, and even reconciling with him, it's too. I think it's just too late. They've left it too late. Is this? This is. We are almost finished. This the year is over, so they have less than 2 months. To be honest, it's less than 2 months, and I don't know why. I like Ajani Oko. I could have believed that there is always still time, but Nigerian election, there is no time. Like in this situation, I don't think there is time. Even if they reconcile, it's hard to patch all the damages that has been done already. A lot of people have left. Obi has taken some people off. Wike is not even really in time. You left it too late. You are too proud, too arrogant to sort him out and come to his terms and say, okay, let's sort this out. So I think it's just too late for Atiku. I don't see he will get some votes in the north. And another factor is most southwestern people don't even want a Fulani. So I don't see him getting that PDP vote from the southwest again to add that to it. So he's in a really big mess, to be honest.
Do you think that's why he's been so obstinate about IU? Because he knows that there's no chance. So he's just going to hold on to that space and say, no, F you, Wike.
Exactly,
Because
100%.
because if he thinks he can win, I don't think he will be. Or am I reading that wrong?
Yeah. You are very right, because that is a way to cut Wike's grip on the party, and I think that's why I believe even if Wike supports anybody, he won't leave the party, because he knows after this election, once the guy loses that election, the party will want to reconcile, and they now know what the guy is made of, so they want to bring him back. They will then he will have that authority in that party to now start. Okay, this is what I want. This is what we must do to now propel the party forward. But he will obviously support somebody that he knows will win the election, because obviously we need national support and all those things. So that's why I think if he was going to support anybody, we've seen he's a very clever guy. He won't go and choose somebody that he knows his chances are slim. He would rather go with somebody that the chances are high, then adding his own resources to what that person already have will probably give that person more opportunity to win the election. So that's why I see him leaning towards supporting Tinubu, and they will just have an agreement. I'm going to stay in my PDP, but I will support you. You will win. Then we all work together. Then he can take over PDP, and I am sure Tinubu will be happy to go with that.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me take the conversation on in the direction of Saki Father. So, Saki Father, you're up next. But on my way to the Saki Father, let me highlight the buy the coffee thing again. Only Ayo has so far availed himself of that space. So we would like at least 3 people to go into that space. So only Ayo so far. So if you click on that link, if you want to donate towards the platform. Saki Father, are you there?
Yeah, what about
all right, brilliant. Good to have you, Saki Father. So, Saki, I want to play you a series of videos. They are just short clips anyway, but I want to play you a series of videos. Then I'd like you to react to it. But before I play the first one, you remember how mocking we were when Peter Obi turned up in, where was it? That nobody turned up in Kogi State, and we were endlessly laughing at him. Do you remember?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so no, contrast that with this, because in Kogi State, Peter Obi even pulled a higher crowd than this. So look at that. This, by the way, is Tinubu's rally in Abuja. Yeah. Have you ever seen anything so pitiable? What really tells you that there was nobody there? You know, whenever they shout APC, you hear people say power or something. The woman just said APC, and all you could hear were crickets. Nobody was there because that's a public square, by the way, and a good 80% of the people just going about their business, not there for anything. So this journey of Tinubu, yes.
Well, that's Abuja, but I think maybe one of the things that could be responsible for that, Abuja is not like a state that has sort of governor, So I think it also happened to Atiku when Atiku organized a rally there. So,
but look at that though. Was that not the most pathetic thing you've ever seen?
No,
not even a dog turned up. Not even a dog turned up. And they've been telling us Jagaban. Not even a dog turned up.
I wouldn't say pathetic. Yeah, I wouldn't say pathetic. So,
Atiku, we have a mammoth crowd. Abuja, go and check. Probably I may be wrong, but
Atiku has done his own in Abuja.
Abuja is pure PDP.
Yeah, it always has been. But even it being pure PDP, did you not see that clip? Not a dog turned up. If you discount the people, they were just, and let me play it again. But what I want you to pay attention, for the benefit of people who may not, and let me draw attention to this. What I want you to look at when you're looking at, it's only a minute, but I'll only play a few seconds of it. What I want you to look at is to discount people that you feel are not there for that rally. And then you'll see that not up to 10 people turned up. You just discount in your own mind that somebody you think is just going about his business or her business, not there for the rally. Not one single person looked like they were there for that rally.
But quick question, one man. Was Tinubu in this rally?
I don't know, but still.
He's not there, so we can't really say
let's assume that he's there. Look, do you know Philip Aduda, I think the highest ranking PDP guy from ABJ, their senator, will probably pull a better crowd than that. And that is what we just have to be factual about some certain facts. All these political parties, regardless of the APC and PDP, there are some states that they will go, like in Abuja now, right? Of course, we know maybe the Minister of State for FCT, that woman from Kogi State, was probably the one who represented Tinubu in that gathering, right? And they do not have a governor. The minister itself, I think, is from Kaduna State or Niger State. So they were all in Niger State to organize the Niger rally. So whatever they get from ABJ, they go with it. I don't think ABJ has ever fallen into the hands of an opposition than PDP since 1999. I may be wrong, but you can check it, one man. This crowd is a big crowd, I must tell you. So they know, one thing you can take from these two legacy parties is that they know their strengths and their weaknesses, right? They know where they can just negotiate for 25% and they go on with that. They don't overblow their trumpet in areas where they don't need to overspend their money or energies.
No, all right. Back to you, Saki. So Enigmatic just told us that 10 people turning up for the presidential rally of the incumbent government is a big crowd. Do you agree?
Let me say this. Saki, please. Look, this video can I think this video is not really, it might be when people are coming into that venue, it's not the real video of the rally. Because, the practice, at every rally, you must show the candidate of the party. The candidate is not shown. If we have the candidate shown in that video and as well the video carry it on and show it the way we have seen it, then we can conclude that yes, Tinubu was there, people are scanty, and we can regard that rally as a failure. But the way it is deceptive. It's not showing the true picture of what really happened there. I think the people that tweeted out this video.
So how come it wasn't deceptive with Peter Obi, but now is now all the excuses are rolling in?
We saw video. We saw Obi there now. We saw the video of Obi presence, and they show everything. So we saw that. But this one, we are not seeing the Tinubu. We are not seeing. They are not showing the podium. They are not showing anybody. Look, if
exactly. Thank you, sir. That was why I asked that question earlier. Like, was Tinubu there?
Yes, they are not showing anything. If there is no way Tinubu will campaign in Abuja, this capital city of government of Nigeria, that crowd will not bombard that place. No, this video is a joke. It's just to present a picture of a failed campaign by Tinubu in Abuja, and it's just for propaganda purposes. It's not a true picture of it.
All right. Back to you, Sake. So, Sake, are you buying all these excuses from this
Well, I didn't
buy
what Ajalekuko said. The reason I didn't buy it is that this same video was posted by Festus Keyamo in his Twitter handle. So if there is a counter narrative to that effect, he would have also come out with other videos. Because when he posted that video, people started laughing at them, and he now quickly said it was a youth rally, So people now started laughing like, is it because it is counted there? You now quickly try to say now it is a youth rally. So I think if there is another video to that effect, Festus Keyamo would have been in better position to repost another better video. But that's not the point. Well, whatever happens, I wouldn't say it is so pathetic, I wouldn't say it is so pathetic. Maybe I don't see Abuja as the way I see other states.
You don't think that was pathetic? Even for Abuja, we're talking about a presidential. If that was even a state, a local government chairmanship. Barely anybody turned up. Did you do what I said to discount the people that you thought were not there for the rally? Nobody turned up.
Well, I don't know, but to me, because I think this guy has not rallied in Abuja, and it was also not impressive as what we normally see in states. Atiku, it was the video I saw for Atiku was scanty too. It wasn't so impressive as what they normally see in states. So in these states, all these governors, they can actually galvanize, mobilize, and but Abuja is definitely predominantly civil service based kind of environment, and the people there are quite enlightened. I don't think you can easily just tell somebody to leave his work environment and come and attend the rallies. So I wouldn't maybe other factors may have contributed to such outings. So I wouldn't say it is very pathetic. I wouldn't.
It was pathetic. No need to be polite now. You have to stick the knife
into
your
it's not about it's not about being polite. I'm trying to just oppose it with what Atiku had when he did his vote there. So
all right. I did say I was going to play you a series of videos. So let me play you another video, Sake Fada. Have you been listening to the narratives around Rufai Oseni?
Yes, I think I've been listening to
about his lack of professionalism, especially the way he handled Reno Mokri.
I heard when you guys were saying something about that.
Would you believe that Rufai Oseni, off the back of that fight, has been threatening to end Reno Mokri's life?
I think there was a time they had back and forth, you know.
All right. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. I'll play you 2 videos now. Watch this.
She called. I think she even called Auntie Pamela.
Because if I want to be dead here,
Yes.
take your brother out in less than 3 minutes.
No, there's no need for that because I don't even understand.
Oh, okay. So let me play it one more time.
She called. I think she even called Auntie Pamela.
Because if I want to be dead here,
Yes.
take your brother out in less than 3 minutes.
No, there's no need for that because I don't even understand.
Listen to Reno Mokri respond to that. Listen to this. Watch this.
You use lies to campaign or to attack your opponents. As long as you're not using lies, anything can go.
Anything can go, but at what point must we have a situation where anything cannot go and should not go? I mean, just recently you had a threat to your life by, some media personalities over some issues. Somebody caught off air trying to say, you'll be done with. But we cannot have a political environment, either off or inside the media, where anything must go for the sake of the Nigerian people. What are your response? How will you respond to that?
Well, see, we have to separate issues, and we don't have to compare apples with oranges. You don't have to conflict issues. You see, in that instance, what you're talking about, and I wish you didn't bring it up, but anyway, what you're talking about, you see, that was a journalist, and then that journalist, he's partisan. He's partisan. He supports Peter Obi, Rufai Oseni of Arise Television. So I've been invited to Arise Television to talk about Bola Tinubu's records because I had gone to Chicago personally. I went to Chicago State University personally. I didn't go on the internet. I didn't go through like maybe a phone. I went there physically. I provided video evidence that I went there. And I went there to verify that Bola Tinubu actually attended and graduated from Chicago State University. And then they told me that they gave me documentary evidence. And so when I was interviewed by Arise TV, this journalist lied and he said that a lawyer had subpoenaed Chicago State University and Chicago State University had denied record of Tinubu. And I told him, first and foremost, what you're saying is not true. I went to Chicago State University. I am not a supporter of Bola Tinubu. I went to Chicago State University. I went to the court in Chicago. I was able to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that Bola Tinubu is a drug lord. However, I'm not going to impugn and slander him by saying he did not attend a school that he did. And so the journalist was very upset with me. Said some things. And I was in Peru when I was interviewed. So by the time I got back home to my house, I brought the documents that Chicago State University had given me, and I scanned it, I showed it on social media. I also gave the phone number of Chicago State University, as well as their email address, the email address of the registrar. And so this journalist, I think he was embarrassed. He did a video insulting me, which was very unprofessional. He stopped me, insulting me. He said my white beards were full of lies. He said all manner of things against me. So the next day, I called the proprietor of Arise TV, Mr. Onduka Obagbena, and I told him, I said, look, these are the evidence. This is what I got from Chicago State University. This is the video evidence of your journalist, Rufai Oseni, lying to the public. And I gave him everything. He said, okay, we're going to do an in-house investigation. After they did their in-house investigation, he called me with Rufai Oseni, and then Rufai Oseni apologized to me. And I said, Rufai, I forgive you before God and man. Imagine my surprise. About 2 hours or 3 hours later, Rufai called my brother and began threatening me, threatening to take me out in 3 minutes, threatening to destroy me, asked my brother to warn me because by the time he's finished with me, and he did not know my brother was recording this conversation. And Tunde, you need to listen to the conversation. It's like listening to a mafia don ordering the execution of an enemy. So, it was bone chilling. So what I did was I called his proprietor and I said, this is what your boy has done. I sent him the tapes. And then they told me they were going to handle it in-house. But here's the thing, what Rufai Oseni did is not indicative of what the political class are doing. Right now, I don't want people to say that, things are so toxic. The way I see it right now, this political campaigning period has actually been cleaner than previous ones. You know, you see the candidates, you know, Bola Tinubu, Waziri Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, they're going about, they're talking about their messages. Their campaign teams, their media people are also talking about their messages. Of recent, I know there's been a clash between the APC, PCC media and Arise Television. However, you know, if you take that aside, this has been a rather, would I say, well thought out and well run political campaign period.
Well thought.
So there it is, Saki Fada, Rufai Oseni. So I've always insisted that it's not fit for purpose. Now he wants to end somebody's life for proving that Tinubu went to university.
Anyway, I don't know what happened in the space. You know, it is also important to hear from the other person, from the other version. You know.
But sorry, Saki, what are you looking to hear?
What are you?
I don't get it.
What do you want to hear?
This guy have evidence that the brother recorded the conversation when Oseni
Let me
called.
finish.
He told you Oseni called him to apologize with the boss. Then Oseni now called the brother to threaten that he's going to kill the brother because he has just proved to you that I have document that this guy truly went to this place. So I don't know what you need to hear from Oseni to
No, let me finish
change. Okay, all right, carry on.
All right.
Yeah.
Go on, Saki.
Yeah. Why I'm saying it is that what do we call him? The fact that Rufai Oseni called him and was threatening him, you know, that conversation is a recorded conversation. You know, I think we have to prove that that call was actually from Rufai Oseni.
Do you not know his voice?
This is a full record, so we have to prove that Rufai Oseni actually, because there was a time this guy, what do we call him? This guy that was talking, what's the name again?
Reno Mokri.
Reno Mokri. There was a time he came on Twitter and was like saying that obedience are threatening to take his, to go against his family, something like that, you know?
Yes, which they were on Twitter.
No. At the end of the day, the account that was chatting him up was investigated. And they found that it is like account from the same opposition that was created, not APCO. It was like all these crony account. What do they call it again? That kind of account that was doing those things, you know? So it is very easy to allege, but I think we still have to hear from the other version, you know. Rufai Oseni has to also respond to this, and the proper investigation has to be made to actually be very sure that that kind of threatening call actually came from Rufai, you know. So I think it's not very easy.
Do you think he should be sacked?
If he's found guilty of those kind of offense, he should be sacked. They should sack him if he's found guilty, you know. But I think I should rather focus on the conclusion we are arriving at, that he's being political or being partisan. And then again, we should also focus on the fallacious conclusion that he is supporting Peter Obi, you know. So we should also focus on that very argument. The issue of this call that was recorded, they should investigate further and make sure that that call actually came from Rufai and take necessary actions. You know, I will not be here to conclude that the call came from Rufai or didn't come from Rufai. He has presented his own version of the case.
Do you mean Reno is lying, or what are you trying to insinuate?
I'm not saying this. Reno is a human being. He has lied a lot. I can tell you different lies.
Reno never lied, to the best of my knowledge.
No, I will tell you one lie he has been lying.
Okay, tell me.
Reno has been writing on Twitter on several occasions that P2B drove out Northerners and was giving them, what do we call it?
No, Peter Obi did that. Civil servants, I can tell you this for a fact.
No. Let me finish.
Hold on. Civil servants in Anambra State Civil Service, they were
Let me finish.
basically
Let me
moved
finish,
out and they had to
Enigmatic. Let me
relocate them
finish.
to Lagos. This is a fact that I know.
Let me finish, Enigmatic. You don't know the facts.
Hold on, Enigmatic. Let him finish. Karen, yeah.
He alleged that Peter Obi drove out Northerners from Anambra State, and he was giving them, what do we call it? He was giving them ID cards. That is a blatant lie. You know, that is a lie. 2 days ago, a Northerner was interviewed. I think either yesterday or 2 days ago. A Northerner who was living in Anambra State during the time of Peter Obi was interviewed by the same Arise television. That Northerner doesn't even know how to speak English. On that Arise interview, he was speaking Hausa, and that's they were interpreting it. You know, so that very interview. And the guy, you know, gave what do we call it? Like a witness of what happened during the time of P2B and how P2B saved their lives when there was ethnic clash between Igbos and there was a kind of ethnic clash that happened in Anambra State. How P2B saved their life and even transported most of them to government house to protect them in that very crisis.
So, Saki Father, sorry to cut you short. So, how do we believe that guy is not being paid to come and say that too?
He said what?
And more so, knowing Oseni, Omakari has said all this, accuse him of all these things. The guy he is, Oseni would have come out to come and say, "Oh, I didn't make any call to his brother. I know him. We all know this guy." He would have said something about all this interview Reno had now to say, "Oh, to dispute. Oh, I didn't call his brother. He's lying." He would have said it. This video is over 2 weeks now, if I'm right. He would have come out to refute it. Then you now, if you say something, say, "Oh, how do we believe we didn't hear for the second person? How do we not know that this Hausa guy is being paid to come and say all that?"
And let me finish. Let me finish now. Let me finish.
And you will finish. I'm just interjecting, Abi.
Yes, let me finish.
Oh yeah, Karen Sake. Yeah, Karen Sake.
Yeah, why I'm saying what I'm saying is that I know the Anambra space when P2B was governor. I know the Anambra state. So it's just like telling Thomas here that I know your space when Sheyi Makinde was governor. I know the P2B space and I know what happened. I know where Northerners were given ID cards, and I can send you the video. It was in Imo State during the time of Okorocha. Okorocha even said it on video. I can send you the video. You listen to Okorocha when he was being interviewed. He was asked, "Why are you giving Northerners ID cards?" You know, he was asked. But another question you have to ask yourself: 2019, P2B was a deputy. P2B was a vice presidential candidate to Atiku. These stories never came out in that 2019. Why is it that now he's running for presidency and these stories started coming out? Why didn't they bring these stories in 2019?
Saki Father, this story has been in circulation for a long time. And do you know he actually even demolished mosque? Which one that
No, it never happened. I will tell you what happened.
I'm gonna send you something. Maybe
I will tell you what happened.
Before so you can probably.
I will tell you what happened. Listen.
Okay, because they want to push everything to Okorosha now, which is
hold on, Saki. Hold on, Saki. I think Enigmatic says he has evidence, so send it in or carry on, Saki.
Yeah.
Every time. It pains me very much when somebody who is not from Anambra State or who has not even lived very well in Anambra State is making a claim.
I'm not making a claim, Saki Father.
Let me tell you what happened. Okay, if you tell me he demolished a mosque, tell me where that very mosque was. If you are very sure of what you're saying.
Continue your story, guy. Continue your story.
I'm trying to tell you with facts now. You know, mosques were demolished. There was a mosque that was demolished. That very mosque was in a place called Sokoto Road in Nam Market. That was a place they had that very mosque. And a mosque was demolished there was all these crises that happens between like indigenous and people that are living in the state, you know. So there was a time, there was something that was happening in the north, you know. There was a clash either in Kanu or Sokoto or thereabout, you know. some Easterners were being like, there was a clash that happened there, and buses coming to Anambra State, then we are bringing like dead bodies in the north, Easterners, and these very things took up ethnic tension in Onitsha. It happened in Onitsha. It happened in Imo. It also happened in what do we call it? In Abia, in Aba. So during this ethnic tension, this kind of riot, the mosque in Onitsha was demolished. Not total demolition anyway. It was affecting, all these kind of crises they do. It was not P2B that did it. P2B even addressed that very space and told them that he will rebuild whatever that is damaged in that mosque. And he did that. He rebuilt it for them. It was something that happened out of these normal ethnic tensions that normally happen at times. So it was not from P2B. So how can you come on this space and be saying that P2B demolished mosque? I think we have to be very, 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 very careful with statements we make if we're not sure of what we are saying.
So, Saki Father, when you come here to defend some certain things, you should understand the fact that your facts are not subjective to just only one person, or because it's so easy. Just like what happened in Akuzu SARS the other time in Anambra State.
I don't know this, right?
Yeah,
continue.
They will try to absolve Peter Obi of all the.
I don't know what happened in Akuzu.
You don't know?
I don't know how it happened.
Let's forget it.
I don't say something I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
But what I'm telling you about this mosque is what I know. It is what I know. What I'm telling you about these Hausa people being given ID card is also what I know. I can send you a video from Rochas when he was being interviewed, when he started that in Imo State. So this story of P2B was given ID card, I don't know where that story actually came from.
Zaki, do you promise? You promise you're going to send that video?
Well.
You're going to send that video to one man. You're going to
send that video
where Okorocha is speaking, talking against
me. Let me find it now.
That's very important. We want to see it.
Yeah, let me find the video and send to
Wait,
you.
excuse me. My own take is this: why is it that mosque is now one of the measures to deny people their ticket or their campaign or their whatever? How do I say? Their aspiration to become governor or president? This same propaganda, though is a claim or a rumor, but they use it against Wike too. During the time they want to pick Wike, between Wike and Okowa, there was certain calls that got to Atiku from the northern head that said that Wike destroyed mosque in Port Harcourt, and they used that against him. So all this mosque, they're gonna destroy a mosque. It's not a big deal.
But why
is it not a big deal?
Wapis, do you know these kind of things shouldn't be news on a very serious note? We shouldn't even take them seriously, right?
Yes, now
you can imagine what obedience we take seriously, but when you try to do them the same thing or probably point the same thing to them, as you are asking this question now, you ask why is it serious? But imagine if you flip the coin now, how would they actually sensationalize this kind of irrelevancies?
Yeah, I understand that what everybody argument. I understand the argument, believe me. But what I'm just saying is just that why we have to subject ourselves to so low that if a mosque is destroyed, we have to pay with a ticket so dear to us or something so dear to us. But in the north, they do more than that, and they don't pay for it. So we are using some certain things that is irrelevant to differential or whatever ourselves. It's not good. It does not make sense. Putting so much effort on what does not make sense or don't hold water, we start building something on nothing. Destroy a mosque is under the governor preview. If the mosque was built wrongly, you can destroy it. If it was illegal form was used to build it, you can destroy it. If the state have developed and evolved that they have to upgrade and have to remove the mosque there, you can destroy it. If you destroy a mosque, then everybody is not just being sad and
all right. Back to you, Saki. Round off your thoughts on on Rufai's threatening to end Reno's life, and then I want to take you to another topic.
Yeah, they should. If it is truth, they should take every necessary action. I can't support him for threatening people. So that's my point there.
All right, brilliant. So let me now take you to a space.
Can I interject 1 minute?
All right, come in.
One man, you see, if you listen to Omokri, he said Rufai called him and apologized. And after that, he went to threaten his brother. Why must he do that? Could that even happen? Could that even be? I don't know. We have to hear from Rufai before we condemn that guy, because I don't see the reason why you will go and apologize and then you go and vomit your anger.
Yes. Ajanle Koko, if you look at the sequence of events, then you'll see how that might happen. So, Reno went to Chicago to establish Tinubu's credentials, which he then discussed with Rufai, which displaced him, and he went after Reno quite aggressively. Then Reno then went and scanned all of the evidence to prove categorically that this did happen. But then Rufai then went online in his own media space to start to insult Reno Omokri, saying his white beard is full of lies and all of that. So Reno then felt that Rufai crossed the line. He then called the chairman of that Arise space, and that chairman then made Rufai Oseni apologize. So he was miffed that the guy got him twice. So out of that anger, he then phoned Reno Omokri's brother, threatening all manners of everything. But unfortunately and unknowingly for him, Reno's brother was recording that call. So if you follow the sequence of events, then you'll see how he made that call.
Well, if you listen to that call, we don't know what the Reno brother said to him before he replied in the way he replied. We don't know what really happened. You know. What's that?
It's Saki watching football, but carry on.
So what happened before Rufai made that statement was not, we didn't hear the audio. So it was Rufai's response that we had, and we cannot use that to now kill this guy. What was that guy? What did that guy say to him that angered him to reply in such an aggressive manner? That is not.
Is there anything that could have justified that? Is there anything that could have been said that would have justified him saying he would end Reno's life?
Well, I don't. I wish he had said. I wish he shouldn't have said that. I wish he didn't say that rather. But sometimes when somebody says something to you that did not chime well with you, you could respond in angry, you know, in such.
But
does this not add
you can
to the
respond
narrative?
angrily and you know, say some.
I think what
does this not add to the narrative that this Rufai is saying is too emotional, too much of a hot head? Is this not further proof that it's too much of a hot head?
Yeah, he has to cool it down. That what he said was bad in that audio, but what did that guy say to him that forced him to respond in that manner too? We have to be that should be played to us. We must hear that. So that guy cut that side off. What happened? What led to that statement he made?
It will end Reno in 3 minutes.
I think what
maybe that guy said to him something like that.
No, sir. I think what might have led to that. What might have led to that is because Reno has called his boss.
Yeah, hold on.
Reno has called his boss to report him and force him to call Reno to apologize.
Yes, that's
So,
what irritated him. That's what
I think that's what irritated him.
That's
Now,
what got him.
your brother called my boss. Is he trying to get my job? You know, that kind of thing. I think that would have propelled him to call the younger brother if he has connection or has his number or something.
I think we're going to hear.
Do you think he should be sacked? Do you think he should be sacked?
In a sane world, they should sack him for that kind of thing. Even him saying all that, and Reno has called, and Reno has said, "Oh, I forgive you. It's okay." Then he now later went to call the brother. I think that is totally uncalled for. It is totally unnecessary. He has said, "I accept your apology. Just move on." But why are you trying to form the bad guy now, trying to threaten him through his brother? And I think with all this thing, with this interview Reno did, and with that audio, with the kind of person Oseni is, he would have come out to refute it and say something on that the Arise channel again to say it's all lie. I didn't call his brother. He would have said something about it. It's not somebody that will keep quiet if this kind of thing has come up in his name. He would have said something. That's why I believe this.
And it's not as though it's something hidden. Let me show you where I got the Rufai Oseni clip from. So let me share my screen. This is where I got the Rufai Oseni clip from. Let me just share this. So if you look at where I got the Rufai Oseni clip from, it's from, you can see that's a verified account, and you can see the name, Ben Murray Bruce. So it's Ben Bruce that's actually pushing this. And it says, I would like Mr. Rufai Oseni at Rufai something to listen to his words again and enlighten the rest of us on what he means when he says he can be deadly and take out Reno. So that's what he said.
What date was on that, sir? What date was
this?
It?
December the 4th.
He would have responded. I know, saying he wouldn't have kept quiet if Bruce have said something like this on. He would have said something. So that means he did it. And in this situation, the best thing is just to keep quiet and ignore it.
No, they should sack him. Is the best thing. It should be sacked.
No, one man, they don't need to sack him. They don't need to sack him. What I think, whoever knows Rufai should do is, when they say something that maybe Baba will help us solve that, and then when two politicians are having issues, do not it's just like a situation between a man.
Like Pharaoh Temi said, don't get into their fight.
Yeah, do not die in their war.
Into their war.
Yeah. Oba, if you look at what is happening between APC and Arise TV News, right? It's a long time crazy war that is between them. So Rufai is a small fry. Even when you look at Abati, you will see Abati's maturity and political, fecundity now, how he's been acting. He's acting neutral. But Rufai playing to the audience of one. The audience of the obedience is killing him now. He wants to prove to them that he's their champion on Arise TV. You can't be doing that. He needs to be careful with politicians because at the end of the day, they will go behind the scene. He will just, I don't know how to. He needs to be careful with his career. He's still very young to be having this kind of issues almost every time. When almost 3 fingers or 4 fingers are pointing at you, you need to look at yourself in the mirror. That what are you doing wrong? He needs to be. Reno is not the kind of person you will pick a fight with, and you think he's not. Reno is like you are picking a fight with a prostitute. He will drag you to the mud. He will do everything to neutralize that that your privacy that you seek so much. He needs to be careful. He's a very young guy. They are politicians. I need to stay away from them.
So we're saying should he be sacked? But the question is, even should he be arrested is more the question. Should this guy be in handcuffs?
One man.
Hello,
no, but if Reno
you are bringing a fuck. You bring a fuck. You are bringing a.
No, but if Reno push the case enigmatic, he's gonna get arrested. I think Reno just want to leave it there. He didn't want to just push for that. If Reno pushed the case, he's gonna get arrested.
Of course, if Reno actually wants to push button or about that case, there are several grounds. There are several grounds to nail Rufai, and that's what I'm actually saying. He needs to be careful because look, when you look at all these top journalists now in Nigeria, right? Take it or leave it, DOG. We know Nigerian journalism space, right? They have leanings here and there to politicians, to political parties, right? But Rufai himself in 2019, go and check out. This is not a news. It's common knowledge to everybody. Atiku Obi, right? He was rooting for Obi and Atiku in 2019, and in this present electionary circle, everybody knows that is Obi's.
Of course, 100%,
everybody
no
knows.
doubt.
They know themselves. So you can.
And we all know that Abati too is a PDP
Abati
person.
is a
No
third
doubt.
member of PDP. But you will see Abati's maturity, the way he carries himself, how to play neutrality, how to play the two sides. But this guy does not do that. And then you already know that you have the eyes of all these politicians watching you. Obagbena that you are trying to please or impress. At the end of the day, Obagbena is a big boy in the game. He been
But
doing
fine, enigmatic. I know they have to do their job. But in this light, should this really even be happening? Abati's PDP. Rufai is almost likely supporting Obi. But they will come there and be sounding as if they mean well for them. But you are supporting, you have a party. You should be neutral in all of this as a journalist. Even
Do you
if
know
you have...
Tudun even left the group already? Do you know why she left? Tudun, Abiola?
No, I didn't know why she left though. I
Okay,
just know I've been saying her.
It's part
yes,
of
I've noticed. I've not been seeing that. So
yeah, it's part of this political, this kind of journal political shenanigans they are playing, because a couple of senior journalists were questioning the rationality or the rationalism behind bringing somebody like Uday to Arise TV to come and pontificate on some certain things about a certain particular candidate, right? And then when the guy actually stated on live television that his candidate is Peter Obi, and when Abati pointedly asked him, this investigative journalism or this investigation you are doing on a certain candidate in the name of Ashwaju, are you going to extend it, right, to other candidates like Atiku? We know Atiku too, or Obi on stuff like that. He said no, that he wouldn't do that. Then Abati further asked him, do you have are you supporting any candidate in this? He said his candidate is Obi. So Abati questioned him that, don't you think Nigeria will be questioning, your quote unquote investigative journalism focusing on only one candidate? If you're actually claiming to be an investigative journalist, right, you should cover all the spectrum of all these political candidates. Why are you picking just only one? So that was it. And then a couple of people said, then the day he was talking about linking MKO Abiola to drug, drug runs and stuff like that, and that actually riled up a lot of Abiola supporters. And Tudun went at this point in time, I think she has had enough of all these their political tangents in Arise TV.
Yeah, and even to add to that, there are several times you can even see if Abati says something on the show, you will see how Rufai is not happy with what he has said, but he wouldn't really want to tackle him on the show, but you will see his response to what Abati has said. Then you can tell, because he knows about his PDP and he knows he is supporting Obi, he will try to be countering Abati so bad, and I'll be thinking, you guys are colleagues, and why are you doing this on live TV? Because it's always some glaring sometimes to me, like, so you are against what Abati is saying, but you want Abati to agree to what you are saying, It's quite, I don't know, that guy he's going to put Arise TV, he's going to spoil their reputation, one. Secondly, they need to probably shift him away from that seat and move him to maybe other shows or a talk show or something for some time till maybe after election, then he can come back and join them. But it's going to put them in a mess, because if somebody like Reno had that record and he really wants to push that case, he can sue the Arise TV themselves, then sue the guy and get the guy arrested.
All right, back to Sake.
Yeah,
you still. Yeah, no, back to you. You were rounding off your thoughts on the Reno Omokri and Rufai space.
I said if he is found guilty of as charged, guilty of such things, they should take actions on that. So there is no way I'll be here to like sanction what is not right. So if actually he met that cause and was threatening people, they should investigate, and if they find him guilty of that, they should take actions.
All right,
That's
brilliant.
my point.
All right. Let me take you to the let me take you to the polls that tells us yet again that Peter Obi is going to emerge the president of Nigeria. So as ever, we've gone through the polls with a fine tooth comb. Did you hear me read it out, and what did you make of it? That poll?
Yeah, I actually saw that poll. I think somebody was like sent me the poll, and I went through that. The questions I asked was I didn't was trying to say whether it is expected or not expected. The only thing I was looking at is what is the sample. What is the sample? What is the margin of error? Was it conducted objectively? These are questions we should ask whenever we see polls. I wouldn't either just say that this poll is not correct because it is not in accordance with my expectations, or maybe that this poll is correct because it is in accordance with my expectations. Data
What if the poll is not consistent with what is already known?
There is nothing like what is already known. There's nothing like what is already known. It's just like research, or experiment. You might in your own assessment, you might be thinking that this is the kind of result you are going to expect in an ideal world. And then when you conduct the experiment or the research, you might be getting something that makes you that beats your imagination. So I think the right questions to ask is, hey, but this is what I'm expecting. Why is this result giving me this? Those are the right questions to ask, and not to say this result is not correct. I discount it because it doesn't meet my expectations.
No, not meet expectations. Consistency with what is known.
No. There is nothing like consistent, because
there is consistency. There are certain things that are known.
No. When I ask you what is consistency, you will tell me that Kwankwaso should win in Northeast. Kwankwaso should win in Northwest, right? These are consistencies to the best of your knowledge, right? It will be very to you, it will be it will look as if it is wrong if P2B is getting a 15% in Northeast, so because to you think maybe it is not, P2B will not make any inroad in the North, So, but what I'm trying to say is that it is very important whenever we see polls, we should focus on the right questions. This is data, This is data. So the questions we should ask: how was this data generated? Who were the participants?
No, okay. Let me give you an example of what I mean by consistency, and then you tell me if you disagree. This result was, however, different in the Northeast, as PDP's presidential candidate Atiku polled more than 38% polled more, with 38% respondents choosing him as their preferred candidate, whilst Labour Party LP, APC, and NNPP had 15, 12, and 2% respectively. So we're talking about the Northeast, and you know the composition of the Northeast, but for the benefit of people who don't know the composition of the Northeast, we're talking about Adamawa, Bauchi, Borno, Gombe, Taraba, and Yobe states. Okay, so hold on to that, and then try and so we're talking about consistency. You understand? So try and marry that with what this poll is telling us. It's telling us in all those core northern spaces, Kwankwaso, who is the poster child of what the northerners, as we know, see as themselves. He got a paltry 2%.
Yes.
Compared to Peter Obi, who got 15%, Tinubu, who got 12%. You can understand Atiku getting 38%, even though that's questionable. But the polls, according to their polls, only 2% of the respondents in the Northeast would vote for Kwankwaso.
Yeah, can I tell you why it is possible? Can I tell you why it is possible?
Go on. I'd like to hear it. Go on.
Yeah, Northeast, they have a lot of Christians.
Right.
Northeast, they have a lot of.
If they have a lot of Christians, then why does Atiku have 38% to Peter Obi's 15?
No, let me finish. You know, they have a lot of Christians.
Right.
They have what do we call it? They have a certain level of enlightenment compared to Northwest, you know, compared to Northwest, right? Then another thing again is that they have experienced this insecurity very well, you know. Then another thing again is that their person, somebody from their region who has always been contesting for a very long time, is still coming out from that very region.
Right.
You know? So with all these things at play, you know, it is possible that we wouldn't expect the kind of support for APC in the Northeast to be equal to the kind of support APC will be getting from Northwest.
All right, but the inconsistency, Kwankwaso 2%.
Kwankwaso, we have always established here that Kwankwaso has stronghold in Kanu and some few maybe outcasts of Northwest states. We have always concluded here. Kwankwaso's impact in Northeast.
Hold on, Asaki. Who do you think the people of Borno State, who do you think they feel a sense of kinship towards the most? Who do you think they feel a sense of kinship towards the most, Peter Obi or Kwankwaso?
Omar, can you reel out the number again if you don't mind?
It's quite alarming if you hear it. It just tells you. I think Enigmatic wants to hear it again. This is I can read you all of the numbers, and the totality of it is fallacious, but this is the most fantastical of the fallacy. The result was, however, different in the Northeast. We've already established the composition of the Northeast. The result was, however, different in the Northeast, as PDP's presidential candidate Atiku polled more with 38% respondents choosing him as their preferred candidate, whilst Labour Party, APC, and NNPP had 15%, 12%, and 2% respectively. So Peter Obi got 15%, Tinubu got 12%, Atiku, of course, double all of them combined. He got 32%, but Kwankwaso got 2%.
Kwankwaso 2% in the north?
In the Northeast, in Borno and Yobe. So they prefer Peter. I don't know what the percentages are, but that's 15% to 2%. I think that's 12 times, 14 times.
Don't even say it again, one man.
They prefer Kwankwaso. They prefer Peter Obi to Kwankwaso in Yobe and Borno by a 15 to 2% margin.
Let's flip it. That Kwankwaso in Southeast, right, is 38%, and Peter Obi is 6%. How about that?
Say what?
Kwankwaso in Southeast is 36%, and Peter Obi is like maybe 10% or 7% in Southeast.
Kwankwaso in Southeast 36%, P2B 10%.
Yes, or 6%.
Of course, I'll be surprised at that result.
You will throw it in the bin. You will
No,
throw
no,
it in
I will
the
be
bin.
surprised.
No, you would throw it in the bin because of
wait,
what you already know.
Yeah,
no,
because this
no,
does
no.
if
See,
even Mama, you know.
see,
Look at Saki Fada dancing Palongo. Don't
It's
dance Palongo
absolutely
now.
ludicrous.
It's beyond ridiculous.
No. Let me tell you.
Yes.
You know, whenever polls are conducted, I think we have to make objective assessments. Objective assessment we have to make is to ask the questions surrounding that polls. Those are the questions that will lead you to concluding that no, this poll was actually totally biased. It was not conducted in the right way. But we are leaving the right questions we should ask, and we are only complaining about what we expect to see versus what the poll shows.
No, there's a logical inconsistency.
Oh,
That's the
no,
thing. There's a logical inconsistency.
No. Northeast. I'm Northeast. There is no time I've not been expecting P2B to get some. If he's gonna get votes in the core north, I don't expect him to get as much as he will get.
You know
I
Yobe
expect
is
him to get more in
Abubakar
Northeast.
Malami state. Abubakar Malami. So Abubakar Malami prefers that
religious
but
support.
no belongs to Shetima, but they prefer Peter Obi.
No. The fact is that
religious support.
The fact is that Northeast has Christians very well.
Right.
Not just Christians.
No, but if they no, but that's still that if we look at the data of that still is inconsistent, because if they are saying if they are saying Atiku got 38% and Peter Obi got 15%,
it is the region,
then that nullifies that argument of a Christianity.
No. There are two things that will play a role in
right.
our elections. We already know that. Religion plays role. Ethnicity also plays role, right? So Atiku is coming from that region, and Atiku has been contesting election for so he's known in that region, and he's coming from that region, and this is the first time somebody
it's from Adamawa. It's from Adamawa.
Adamawa, is it not Northeast?
No, there's no universality to it. Because Shetima is from Borno, which equal balances then they play there.
No, but the report didn't give percentage in each state, right? That was
but there are only 6 states now. So if Atiku gets 38% of the polling of the polling, then that nullifies any religious argument if the next Christian space only got 15. Because if religion was a consideration, Atiku could have still taken it, but not at double plus the margin.
Well, I don't know. I have to. The question I asked is how was the poll conducted? Where was it? How?
They said there was a physical poll. It was
physical. Then what is the sample size? What is the margin of error? What are the kind of questions asked in the poll? How was the questions? How were the questions designed? Were they designed to elicit certain kind of answers we're expecting to see? These are questions we should. These are the way to.
It's one of those obedient polls, abracadabra polls again, isn't it?
We don't know. We
usually tell.
We don't know where the poll is coming from.
Abracadabra polls.
But that is the way we should analyze polls. A result can we might be expecting something. This is what our expectations. This is our a priori expectations. But at the end of the day, we might see a result different from what we're expecting. So it is now left for us to ask questions. What are the methods used? How was it conducted? In what conditions? Did they enter villages? Did they enter core villages? What is the demography? They ask the questions. These are the things we should talk about polls, and not to say no, this result is not correct, no, or this result is correct. I don't think it is the right way to judge polls, you know. Because the last time you guys brought this poll that was conducted on, is it the one that said that APC is leading? That and went further
I've
to
never
say
yet seen that, though. There's never been a poll that tells
well,
us
there was
APC is
one you
leading.
guys said APC is leading and went further to say that if that happens, there will be a crisis that will emanate from obedience. You know, that it might lead to crisis, something like that. There was you remember that poll that talked something like that.
Yeah, it was not a poll, it was an intelligence report by economists. They are intelligence unit. They
No,
did
no, it was not a. I
analysis.
know the one of economics, not that one. There is
No,
one man.
no,
There's
it was an
one man wrote.
economist. What you said, maybe this statement you said was from economist
No, this
intelligence
one is
unit.
not economics. I'm sure of what I'm. There is one they brought here. That one made analysis, and at the end of the day, said that there will be like if the results goes this way, that there might be a kind of tension coming from obedience, and there is how the result analyze those things. You know, I can't remember the particular pool, but I remembered it was discussed here. You know, so but the question I was asking wasn't just that I didn't believe it. My question was how was it conducted? You know, what was the margin of error? We have to ask objective questions when it comes to poll. We shouldn't say, no, this is not correct because this is not what we expect.
No. You can ask those questions if you want to do a detailed deep dive into the poll. But if you identify sufficient enough logical inconsistencies against the backdrop of what is already known and established,
so
then you can just disregard it out of hand.
Real quick.
Kwankwaso only got 2% in the northeast.
Yes,
that doesn't rhyme with reason.
Okay, in the other polls, what has he been getting in the northeast?
Woman, look at this, right? Look at this. Has there been any poll or any variables that has maybe tilted the vote, right, in favor of Atiku over Peter Obi in Southeast since these polls are coming out?
Never. The only thing I noticed in that poll is that Peter Obi he used to get 96%. Now
in
they
the
gave him
Southeast,
now they gave him 72%. So
but and you remember Southeast used to be PDP's stronghold, right? So if they can be clever enough to ensure that there's a consistency in tilting it towards Peter Obi in the Southeast, and then you are giving a northerner, Kwankwaso, 2% in the North, and then someone is trying to rationalize that and define some variables.
It just doesn't rhyme. There's no. It's
Do you know a better way to look at this?
Okay.
Get other polls. There has been like 5 polls conducted in the different regions, right? Now, get those other polls and concentrate on the evidence they have in the Northeast. Let us see what Kwankwaso has been getting in the Northeast. You know, it is on this basis that we might further, evaluate our judgments. You know, so compare this poll with what the other polls have been saying in the Northeast about Kwankwaso. You know, that is the way we can actually make a better judgment.
Zaki Fire, do you actually believe that this poll will surely translate to?
No. That is not what No, that is not what I'm saying. Whether it will translate or not is another different thing. I'm not saying it's gonna translate or it's not going to translate.
So why are we? What is the argument about this? But why do you have to justify?
The argument is that somebody cannot just take out time and conduct some intellectual exercise and you just say no, this is nonsense.
It's not an intellectual exercise. It's some kamikaze.
No. That is what
Why do you think? I mean, I can't. Has it ever happened before? Has it ever happened for somebody that never built ground, never built no friendship, nothing? It just come within 6 months and we come to be president of the country. I mean, it's just and then the poll, you see poll after
It
poll.
happened in Anambra
Hold on,
State.
poll
No, it happened
conducted.
in Anambra State when he came. That was the
Oh,
same
come
way
on,
this
but
also happened in
Anambra is not
Anambra.
Nigeria now. It's only Igbo in
But it has
Anambra.
not
Forget
happened
about
before in the political history of Anambra.
I mean, I'm
And he came
talking
and did
about
it.
in the presidency when it comes to
Nobody knows.
presidential
I have
position in
told you.
Nigeria. Has
I've
it ever
always
happened
told you.
before?
I've
Huh?
always told you, Ajanle Koko.
Yes.
This is the first election where youths are making a lot of conversations.
Youth from where?
Youths, no,
Youth
youths from different places. I don't want you to say it is youth from, even if it is youth, even if the youth from Southwest.
APC doesn't have youth.
Even
PDP
if the
doesn't
youth
have
from
youth.
South, no, even if the youth from
Showore doesn't
Southwest.
have youth.
Wait, now let me finish. Even if the youth from Southwest are supporting Tinubu, the fact I'm establishing is that this is the first election where youths are getting more aware, where youths want to participate in their political process. Even if the youths in the Southwest are directing towards Tinubu, I am telling you that these youths in the past elections we have had in Nigeria, they have always been dormant. They have not been. Many of them stay in their houses during voting. They don't come out to vote. This is the first time in the history, at least I know.
No, in 2019, we had a lot of youth behind Showore.
I know how it's. I know
a
lot of youths.
And we
that
had a
came
lot
out
of, that strong support for him on the internet as well. So this is not the first time. You should not describe.
No, in 2015,
2019. A
youth
lot
came
of
from
youth
where?
in Nigeria gave their support to Showore, and that noise was very loud on internet and was on the ground in Nigeria as well. So don't say this is the first time. That is a wrong picture you are painting there.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
No.
So,
What you didn't follow the space, the political space?
I didn't follow. Okay, now let me tell you.
You didn't follow in 2019.
So this is the first time I'm following politics this way.
Okay.
This is the first time I'm following politics this way. To the extent of making conversation.
Let's excuse Saki Father then. He doesn't really know politics. One man go
ahead. It's not about knowing politics.
No, not that he doesn't know politics. No, I like him. Hey, enigmatic. It is good that he's coming out clean to us.
Exactly.
You see, so people, hold on. For people like him that are coming, on board for the first time, because this is what they are seeing.
Listen. I'm not saying that this is the first time I'm participating in. I'm like looking at elections in Nigeria, But I'm telling you that this is the first time I have seen an election taking my time, going to spaces, discussing electoral issues, having conversations on a very scholarly level. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
This is the first time you are showing more interest. This is the first time that you are coming into it yourself. So, being the first time that you are, coming into it and participating and looking at every political report and news, it shows that those that happened in the past, you didn't show so much interest.
Okay, let me give you another. Example.
You didn't have a very robust information on them, and that's why you are saying that youth across the country are supporting Showore. Supporting Obi for the first time.
Yeah, let me give you another instance. What I mean, this is the first time I'm seeing people go to INEC office, collect their PVC, advertise it on Twitter. Hey, I've collected my PVC already, and they are very happy about it.
Yeah, but you keep saying, Saki, you keep saying this is the first time, but by your own admission, you've never really paid any real attention to politics until this cycle. So everything that you're saying will probably be for the first time.
For the first time, yes. That is it.
Come on. Do you know how many northern youths or northerners that have had their PVC for how many years? So when you are seeing people having their PVCs for the first time and they are how many people in those states or Ekiti or your state?
All right. Yeah, would you agree with me, Enigmatic? Would you agree with me that there are a lot of, voters, especially from the southern parts, who had their PVC long ago, but they are just using that PVC for opening of accounts in banks. They have never actually voted with it. Do you know that there are a lot of voters like that who had their PVC, not even now that they're having their PVCs, but they have not like used it to vote before in their life. There are many of them too.
Well, look, one thing that
you wouldn't know.
When you follow politics very well, you wouldn't be speaking as you are speaking now, and that actually, and then it gets you so tired. It's like someone is trying to belabor an effortless conversation when you want to discuss with. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
You are trying not to call him a neophyte, aren't you?
I'm not a neophyte. Listen, I'm not a neophyte. I'm not a neophyte in politics. But what I'm trying to tell you is that it has not really have taken my time, like coming to like have a lot of conversations the way I'm trying to make conversations on political issues now.
Sacrifice, do you understand what you are trying to say? That 2% will be, as in Kwankwaso in North. I don't even want to care whatever or wherever in the North.
Yeah.
That Kwankwaso will have 2%, and look,
and we got 15.
You people, please leave Sacrifice alone.
It doesn't make sense.
It's one of my favorite evidence. What I've just realized lately is the obedient are shaking when they say things now. They don't even know what they are talking anymore.
You need to look at the Northwest for us. Let us see what is going on, please. We want to know.
You see, the numbers actually very, very sharply. Let me give you the Northwest.
Let us see Northwest, please.
Yes, the
so
numbers.
That we can have a nice laugh. I mean, let's laugh again.
When I say that this thing is inconsistent, so let me give you. It says where do I pick it from? Let me pick it from here. It says let me pick it from here. It says analysis of the poll results by Bantu page reveals that most respondents, representing 19% of both male and female population within 3 selected states of Kano, Katsina, and Kaduna, preferred NMPP's Kwankwaso in the Northwest, though 18, 15, and 7% had PDP, APC, and LP, respectively, as their second preference. So what is the epicenter of the North? Kano, Katsina, and Kaduna, 19% are Kwankwaso. You can understand that, especially in Kano, maybe not in Kaduna, because but you can still somewhat understand that 19%. And then what gives it more credibility is to say that then 18%. So it's just one digit away. So 18% preferred Atiku. So you can see the tribe and religion playing out all there. And then 15% preferred APC. And you can see the incumbency and the name recognition of Tinubu in play there. And 7% preferred Peter Obi, which is consistent. That is not a known quantity in the North. So that's the Northwest. But then when you just leap over the border,
did you believe that Northwest?
Is that not consistent with what is known?
It's a question I want to
no, there's consistency to it. There is consistency
so you believe in Northwest, right?
No, there is consistency to it. If you look at
you're very intelligent. You know what I want.
You're one of the cleverest people in this space. So listen to this, Saki Fada. It says 19% of the Northwest, which and the states they canvassed are Kano, Katsina, and Kaduna. It says 90% of that polling they went with Kwankwaso. So I think there is perfect logic to that, because Kwankwaso holds Kano, and then it holds very strongly in the North, 19%. And you even say that somewhat you expect higher. But then when they tell you that 18% then preferred Atiku, then that also rhymes with what is known of the ethnic religious politics. So there's consistency there. And just a single digit between the two of them, because Kwankwaso is more of a buccaneer, a lone ranger, and Atiku has the might of a party structure. So you can see 1 digit differential, and then 15% to APC. So that tells you the incumbency, the attainable factor, the state that is covered by the APC space. So that accounts for that 15%, and 7% to Peter Obi. That is consistent also with what is known, because Peter Obi, for all the noise, it is not really a quantity in that space, and that is consistent with that as well. But if you cross over and they are telling you 38% prefers Atiku in the Northeast, and then 15% prefers Peter Obi in the Northeast. So double and more prefers Peter Obi in the Northeast than in it's all over the place. It's a nonsense. There's no logical consistency to it.
All right, no problem. If it is nonsense, let it be. So
no, does it not read to you as nonsense, Saki?
That's not the way I judge polls. I have told you,
A party that have no representative, nothing whatsoever.
Come on, where is closer to the southeast? The southwest is southwest closer to southeast than anywhere in the north? Is the answer yes or no?
No.
Okay, I think southwest. Hold on, southwest, right? I think southwest is closer to the southeast than the north, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you know the last gubernatorial election in Ekiti State and Osun State, when even Peter Obi was on ground? Do you still remember the numbers, the vote count?
Yeah, I think they scored about 3,000 or something in Ekiti State.
Okay, that is a region that is still relatively closer to southeast, and probably they have a low Peter Obi. But in the north, you are giving Kwankwaso that everybody is still, even APC and PDP, they are trying to solve their political arithmetic with his numbers over there. You are giving 2%, and then somebody is trying to rationalize that.
You know, when they talk about places like Borno and Yobe, that's the core north. That's almost outside of Nigeria. That's the core north. So it's as far removed from. The more you look, the more nonsensical it sounds.
Hold on.
Let me show you the Nigerian map. Let me show you the Nigerian map. So that's the Nigerian map right there. So that's Yobe State, right? That's Borno, that's Yobe, that's Gombe. You all know the map. So they're telling you that the people in these spaces, they prefer somebody from here. Are you looking at my cursor? So the people in these spaces, Yobe, Borno, Gombe, they prefer somebody from here, this dot in this circle here, to somebody from Kano. Where is Kano? Somebody right next door to them. To somebody from Adamawa. They're telling us there's no logical consistency to it. No logical consistency.
It's actually laughing.
Yes. Okay. Let's look at it. So this is Yobe and Borno, and this is Kano State right here, where Kwankwaso comes from. This is Kano State. You see my cursor, and this is Yobe and Borno. And the people of Yobe and Borno and Gombe, they prefer somebody from Imo State, or is it Anambra here, to somebody from Kano. I mean, come on. It's ludicrous. It's beyond ludicrous.
And again, to even add to that, I think people that, if you support to be, there are some things that it's just not realistic, and you can just say, I don't believe this, because if you look at these numbers, it's not realistic. It is not. And so why do you want to say, I don't doubt it? You can't say it's not possible. It is not possible. It is not. Let's be realistic here.
No, that's what I was saying to Saki, that if we apply what is already known, then Can I
ask you another question?
Yeah, go on.
When Peter went to do his rally in Taraba State,
yes,
was the outing impressive to you?
I don't know. I didn't watch it, but it may well be.
The video?
It may well be. So, what does that prove?
You can watch it. It was quite impressive.
Right.
It was I was surprised the crowd that actually attended that rally in Taraba. It was quite impressive. When I say impressive, very impressive. You know, so it was surprised. People were like, "Hey, Taraba is taking second after what Edo did for him in Ladi, the population that actually came." You know, so we cannot be sitting here and be saying this poll is not right or wrong. We should better ask the better questions we should ask is what I have said. That is the way I ask questions about polls, you know. But then 2023 will come, you know, February. Let's see how the votes goes, and let's see what happens, you know. Let's see how it goes, you know. Like I said.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Saki. So thank you, Saki. So Saki, let me acknowledge the super chat that has come in, Ayo Joe. So Ayo Joe comes in to say, super chats to say, consistency because it relates to what you expected. It's not right. It's not right to accept part of the poll and ignore the rest. So I think he was speaking to. Thank you for the super chat, Ayo. But I think he was speaking to the breakdown of the poll. When I was saying that the Northwest is not consistent with what I was expecting Ayo to answer you directly, is consistent with what is known. What is known. And the polling in the Southeast is inconsistent with what is known. So yes, there's a logical rhythm to the Northwest, but there's logic devoid the Northeast. So thank you for the super chat, Ayo. So thank you for the super chat, Ayo. Saki, we were speaking about Tudu Abiola just then, and I've gone to dig out one of my favorite clips of hers ever. So let me play you this for your delectation. This amused me. Hopefully it amuses you as well. So here is Tudu taking on, I'll show you.
State. This is a multi-party democracy. And we win some, we lose some. The ultimate is that we need majority votes in the country and 1/4 in 2/3 of states. And then we are good to go. And by the grace of God, we will surprise doubting Thomases.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people are buoyed by your confidence this morning. But what do you know that another experienced politician... Can I finish,
you cannot
please?
guarantee. What percentage of people do you think would agree with my confidence? Are you in a position to tell us that it is only 40% who agree with me, or it is only 30%?
I didn't actually say 40% agreed with you. That's not what I said at all. I have no idea where you got that.
I am not posing that to you, that nobody can guarantee with exactitude how many people will agree with me, how many people will not be agree with me. Nigeria is made up of 200 million people.
I'm sorry, I don't understand why you're being combative right now, but if you let me finish my question, I'm sure you'll understand the big picture.
No, it is you people who are being combative.
I was not combative at all. I said a lot of people will be buoyed by your confidence today.
What is your interest?
And you go off on a tangent.
What is your interest?
You went off on a tangent. I didn't realize it was offensive to say a lot of people will be buoyed by your confidence.
I will remain confident.
Is it offensive to say a lot of people will be buoyed by his confidence?
I mean, Minister. Why must I be discouraged by your pessimism?
What pessimism? No, I'm sorry.
You say I'm combative.
A lot of people will be buoyed by your confidence. How is that combative? How is that pessimistic? To say a lot of people will be buoyed by your confidence.
So what's your problem about my confidence? What is your problem about my being confident?
Did I express that I had a problem?
You are supposed to be balanced now.
Did I express a problem?
You are not supposed
Perhaps
to
a dictionary might be needed.
That we are desperate. We are not desperate.
Okay, who used the word desperation?
Minister, please calm it down. Minister, please calm it down.
I don't think he understands what it is to be bored.
We're just asking. I don't think
he understands.
I'm not combative.
Minister, calm down. We're asking questions.
Being buoyed means
you will not overwhelm me. Be assured of that.
Being buoyed.
All right, Minister, we'll go for a quick break and we'll come back and talk.
Illiteracy truly is a disease, Saki Fada. Illiteracy truly is a disease. A lot of people will be buoyed, encouraged, inspired, but he didn't understand what was being said, and there he was on a tirade. About Saki Fada, these are the people that are ruling us. So we are doomed. We are doomed. Saki.
Zaki Tilani.
All right. All right. Thank you, Saki, Father.
Yeah, I can hear you.
No. I was just inviting a reaction to that clip when
yes, it was.
Tudun was explaining that people will be buoyed. He did not understand a single word, and then he brought the hatchets out to start to slash, and she was trying to pull him back from embarrassing himself, but he was determined to make an absolute fool of himself.
This is what I often tell people. When you are an interview setting or a discussion setting, I think it is important to do more of talk less and listen more. Because when you try to talk too much, you might make a lot of mistakes. Because as the lady was asking him questions, he was busy talking. I'm not sure he even had that word boyd.
He didn't understand it is more the thing.
Yes. So he was like reacting so much. So one man,
is an Ibadan man anyway, and we always say in Ibadan, Ija Igboro niti Ibadan, is street fighting. Everything turns to street fighting in Ibadan.
Yes.
You were about to say, go on.
Yeah, so it's somehow, but that was quite embarrassing anyway. That was quite embarrassing.
All right, thank you, Saki. Thank you, Saki. So let's go from Saki further, and let's go in the direction of enigmatic Honde.
One man, can you please give me 3 minutes to address something? I'll be glad if you don't mind.
What's happened now, Thomas?
Yes, I saw somebody on your comment section.
I can't hear you barely.
Your comment section.
So sorry, hold on.
I said I saw somebody on comment section.
Right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go on.
Yes, I said I saw somebody on your comment section, which I don't expect to see him on the comment section. Which is Rational Mind.
Right.
Yes, I think we have to address something on this platform. I was in the Rudolph platform early yesterday. Rational Mind was calling me a sycophant, and he also addressed you as a stupid man and ridiculous man. So I don't know why he's here on this platform again. If he can be ridiculing us on this platform and on another platform, I think maybe you should invite him in. Maybe you should come and explain those words, because I hate name calling of person. I don't expect him to come back on this platform, even to comment, not talking of coming into the room. So I think he have to address that. If he can't address that, I don't think he should be coming on this platform. That is just my opinion. You can address that, one man.
Thomas.
All right, but Thomas, Rational Mind is entitled to hold opinions and speak as he wills. Calling me a stupid man is. People have called me worse on this in the comment section. It's not something that I encourage, but then it falls because I think it reflects more on you than it does me. People form their opinions if I'm a stupid man or not independently. And what's to say that I'm not a stupid man? I often talk nonsense. So that's fair enough. But I think more a reflection on Rational Mind, those sort of commentaries, than anyone else. So yeah, I'm happy for him to carry on doing that. Only really and then of course whoever pays attention to it can form their own judgment.
And Thomas, again, don't be surprised if there are some people you see on that comment section. There are people on this platform that have other profile just to insult and disagree with you, just not to be like, oh, they are not, to let you know they are the one. To be honest, I've actually realized that now. So don't let anything really bug you, to be honest. Just ignore it.
Thomas,
I've been reading what you are saying, and I saw that Enigmatic was trying to be involved. Then he told Enigmatic not to be involved and all that. Just ignore it. It's all gone. That won't take a pound of flesh from him.
No,
I
rational
get
mind
what
is
you are
not
trying to say.
is not 100% anyway. So
Thomas, you have to understand something. What happened in Vegas stays in Vegas. You cannot bring what happened in Rudolph show to one machine.
One more, no. What piece? You can't tell me what to say.
Hold on.
You know. Keep it there.
Hold on now.
No, you hold on,
please.
Thomas.
Hold on.
Everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on. What did you just say now, Thomas?
I said you can't tell me what to stock on this platform.
All right, stay there. So what are you doing? What are you doing to rational mind?
What am I doing to rational mind?
Yes.
I don't understand what you're saying.
No, you are saying World Peace cannot tell you what to say, but you are telling rational mind what it cannot say.
Hey, I don't understand.
Do you not see?
No problem, man. Let's carry on. Let me disrupt the section.
I'm not backing you.
I take your point though, but like I said, World Peace, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and rational mind going around dishing out abuse. Well, that's entirely down to him, you know.
Thomas, you know, I try to like call your attention that you know, leave it alone and let it go. You know, sometimes, especially when it's a public space where you know there are dissenting opinions and then divergent views, a lot of people will actually disagree with you, but we have to understand the fact that we can disagree and be disagreeable sometimes. But if some people are not on that level, there's absolutely nothing you can do. It's not about age, it's not about maturity, it's not about the level of exposure, it's not about the level of what how you can think about certain things. It's just a reflection of one's ability to basically understand that it's just
Enigmatic. What I want you to understand me is on that comment section, there are many people that insulted me, insult one man. I don't even care, but not somebody that normally claim on this platform. We are brothers on this platform. That is what I'm saying.
Thomas, again,
you should understand what I'm saying. It's not that people call me names. I don't care.
You two as a brother now. Listen, Thomas. You are not the only victim. Let me just put it like that.
What you boo enigmatic
so I'm almost on a daily basis. Kulata, how many times? But look, you know yourself, right? And you know what you stand for. Do not, when you wrestle with pig, sometimes if you're not careful, right? You're gonna reverse yourself to the level of that pig. So when they go low, you go high. Yeah, so just,
what are you? Are you Michelle Obama now?
No,
what's this?
I wonder.
You know that was drug taking something that she was referencing. When she say you go high, I'm
we're having fun here, right?
Man.
But when people cannot really see this platform as a platform to have fun, to gist, to relax, after I know for me now, right? For me, for a while, this is probably more or less like a space where I can connect with people and I can actually, relax after taking time to have studied a lot and having had a busy week professionally and everything. You don't want to relax with people, but when people are taking it so serious, they call you names that you are not identified with, or you just want to laugh, because I don't know people. I don't really know a lot of people over here. But when you listen to some people with their voices or the texture of their voices, they are not teenagers, right? And then you just have to laugh about this. This is supposed to be an adult acting in this kind of manner. You leave it alone. It's politics. After 2023, we'll pick up another topic. Maybe Nnamdi Kanu was a topic at the time. This is political season. Everybody has a lane or wherever. Or that after 2023,
there was a time we never left Nnamdi Kanu, but so now it's always we can't even remember him anymore.
Oh yeah, it happened. Just leave out.
All right. Thank you, Thomas.
Thomas,
Thomas, I take your point, but like I said, it still falls under the purview of free speech. But free speech is not just what you like to hear; it includes what you don't want to hear. So that's it. Still under the purviews of free speech. But thank you, Thomas. So Thomas, let me move the conversation on to Fatai, because I think Fatai he has a lot to say, but we don't often hear most of it. But Fatai, are you still there?
Yeah.
All right. So sorry. What are you, by the way?
One man, just a second. Just a second. Just what I'm just saying now. If you read what Joel just wrote now, he just called me a hypocrite. Does it mean I'm going to be crying about what he says?
No. Joel is a special case, right?
So that is just Joel. So that does not. It doesn't really mean that.
Enigmatic.
On a single day that I come over here and I do not see some depressed, some kind of if I do not get some kind of people depressed before I leave, then maybe that would have been their Christmas. When you have that kind of thing,
enigmatic. I've been thinking. I'm thinking of actually changing the name of the platform to Yaba West. Because there's a lot. There's not yet one apart from Ajale Koko. I don't think there's any sane mind on this platform. Not a single normal person on this platform. Lunatics.
And I'm always instead of calling names or hypocrites. And one man, I've tried to solve the equation for them.
Enigmatic, what about you? Oje dabi egungun ẹja lọ́rùn wọn. Kí ló dé? Wọ́n ṣe máa fi ẹ́ sílẹ̀.
Ẹnìkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé ọjọ́ tí wọ́n bá ti lè ju ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ lórí screen, people will start saying, "No, one man do on the screen." Now you just keep someone wearing it. That's what
it's unbelievable. Yeah,
But one man, I make it easy for them, right? I've challenged all of them.
Wọ́n lọ ti di egun ẹja sí wọn lọ́rùn wọn ọbẹ̀ kan fi ẹ́ sílẹ̀ wọ́n lè fi ẹ́
Enigmatic.
All of you are big boys now. Come on the show and drop owó yín ká fi parí ìjà. They no
Enigmatic. I told you earlier. I say some people here, you can see some obedient. That's why they are angry with you. When they come now, they don't really have anything to say. They are seeing the picture is the reality is setting in bit by bit. That's why.
You see what is happening to them now. I really pity them.
So
maybe they never come.
They are not happy with you at all.
Oh, I said someone here the other time. Someone said my voice is annoying. I just laugh.
Yes.
It's platform.
It's unbelievable.
Section. Mumuni, if you are talking, you talk like Mumu. You don't even know what you are saying sometimes. It doesn't even come here anymore. Whether it comes, you just listen. I don't know. So that's why everybody's trying to say, just ignore it. Just ignore it and forget it. Huh?
Can you hear me?
No big deal. It's not that deep.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Enigmatic. Or are you speaking to somebody else? All right. Thank you, Enigmatic. And thank you, Thomas, for that. You felt strongly about it. That's why you felt the need to highlight it. So thank you. But no, leave rational mind.
They said me, Enigmatic, and you are the most abuseful people in this platform. Me, the sort person.
Yes. Yes.
Now, Joel is number one. Joel of Nashville.
No. Joel of Nashville is on the special blend. I didn't know. It's on. It's in a special room in that Yaba West. His own room is a special one. I don't know, from another planet, totally different. It's unbelievable. I don't know, man. I was joking, but I think we're running an asylum in this place. So sometimes, just mad people. What does that Kano say? Kano will say mad people everywhere. Mad people everywhere. So there it is. But thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. We were going to. Oh God, I think Fatai just dropped. Oh God.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you are there. Oh, all right. Yeah. Okay, there you are. All right. So to you then, Fatai, and two more serious matters. Let's take you then in the direction of this now speculation still around the intentions of Wike and his group, and a lot because you say people spend too much time on Wike and his group, but however Wike and his group move is going to almost determine who becomes the president of Nigeria. So what is your speculation to that space, Wike and his group? And when they decide to move their support, will they move their support as one body of G5, or will they split into individuals or small pockets to move their support somewhere else? I'm only saying that because a lot of people feel Samuel or Tom is leaning towards Peter Obi. But Sheyi Makinde, a lot of people speculate leaning towards Tinubu. Wike is still playing his card close to his chest. And Akwazu, who is from the southeast, he ultimately will want to go with his people. So how do you see that space playing out, Wike and his group? But let's look at them as a group just to start with. Where do you think they'll park their support, Wike and his band of merry men?
One man, I think maybe 2 or 3, and sometime last week, like what I saw, I said it like sometime last week, and then you cautioned me. I said this election will be essentially done with once Kwankwaso collapses into Tinubu and Wike collapses into Tinubu, and you said no, you don't see how maybe under the radar. Okay, this Wike and his group, they are all collapsing to Tinubu. Even Otom when it became clear when Peter Obi visited Otom during that time with the flood, that was a very emotional moment. If Otom was going to lean to Obi, it was the perfect moment, a political calculation. It was it was a time Peter Obi looked like a very empathetic person. And then he said, "Well, I love you so much, my brother, but I'm still in PDP." But of course, it's not in. I mean, PDP is a huge problem. There is no. It wasn't leaning to. Then also, Peter Obi went to Wike's rally, and Wike was like, "Oh well, when you come here, I will give you support." Oh no! I mean logistics support. They are very quick to differentiate what they mean from. That doesn't show. That means there is somebody they are more uh, afraid in quote. When you are more afraid of somebody other than somebody in front of you, that's when you want to be very careful how you speak. They are more afraid of joining of antagonizing APC than showing support for Peter Obi. Peter Obi has not down ballot. In how many local governments, in how many states does Labour Party has down ballot candidates? A Wike is not going to carry all these things and dump it into Peter Obi. The only condition where G5 will go to Peter Obi is if Tinubu can no longer go on because of his physical issues. They will not go to Atiku, even if Tinubu drops out. But as long as Tinubu is going, nobody is going to Peter Obi. The G5, all of them, they are collapsing into Tinubu. Either the only question is, are they going to do it so openly, or they are going to do it under the radar? I mean, if you remember, also there was a time I'm sure everybody's favorite guy, this lawyer Keyamo, he was saying about this when jungle mature. everybody when the jungle mature, everybody go know. When the jungle matures, they are just trying to be careful. Nobody knows what is going on with Tinubu's health. They want to play some game with PDP and blah blah blah, and they are watching the movement with Peter Obi, but they are not going for Peter Obi. If they will go for Peter Obi, it's so convenient. It's so convenient for them to just go for Peter Obi. It's a neighbor. It's in that southeast there. It's younger. Look, in politics, if you have a Tinubu and Peter Obi by now hasn't dealt almost like a knockout, then he's not winning. Tinubu is a man that his hand is shaking. We're all seeing he's shaking. His case is worse than Biden's and every other thing. If you can't knock that guy out after all this while, it means this guy is too strong for you to beat by any chance. The time I like wow, I saw this Tinubu is a machine. Is after the primary, it was waving the flag with a shaking hand. There is no politics. There is no anywhere in politics you're going to give such a man your ticket. So for him to, he was waiting. He said, like, my hand is shaking, but I'm still going to win. That's like, man, this guy is crazy. The whole calculation was whether Tinubu was the health of Tinubu. That's the only game in town, is the health of Tinubu. If Tinubu is standing on his ground, there's nobody collapsing into Peter Obi. If he's in town, but if Tinubu health is a big of a is too much problem, Peter Obi will have a chance. Peter Obi in this election is South region's insurance policy. But if Tinubu is standing, because Atiku is not going to win this election. From my opinion. Even if Tinubu can no longer go on, the whole of the power players in the south, the whole of South, they are all going to come behind Peter Obi, and I think so that Atiku doesn't get it, because I don't. This thing I say, but I don't think. I think they are all going the G5. Not even whether
it is quite curious, Fatai, that in all of the political speculations, nobody has speculated that anybody will collapse their structures into Labour Party.
Yeah. That's the problem. The problem is, if by now nobody never even mind what Obasanjo was doing, jumping up and down for, nobody is collapsing. That is the political space. That is the mark. If nobody is collapsing to you, it means you're not going anywhere. Because people collapsing to you by they are sacrificing their base, their machine, their everything, because they have to see something to be able to sacrifice that into you. The only thing is that they don't want Obi out of the space, because if Obi gets out, Atiku has, if peradventure something happens to Tinubu, then okay, then whoever, the only Atiku is left. But Obi has to remain in the campaign as insurance policy for Tinubu, for the south, so not necessarily for Tinubu, for the south region, because it's not a small issue. This north south, it will be very difficult for after Buhari 8 years, then Atiku 8 years, and Atiku also has proven not to be very. Atiku is a very experienced politician, but the thing he's doing in this election is like a childish. Especially when he gave the DG to Tambuwa. They are fighting you that you have northern chairman and you are northerner. You weren't supposed to get in the first place, and then you go and give the third one to Tambuwa. That's like a rookie game. Give it to Wiki to shut them up, to like shut up. A lot of the article has caused so much rancor. Everybody is like, no, he's not going to win, and they want Obi to remain in the campaign. They want to beat him, but they don't want to collapse into Obi.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, Ola, are you there? Ola.
Yes.
So sorry. Can you check your phone for a moment? Check your phone for a moment. But Fatah is still with you. The narrative around Rufai Oseni and he being now we've been discussing him for quite a couple of days now, actually, and we have been questioning his professionalism, only for it to emerge now that he's actually issuing threats against people's lives for reasons of political disagreement. So is it time for this guy to be sacked? Is the question.
First of all, to be fair to Rufai, I think after this whole saga, he came out on because he goes on one YouTube where after and he was trying to explain all this stuff out. I think he was saying something like whether whether they have some family ties, or maybe marry in-law or something like that. So they can. I think, to be fair to him, his problem was choice of words. I think he didn't mean physically. I didn't mean he meant to take him out like kill him. I think he meant to take him out like he's going to go like on his Arise TV and he's going to reveal dirty secrets about him that will finish his career. I probably think that's what he meant. To be fair, I wouldn't think it would be crazy if he meant physical, actual violence. But I think what he meant to say is, look, if I want to be a bad boy, I will reveal all your secrets I have. He has this attitude, like there is something about him. If you just speak,
this is strike two against this Rufai Oseni. Do you remember when he was stopped from driving on the wrong side of the road and he
Yeah,
started
yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
threaten, do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? And all this kind of business.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He has this so megalomania, like he's I mean, it's like, when you listen to him even speak on television, it's like, now here's my take. Let me give you. We don't care about the take. You are not an expert. I mean, the only take that is relevant is agriculture. Any other thing, you're not an expert. You're not an expert in politics. You're not an expert in law. You're not an expert in anything. You're not an expert in. You know the expertise. You can't be giving your. We don't even care about your opinion. You don't give your opinion. You have to play. It doesn't have the journalistic nuances. It doesn't have it. I mean, the only thing is the popularity of Rufai. It says a lot about the state of Nigerian media. So the mediocrity is so amazing. I mean, that is a star of Nigerian media. If that's a star, if that's the definition of a star, the media is in the gutter. Nigerian media is actually it is indeed in the gutter. I mean, it's even relevant to what we are talking tonight about the poll. You know, when they published the first thing they did, the ANAP NOI poll. That was the first one where this first one that came out, ANAP NOI. I don't know if you know this, ANAP NOI. They released that one, the whole of newspaper, everybody they carry it on the front page. That's a disgrace to Nigeria. Isn't there somebody who understands statistics? That is not a poll. We are discussing tonight about poll and poll. I also listened to what Saki Fada said. Saki Fada actually is very right. What is relevant about polls are those questions about margin of error, whatever, because it doesn't matter. Polls are not. Actually they don't have to be true. It's not the truth of it that is the point. You know, it's the parameter of the poll that is the point. But where Saki Fada is, actually, by the way, Saki Fada, like somebody said, is like I've never seen an obedient like Saki Fada in my life. He's so lovely.
It's very civilized. It's a very civilized man for that space.
Honestly, I was the one that
Yeah.
said that. I've noticed that he's he's an obedient, not an obingo. To be honest.
I saw when you went on Rudolph's show the other time. Did you see what the guy of Gen Media? Did you what he did after you? That was so amazing. I think if Thomas saw that, it would be more. When he played a clip about momonality or whatever, I don't know.
This is what they do over there anyway.
That
but wasn't in Gen Media. That was Rudolph. But
Gender Media sent it to him.
I know. I was there now. I was there.
Yeah. It was disgraceful. By the way,
I saw it as banter, but there is.
Because Saki Fada said it. I want to read to Saki Fada the data behind the parameter behind the poll. If you had read it down to the last the second to last paragraph, he said we selected 3 states from each geopolitical zone for our polls. Normally, not more than 10 respondents in each community or local government, with the exception of Lagos and Kano, where the population numbers are high, whatever. Then they go on and go on. And then there's another place in which they said it was like a video. So they just carry. They said they don't ask a yes or no or whatever. You know that it's not. It's like those YouTube. I don't. Everybody have come across those YouTube where they will say, "Oh, do you want to?" That is not a poll. You talk to 10 people. You talk to 10 people, not more than 10 people. You look at somewhere, you go talk to 10 people, and then you publish it as a poll. Okay, that's not a poll. It's not even representative of my room. So that's about what Saki Fada was saying about the parameter behind the poll. But that's the parameter right there. They talked to some 10 people. They didn't ask them even. They asked them many questions, and they now form the judgment of what the question means. They didn't ask them, "Who are you? Do you vote? Are you going to vote for Peter Obi?" Not direct question like that. They asked them some random questions, and then they now interpreted what those questions mean, and based on that interpretation, they now put the percentage. In other words, the percentages they just made up the percentages. All these polls, the first question you even have to ask is, are they even polls? These are not polls now. If you say you did a survey, these polls they are releasing is like saying because a chicken.
Sorry. How are you distinguishing between a poll and a survey, or are you distinguishing even?
let me start with. I will start with this. I wanted to say. So because a chicken is working on the surface of the planet and a lion also works on the surface of the planet, doesn't make you call a chicken a lion. Because you release a bunch of you write some percentage, it does not make it a whole. You don't, and whether it is physical or whether it is online or whether it's not really the point. It's not really the point. If you how do I make the differentiation? Or if you see, for instance, let me start with that poem because that one is actually more graphical. The Anapnoid poem. They had this rectangle with many columns, rows and columns. If you look at that, nobody gives you a poll that looks like a periodic table. There's never a poll. If they do the poll today, Trump 47%, Joe Biden 54%. There's no poll nowhere in the world you see a poll like a periodic table. And when you take a poll and you take a sample, like this poll, like that, they will do a poll. They say it's 2,000 people, but then they will cut it in 12 regions. Well, if you cut it in 12 regions, it's no longer 2,000. It means it's like 100 from each region, each sample. You take out sample. There is something in statistics they call a central limit theorem. It's a situation where you take you take out of a population, you take many samples, many samples. But each sample they have their own defined parameters. As you take them, each sample out of that, it has its own life. You can't just aggregate and call it one thing. Each one is different. You can't say I interviewed 2,000 people, but meanwhile you have cut it into 1 million places, and then you are the point that's not how polling work. And also that poll also they put Peter Obi first, Tinubu second, Atiku second. Well, you don't rank polls. We don't rank first, second in poll. You just put your poll out there. It's not your job to even put first, because if you have a margin of error between, let's say you have plus or minus 3. So if 47, somebody is 47 and this one is 45, it means that the 45 is in the region between -3 minus 45, which is between 42 and 48. So if you say the number is 47 and this one is 45, how then do you conclude is second? One is second. You don't rank them because that they are joint second. They can't be joint second. It just means that the number first in this space, it could have been 42, it could have been 48. So if somebody is 47 and you are ranking it second, yeah, okay, but the plus or minus means that the 47, maybe it's not actually, it's not 47, maybe it's 44. And that one that you wrote 42, maybe actually is 40, you wrote 45, maybe it's actually 48. So you can't rank them. So all these things, abracadabra, they are doing on the polls, make them not to be polls. That's not the way to do polls. Polls are very defined things. It's not when you conduct a survey, it's different from when you make a poll. When I saw all plastered all over the front pages of newspapers in Nigeria, I was like, is there no one person who understands statistics in the whole? We are 200 million people. Why you don't even do, it's not even worth publishing. This one also they wrote is not even worth publishing. You can't say you select 10 people. 10 people. This is it. This is what if you go down second to the last paragraph. One man. We selected 3 states from each geopolitical zone for our post. Normally, they even say normally. You see, there's too much qualification. Normally, which means even maybe this one they didn't even do it or they didn't even do anything. Normally, what does normally? You don't need to put normally. You do select 10 people, but you said normally not more than 10 respondents in each local government. I don't even, but how many? How many did you in each? How many? They don't say how many people. They were not more than 10. What does it mean? Not more than 10? Maybe 1, maybe 0, maybe 2, maybe 9. What does not more than mean? And I don't know. This is not
it's nonsensical. It's one of those obedient polls.
It's not even whether it is accurate or not. Of course, on the face of it is ridiculous. Okay, you can't tell me that Peter Obi got 15% in the north, anywhere in the north, and Kwankwaso got 2%. Okay,
That was what killed it. Just that singular space for Tai, that killed it.
That's it. So
yes.
it doesn't make any sense. But
Kwankwaso 2%, Peter Obi 15% in Borno State. Yeah, don't be silly.
Everybody is saying the North don't like Southeast, and all of a sudden you say no, Peter Obi is their favorite child. I mean, okay, by any stress of imagination, it's like, okay, don't let me. And this is the problem with it. Would have been nice if Saki Father is like the manager of Peter Obi. Obedience are the worst, are the worst people for Peter Obi. Actually, Peter Obi as a person is a lovely person. It's okay. I mean, but they are trying to force things down your throat. Nobody is a baby. You can't. If you try to force things down my throat, you're going to make me to be defensive. When you say you go to Lagos and everybody in Lagos is voting for Peter Obi, what do you want? You want the Lagosian or Tinubu people to join?
You know, another thing that killed that poll for me, Fatai. Another thing that killed that poll for me, they told us that Peter Obi would take Lagos State, which almost impossible to believe. But then when they said they polled the Yorubas in Lagos State, 47% of them said they will vote for Tinubu. 10% said Peter Obi. So there's no logical consistency to that.
How many did they say we will vote for Showore, the son of Showore? You know, there's Showore that is a Prince Adewale, and what's his name? So how many will vote? How many Yorubas will vote? Okay, all the Yorubas now, they will not vote for anybody. Only Peter Obi they will vote for.
No. Hold on. They told us Peter Obi would win Lagos State because hold on. Okay, can you hold on so you understand? They said Peter Obi would win Lagos State ahead of Tinubu. They said yes, they said they would win Lagos State ahead of Tinubu, that he got 31% of their polling and Tinubu got 28%. So that's the totality of Lagos State because it's a multi-ethnic state. But then when they said when they then polled amongst the Yorubas in Lagos State, 47% of them said they will vote for Tinubu, and only 10% said they will vote for Peter Obi. So that's where the inconsistency is.
Actually, my own question is with regard to Lagos. Okay, let me say the rationality is that the whole Yoruba have now decided that Tinubu is not well. Therefore, they don't want to vote for him. Okay, but they have also another Yoruba in Showore who actually is, when you look at, I'm not trying to be pejorative. When you look at them speaking, he speaks smart. What he's talking in terms of content is much smarter than what Peter Obi is talking about. You have Prince, what is Adewale or whatever his name? Adewale. Abiola's son is there. So the Yorubas are going to abandon all of these Yoruba people and they will go and vote for Peter Obi. At the same time also, in the East, but the Igbos, they will not abandon their son and go and vote for Showore. You know, they will not. So in the East, they will vote for Showore for Peter Obi, quite right. The Igbos, it's a family affair. But the Yoruba people is not a family affair. In fact, they hate all their family people. Tinubu, Showore, Adewale, Abiola's son, all of them, they will just jump to Peter Obi. Look, you can't be. This is the problem. Peter Obi will have been a very nice person. He's very good. But the obedience, they make everything. They behave like the world started today. The world didn't start today, and it's not going to end after this election. The world continues. You can't be shoving things down people's throat. You can't be shoving things down people's throat. You will make them defensive, and you will heat up the politics. Just Peter B is a good guy. Look, like they will say, they will be talking like Peter B is like the next thing next to Jesus Christ. Okay, they are all politicians, they are all corrupt, and they say, oh, you can trust. Okay, I can't trust Peter B, but I love Peter B. I think he's played a very, very smart game. I wish him good luck. I wish he wins. If Tinubu, and I think Tinubu will, just because of the machine. Somebody's been building his machine for 20 years. You have not even the point. How many down ballot tickets does Labour Party have across Nigeria? It doesn't even matter. Even all the youths in Nigeria vote for Peter Obi. The best that you will get is an uneven distribution of the votes. You will get 20% here, 10% here, 90% here, because it doesn't have ground operations everywhere. How you don't have the people that drive votes are actually not the presidential candidate. They are the people, the local government chairman that wants to win, the House of Rep. These are the people that go to their people. The presidential candidate is just up there. The local, these are the people that drive people out.
Sorry to interject you guys.
Hold on. Don't interject because I want him to land. And
no,
then...
I'm leaving. I just want to say something. I'm leaving the show.
All right. Okay, go on.
I will send you the tracking, one man. Please, it's today you will receive it.
Yeah, so I know. They've notified me as well. As soon as I receive it, I'll let you know.
I'm up. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, Wapis. Where are you rushing to? You usually spend the whole day with us. Why are you leaving?
It's 1 p.m. I'm taking my kids to English school.
All right. Okay. No, it's very important. English is very important. So yeah, good. Make sure you practice it. Practice it with them at home as well. So thank you, Wapis. I'll notify you just as soon as it will get to me tomorrow, which is now today. All right. Thank you, Wapis. So thank you, Wapis. So back to you, Adewale.
So I was just saying that if you don't have ground operation, how are you going to? Even if you have to win in 24 states.
Not Adewale Ofatai. Sorry, I called you Adewale and you didn't even correct me. Sorry. Carry on. Yeah.
You have to win in 24 states, 25% in 24 states, and you don't have ground operation close to maybe not more than 5 states. But how are you going to win? It's not by your name. Okay, it's like this. When people go in the voting ballot, they vote for the party. No, you are telling me that throughout Nigeria, everybody will go in and vote for House of Rep, APC, Senate, PDP, and everybody, okay, where is Peter Obi? I'm looking for Peter Presidential. I'm looking. It doesn't work like that. Only very few people and only very educated people are able to make these distinctions. You go to even in Iperu, Okupe's village, those mama that will go and vote there, those papa, those and not even mama, even the youth there. Do you think they go into the polling booth and say, okay, I'm looking for APC for our local government representative? Oh, now I'm looking for Peter Obi. Where's the president? No, they just go in there and vote for the party. That's even the way the ballot is done. You go in there, you vote for the only very exceptional situation. That is why a Wike is hiring 200,000 people. Because if it doesn't do that, it only backfires. Like to say, I choose president here, I choose down ballot here. It only backfires. Yeah, but even in the last election, APC, when the Atiku took his people out of or the previous election, whatever, his people, the people that supported APC, they lost all their governors. They thought they could do this thing. It's happened only maybe in few occasions in Nigerian politics. I think in Oyo State. That time I don't remember this Baba was still around back then. It's a very technical operation to carry out, to say vote for the top ballot here, but the down ballot, other people. It's a very technical operation. People go in and they just vote up to down. That is the rational thing that happens. In exceptional cases, people do this, and in very limited case of very educated people. So I don't know. I don't even know what. If you bring me in on, I don't.
All right. Thank you, Fatai. You still have the floor, but let me take a moment because Thomas came in earlier to allege, and Rational Mind wants the right to reply. And of course, we always have to have a balanced view. But gentlemen, I don't want it to spiral out of control. Just a mini window for whatever needs. Just to you, then Rational Mind. You wanted to have your say or something like that. So Rational Mind, to you.
Thank you, one man. I don't seem to understand what Thomas has. What is his problem with what I said? And in the comment section, when he brought it, in fact, yesterday, when I said that his action on this man's platform is sycophantic. That's what I said. And he brought it up today on your channel, and I tried to explain to him that this is what I meant. And then, I don't know if he saw that comment where I said the intention was not to offend him, but I was just only trying to describe what he was doing. When he was saying, oh, one man, yes, tell them, one man, this, that. That was why I said that's a sycophantic action. And if you felt offended by that, well, that's not the intention. But then I can understand much more than that, because I don't like when people are double tongued and they are two-faced. Because the way it came about, the way he presented the matter to you here was that if it is just you alone, that is he, Thomas, he has a personal issue with me for what I said. That is understandable. But when he went ahead saying that I called you stupid, then I was like, what's this guy? What is this guy talking about? When did I call a woman stupid on a, why would I even want to do that? The only thing I said was when you presented yourself as a Jehovah's Witness, and I said, no. I don't know if you saw that comment. I said you're not. Because if you are, you should not be on this platform. And I know Jehovah's Witnesses don't go to church. They go to hall, as I know them. And there's some other things I said in between. Never did I ever call you stupid. Why would I call you stupid? What have you said that I'll call you stupid? So now he went ahead saying you should ban me on your platform, which for me, I don't care if anything happens. But he went ahead saying that you should ban me because I called you stupid. I was like, but the issue was that it is you that I call a sycophant. But why are you not bringing in one man and he wants to make it look like, okay, it is me versus you, all of you, who are maybe bad-fied or who are, I don't get it. That's where I have the problem. I was like, why is this guy just spinning this thing like as if, when did I ever call one man stupid on one? I think we can go back to this chat. We could see it. I never called you stupid. And then some people on this platform here, they just bounce on that, and then was like, people like enigmatic, talking like they know how to talk. You've not heard the other side of the story, and then you were just bouncing on people and saying something you don't even know.
All right. It sounds to me like much ado about nothing. But being called stupid is not. If you call me stupid, it's not an issue for me. I have a thicker skin than.
If I ever said something, I will own up to it.
No, like I said, it sounds like much ado about nothing. Of course, I prefer not to be called names, but it is not something that would offend me excessively. I wouldn't lose any sleep over being called names.
I'm saying, I'm just correcting that because some people are already forming an opinion on that. Because that I called you stupid. I said, I mean, the issue is that because even at the comment section here, I think we're even joking about it. And somebody was asking him, oh, did he ever forget that guy, Joe? I was like, who is this person? I mean, she walk with sorrow. Don't back with sorrow. Don't back with. You don't know what transpired. And you just did he ever call you? Did he ever call you? Why you me?
What
let me talk to the person I want to talk to, please.
What I basically said here.
You have your say, please. Let it be that. So I just want to address Thomas.
I was basically telling Thomas to let it go, right? That was basically what I was saying. So
well, I didn't understand it to me that way. If I read it wrong, then my bad.
All right. It looks as though a lot of people read a lot of things wrong. Thomas read you wrong. You're reading enigmatic wrong. I think a lot of people they need hearing aid or glasses. Hearing aid and glasses.
Oh my God!
Ban this person. Why should I say that somebody should be banned? And he went ahead saying that I called you stupid. My goodness, but Thomas, you're too mature for this now.
It's very unlikely that you will be banned. Everybody knows my rule. If you don't use foul and offensive language, then you don't get banned. Everybody knows that.
It says, what's your language? I said, what language again? What did I use? What did I say? If you don't understand the meaning of sycophant, go and check it.
Are we back to Boyd? Is this Senator Shetu and Tudu again?
Don't get me wrong, Thomas. I'm not trying to say you're not lettered, you're not read. Don't get me wrong. But sometimes I think some of us, we seem to understand certain language and then feel maybe we understood it the way it is. I'm only trying to describe your action. I wasn't trying to be offensive to you.
Oh, all right.
Okay, so that's just the point. I don't want people forming an opinion of what they don't understand or what they don't even have all the context as to what happened. And I never call you stupid, one man. I don't want to take that and run with it or anybody take wrong with it. I will never call people stupid. Depending on the context, whether if I ever have to say that, I won't up to it. But I never use that for you, one man.
All right. No, that's fair enough. But even if you did, it wouldn't jar me in any way. It's not. But you did not, or because you said you did not. But if you did, it doesn't jar me. It doesn't. It means nothing to me. But fair enough. So the right to reply has been had. So let's get back to the sequence of it. Let's go back to Fatai. And Fatai,
Awama, you don't want me to reply?
Okay. But don't ignite anything. Just okay, go on. Just make a statement and then.
Rational man, I'm not fighting with you. All your comments you made, I screenshot it. It's on my phone now. I can read it to you. All what you said on that platform.
Okay.
Yes, and I can read it to you. Yeah. You said, let me say this. You said Thomas, the sycophant. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yeah, I said that. Okay.
That is calling name. You don't call people names. I'm not fighting you. Don't call, if you can call other people's name, don't call me names. Because I will never, no, let me finish. You've spoken and I didn't interrupt you. If you are calling other people's name, you know me. Don't call me names. I hate it because I've never, since I've joined this platform, if anybody can point one time I've called somebody's name, I don't do that. Then you go further to one man. You wrote this. Let me read it to you. I screenshot it and I will read it to you. You said, one man, the spinner, the batifier are always sounding ridiculous and stupid when they are trying to defend indefensible. That's what you wrote. It's on my phone here. I screenshot it. That is what you wrote.
Read it again. Read it again. Read it again. Read it again.
You said one man, the spinner, the batified are always standing stupid, ridiculous and stupid when they are trying to defend indefensible. You say, hell well, you are nothing to do with Tinubu, but hear yourself, one man. That's what you wrote.
Okay, so what you just read? What you just read now?
No. I want to stop this here because this happened on a different platform, so it's really nothing to do with me. And I wasn't there. I didn't really see the fullness of it. I think I think what Rational Mind is saying essentially is that it wasn't his intention to cause offense. So if it wasn't his intention to cause offense, then you have no reason to be offended, Thomas.
That's fine. I've moved on. Let's just close the chapter. I've moved on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So let's get back to it. But let's get back to Fatai quickly. And Fatai, I want to take you to this space. So this is Are you still there, Fatai?
Yeah.
Do you have a screen in front of you?
Yeah.
I want to show you this. One of my favorite Nigerian players, Ahmed Musa. So he is one of my favorite Nigerian players. It's the case of that Nigerian player that celebrated his 34th birthday, and his twin brother celebrated his 44th birthday. So this is that case again. So this is it. Nigerians react in disbelief after football star Ahmed Musa shared a photo of his PVC with his year of birth, reading 1992. So there is Ahmed Musa, of course, who seems to have buried his picture in the attic and is regressing in age. So let me just read you some of the comments. Yeah, so this is a stay safe friend. It says, this is not good, bro. I know you are definitely I know you definitely senior me in age. I was born in 1992. When I was in primary 4, you were already a professional football player. How can you lie to us that you were born the same year as me? How do we make Nigeria good when everything is built on lies? So it just goes on and on. Baba was born in 1992. So this is it. 1992, just a play. 1992, you should be ashamed of yourself posting this. So it's just the most ludicrous things, So I'm not sure how old that makes him. He says, there is
20.
absolutely nothing possible about this. He is older than 30
No,
and he
30,
knows
not
it.
20, sorry.
Yes, Nigerian athletes lie about their age. Some people don't have the fear of God. Ahmed says he's 30, wonderment. And that's a legal document, by the way, the PVC. Look at that, unbelievable. So what are you making of this? It just caught my eye. This is who we are, isn't it? The average Nigerian is instinctually fraudulent.
I mean, the question is, when you finish playing football, I mean, it's understandable if you football age to get into European football or whatever it is. But when you finish playing football, like your PVC, isn't it required? I don't know. Or you have to keep on with your foot. Maybe maybe you didn't have a choice but to keep on with the football age.
But he should have made enough money by now for him not to feel the need to do that anymore.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like when you're already out of it, I mean, nobody cares about you. You can just go back to your normal.
Yeah, but if he went back to his normal age, people will still drag him. That So you're at this age and you claim to be. It's just a. Even internationally, they mock us about it. That is that of Nigerian footballer age or something.
These happen to a lot of people in Nigeria, and that is why when people are raising the issue of Tinubu's age, you will see there will be a lot of closet supporters. They will not come out because I don't know, maybe half of the population of Nigeria has some issue with age. So when you're saying you're trying to bash Tinubu on his age, many people are seeing Tinubu, they are seeing themselves in Tinubu. So that's what
They have a lot of that problem in the civil service when people underreport their age so that they don't to avoid retirement. Yes.
Yeah. Even half of Nigeria's population is doctor there. I mean, even with these, everybody, people say Buhari is I don't know 20 years older.
Buhari is Mugabe's age now. It's not. They're telling you Buhari is 70 something.
Even Obasanjo, I don't think is particularly 80.
But Obasanjo came out. He was very frontal. He told us that there was no recording of his age at the time of his birth. So the age that he gives is just a nominal age. He came out to say that.
I think that's what Tinubu also should have done.
Obasanjo is almost 90 now.
80. 80 or 81 or something.
No, you said it's about 85 or something like that.
Obasanjo is 85. Buhari turned 80 yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, Obasanjo is 85.
Yeah.
And I don't think that he lie about his age. I mean, that is his age.
Buhari. Nobody can even say Buhari. Buhari is 80. 80 is not. How old is my grandpa? So.
Look, let me tell you, in Yoruba land, we used to have. I mean, back then they used to have family record where they record all these things. If the family don't have, they have somebody within the family that record the date of birth of every member in the family. They always, they were doing that.
Yeah,
so,
most families.
Yes.
Well, many people, their birthdays are written on the wall with the.
On the wall, yeah, they write it on the wall. Some if they have one of them that is educated, that one will be keeping that in the family record. They open a book. We have it in our own this thing. They have it. Anytime they have a newborn, they go and record that date on that family record. So it's there. We used to have it back then.
Ajanle Koko, let me bring you this. This is 2017 March. I don't know my true age, Obasanjo. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo on Thursday admitted he did not know his true age. He said his late mother merely told him that she gave birth to him on a market day. Obasanjo said this on Thursday at the 2017 International Youth Variety Day and public presentation of Olusegun Obasanjo books for children. The program was organized, blah, blah, blah. Obasanjo said whilst growing up, he had the challenge of knowing. Obasanjo said whilst growing up, he had the challenge of knowing his real age, his real date of birth, because his parents were illiterate. At early stage of my life, I had the challenge of knowing my date of birth, and my peers always asked, whilst in return, I persisted in asking my mother, who was illiterate and had no records. He said, the former president added that he continued to pressure his mother. The information he was given by his mother was that she gave birth to him on an Ifo village market day. Ifo village market day. When I continued Ifo village market day. When I continued to put pressure on my mother, she told me she was preparing to go to the market on the said day and went into labor. Before others could return from the market, she had given birth to me. The former president said he arrived at his current age when he considered the ages of some of his peers at the time. So there it is, you know. So there it is. So it's a nominal age for Obasanjo.
Yeah, it's okay, but sometimes they can look at events around that time.
And if somebody like Obasanjo doesn't know his age, then how can somebody like Buhari, born in Katsina, know his age? You know, it's impossible now.
Well, it's okay, but in most cases, they usually, just like Fatai said, sometimes they will write it on the wall. Sometimes they will write maybe there's a festival around that time. They will mention it that, oh, it was doing so, or maybe there was a war, a particular war around that time. So they can easily just speak out a date and just. Yeah, that's how it is.
Ajale Koko. My dad doesn't know the day he was born. My own dad, he just pick one date and one age. My own dad is still alive. So just forget about these people. They don't know their age.
Buhari is not 80. Buhari is more like either 88 to 92 thereabout.
No, but it should be around that 80 or something.
Are you saying what 92 or the way?
No, if you look at his physicality,
it look good for that age too.
He's
a very lucky man, no. But he's a very lucky man.
It doesn't look good for a 90-something-year-old man. Do you know that when he joined the army, he was the chief of his local something that signed an affidavit to say that he was of this age. And what they told the chief was that there was an age threshold, and he had to certify that Buhari fell under that threshold, so he's able to get in. So it's a fraud.
But they still look for that 80 years, looking at him.
It's not 80, easy. He's 92.
Oh,
he's 92 now. He's Mugabe's age. Do you see how he walks like Shaggy in Scooby-Doo? Like,
that guy still walks very smart.
You think so?
God so blessed him that he's a tall guy and he's not bending. He didn't bend at all, and he still walks smart. He walks really good. Go and look at Atiku when Atiku is walking. Now you see him dragging his foot or somehow. But Buhari still because he still walk very smart, like a military guy.
It depends on if Atiku is Jayegon, Atiku,
Why don't freaking bury why have they not asked questions about Atiku's I think Emiro Boyogun long moral. Why are they not asking? Why are they not asking Atiku about his belly?
all those Nollywood actresses. Then
they talk about Tinubu's health all the time. Why are they not talking about Atiku's belly? It looks like another person in front of him.
Atiku is Atiku belongs to the same political party as Peter Obi. So Labour Party and NNPP, they are considered PDP PDP is the PDP. Then there's a pro-mass PDP and PDP light. So Labour Party and then NPP they have a semblance of they have a semblance of sympathy from the core PDP folks. So originally, I mean, by virtue of that, the default guy who will take all the slack will be, of course, the APC guy. So that's why you see all those slacks on him every time. So of course,
and the difference is that, you know, when Tinubu speaks, he speaks and sound like somebody in the 80s or going to 90s. But when Atiku speaks, it sounds like somebody in 50, or, you know, it still sounds sharp. Yeah, that's the difference between them.
The Fulani gene is a very strong gene.
But Tinubu.
What about Padebanjo? The Fulani gene is not stronger than. What about Padebanjo? Padebanjo is 90-something now.
I don't think it depends on
He looks like he's ready to throw the first punch. Still, he looks like he's ready for a physical fight.
I think it depends on the lifestyle these guys have actually. You know, if you look at Atiku and then. For Buhari, you know, Buhari said he's never been sick or ill like that in his life until he got to Aso Rock this time around. So, like Aisha Yesufu said, yeah, he's been very lucky with his age. When you look at Wole Soyinka, all of them, they've been very lucky. But when you consider,
is there something about the Aso Rock that is making them sick? And that's Aso Rock.
I think they say something spiritual there that you have to be very strong your first 2 years. If you survive the first 2 years. That is, I don't know, but they said something.
Why did Obasanjo die? Why did he sick?
No, Obasanjo didn't go into Aso No,
do you know? I don't know. Maybe people are not aware of this. Jonathan's wife, she almost died. Are you guys aware of that in Aso Rock?
What happened?
That's the fact. So
is it breast cancer?
She never had it in her life. So and it was kept it was more or less like a very big secret. So I don't want to be cynical or being superstitious, but it's like something in that there.
I think during Abacha's time, they said he brought in some marabouts from Senegal, come and pray for him in Aso Rock there, and they said they don't worry. Was it seven cows? They had to bury them. That was what was said back then.
No, we heard it that because Obasanjo did some cleansing too. You know, we were reading it that time when they were engaging some spiritualists to do cleansing in National Rock. And even then, Stella, we all know Stella now.
What office Stella Rarini now?
No, but that one went for surgery. He went for
Tommy Talk.
He went for Sagbadewe.
That's so you know, say any number of you see, he go they do something, he go they say it's normal now. So if I'm not saying now, I'm not talking saying now Obasanjo do but I'm just saying that actually the mystery there that.
How dare she can't come and do it in the United States and he went to Spain?
I've always wondered why people go to all these ridiculous places to go and do like they used to go to India for kidney surgery, and they used to bring them back in body bags. Remember when Nigerians used to go for kidney something in India? If you have enough money to do that, why don't you go to a civilized country to do it?
Yeah. Look at Buhari, very smart. He went to London to do all this.
No, because he learned from Yadua now. He learned from Yadua.
Kidney transplant is actually shepherd in India, like
but they always come back dead. That's what I'm saying. Most often instances they come back dead.
Because I know someone that went for spinal cord injury surgery that time. It was supposed to, even South Africa was even more expensive than India. Then when you go to Europe, it's even worse.
All right.
Yeah, Buhari receives the medical attention in the I think where their royal families receive their medical attention in the UK. Buhari is a big boy. You see It's his Gucci
Is that your son?
No, my
Buhari. You say, who is this Buhari? Mama Jabota. Carry on.
Yeah, it's just being nosy, but you know, maybe I should just speak before. But you know, beyond that, first of all, I will just speak to. I think I'll start my conversation with these polls that are being conducted every time, and then you know.
Sorry, let me just sign out. Let me just. I don't want what man? You missed one news that about the Atiku's gaffe, and it's the whole media is silent about it. Atiku made exact gaffe as Tinubu, but nobody's talking. It was in the same North Central. He was going to say PDP. He said APC. Oh, sorry, I meant PDP.
And look at that. Look at that. If Tinubu said that, they will bring the machine guns and start to spray.
Nobody's talking about it. He actually said that. He said
even the wife too.
Have you seen his wife?
His wife too. Exactly. What you mean?
Titi Atiku.
APC.
That one actually was. That was. If you are not careful, you would think maybe she's an APC member. Like, but you know, but this actually speaks to the volume of the fact that you know, whatever. It's like they have a target, you know. Imagine if Tinubu's wife had done that, or if Tinubu had done what Atiku did in wherever you just said now, and then even when he was walking down the staircases, you know, if he had been, so you would have seen comedians, you would have seen Today Ednon, the first thing in the morning you see in Adiola, all those bloggers.
Yeah, look at this. I think this is what you mean. This is Atiku being supported down a flight of stairs. If this was Tinubu, head will roll.
As I invite Atiku Abubakar. Ladies, thank you.
You see, it needed the support. Then halfway down the flight, it tried to guide it, but it knew it wasn't steady enough. So it grabbed the guy's hands again. What it is, only 20 seconds. But you see in two phases, at the top, it needed the support to do the first one. And then because he knew the cameras were there, he tried to shake the support off to try to guide. But then he knew he was going to fall. And then he quickly reached to grab. But if this was Tinubu, heads will roll.
As I invite Atiku Abubakar. Ladies, thank you.
You see that? It's just, that was Tinubu now. The obedience will go wild.
He told you it's a marketable individual. So you know how many? Do you know how many bloggers or YouTubers who have actually opened several channels to just wake up on a daily basis and make money out of this guy personally? So, and then he meant everything he says, that he's a marketable guy, and then if you can make your money now, make it on him through memes and remixes, and then after February, then let's see what will happen.
No, they will still continue to meme him more, especially if it becomes Tinubu.
Yeah. But why did he now say that nobody should use him to make money? Why did
I think they should make money with him. If they want to make money now, they should, because
I get you what you said. But he said he doesn't want people making money out of him.
Yeah, he's speaking politically, and he was basically, if you understand what he was doing, he was taking a jibe at Arise TV. That's what he was doing on that podium. Don't forget Tinubu knows how to speak political language. Speak political language in the sense that he won't say directly to you, but anything about so he was speaking to a certain individual or a sector, and they got it.
So he said ignorant Yoruba man.
Yeah, I'll be
no, he's an able guy. Can you not tell?
Okay, one pot of labata, any tasilara. The way you said it, I was wondering if you were actually saying Yoruba.
Yeah, so come on, go to Shifi.
Yeah, Yoruba Eguni, you know, it's I have Takpa, I have Yoruba, not full blood. It's not an Oyo man, so it's not a real Yoruba guy.
So I'm real Yoruba. I'm Ondo Ekiti Oshun, so I'm pure Yoruba person.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Fatai. So to you then, enigmatic, you were about to give us your narration on the polling. To you.
Yes, I believe you know, we should just be, you know, that I always like to start this polling you know, discussion in this fashion. You know, if we already know that you know uh, uh, President Peter Obi, you know, we've given the social media platform is you know, polling constituencies is on the social media, Twitter, and all those bloggers, and then we should be magnanimous enough to give him these polls. You know, except probably those who are basically delusional will be understanding the fact that he has a chance. He does not stand any single chance in this election. And I've come over, I'm not even saying it just because I want to say it. I've come out to say it, you know, with an effort to put something on the flat for them. That if you know he has a chance, come out with your full shares and let's dig it out, you know, by that conviction of your mind. So we know that. How would you tell me, you know, in a sane, rational mind, that Kwankwaso, a son of the North, will come out with 2%, right? 2%, one man, 2%, Meiji percent, and then a certain Peter Obi in the North, we gonna 15%. Let's leave APC and PDP now. So when you look at when you actually want to look at that on the paper or the surface of wherever they're coming from, it taps logic in the head, and you just want to give up to say, okay, how would that start? You know, just opposing this idea, how would that start? You know, rationalizing this kind of you know, silly polls or outcome, because whoever is actually trying to even define that to you, if you look at that, if you are having a man-to-man conversation with that person, you may be, you know, tempted to look at the, probably want to check the, you know, mental capacity of that person, honestly, because we've not seen a single poll that has given Atiku, who has always had is the benchmark of political, you know, capital outside of the North, in the Southwest, in the South, South, and Southeast. We've not had a single poll, you know, having him, you know, I mean, tilting him towards or ahead of Peter Obi in the Southeast. And then by one of a miraculous, you know, poll, somebody who does not have a single political capital in the North is going ahead of a certain Kwankwaso in the North. So what is the mathematical formula for that? It makes absolutely no sense. So we are here almost every time, you know, giving Obi that, okay, in the Southeast, we basically ceded the whole of Southeast to him. You know, that has been politically, you know, reasonable. But we can debate the fact that in the North, Atiku, Kwankwaso, and APC, they will play it out. Then there's every possibility that where APC, where the state where they're having the, you know, incumbent advantages, it could play a favor, you know, for them. And then by virtue of Atiku being a northerner, regardless of the, you know, political turmoil it's actually going through now, he still has that political advantage and capital in some areas of the North. Then you can actually, you know, say, okay, maybe this is what could be his number, but not this kind of ridiculous conclusion. No. And you want to come to Southwest when what you cannot actually rationalize in the Southeast, you want to basically rationalize that in the north and in the southwest. You know, we don't have to be going back and forth with this kind of ridiculous poll or conclusion of where are they even coming from? Who are those people making these polls every time? You know, and then we want to question the rationale behind the polls. Do you know what it means to win an election in the north? Why do you think APC? Why do you think they are killing themselves in the killing, not in a metaphorical expression now? Like they are basically, you know, having their headquarters in the north and some certain northern states now. For the past 1 month or thereabout, you've basically seen Tinubu, you know, commuting almost all the, you know, political catchment areas in the north. Back to back, back to back, back to back. The whole of these 2 weeks, for the past 2 weeks, he's been there almost every time. So when you look at that, that is a guy who still has some, you know, incumbent governors, and the president is from there. The political parties number one figure in Nigeria now is from the north, right? You have most of the top echelon of the APC and Buhari's administration from the north, and you are seeing their political, you know, their presidential candidates not leaving the north. You can hardly see a week without having not to see Tinubu in the north, or probably Tinubu surrogate in the north, doing something in the north. If his wife is not in the north, his son will be in the north. If his son is not in the north, you will see most of his political surrogate in the north, doing one thing or the other. Why? Because of the numbers. And then you see somebody who does not even have a single councillor in the north, and then you are trying to rationalize about the youths are behind him. When you are, and then we've actually tried to debate this issue of youth. So do you want to tell me all the youths in Nigeria are Labour Party youths? So when you say the youths are for a single candidate, what about the youths in PDP? What about the youths in APC? What about the youths in NMPP? What about the youth for Omoyele Sowore? What about the youth in SDP? So do you want to convince everyone that, oh, there are some folks who are basically having their PVCs for the first time, and that's a wave, that's a momentum that will go to a single candidate? Then how are you reasoning? Then when you ask the question about, did you start your political education or political following or thereabout 6 months ago or 5 months ago, you should be bold enough to say yes, so people will not waste their time having a conversation.
Enigmatic, do you know the type of proverb I used to give people like that? Yoruba will say something is pé afọ́ni ṣùlọ́yọ̀ òǹdúpẹ́ orígìsè náà. I don't know if you want to say, you know, they give you yam in Oyo, right? You are now thanking them. Say, thank you for giving me yam. You've got a cooking stove or cooking stick to even cook the yam before. So when you say people are taking the PVC, I keep telling people it translates to nothing. Let the PVC translate to go into some vote first of all. And all these statistics we are doing that people are celebrating. Let this come to February. Then we now know the reality. So our problem is that we don't want to face the reality. We just want the narrative to favor us. Someone was saying that in our group today, oh, Obi will win. I say yes. I think I agree with you, because I've learned not to argue when I see people want to fight. But I will still tell you from an analysis, it's better for us to do the right thing. Thanks for yielding this space.
Yeah. So one man, look, you know, a lot of us on this platform, right? This is a very good platform that we share ideas. But when we are talking, you know, this, if we're actually discussing some professional, you know, career, that's different, right? But this is politics, and there are some people who are actually cutting their political teeth for the first time in their lives. So we can excuse them, we can excuse their naivety, we can excuse their ignorance, we can excuse, you know, the intellectual capacity of their political reasoning. But they need to come out and say, look, I'm just starting my politics 6 months ago when Peter Obi ran away from PDP to Labour Party. That is excusable. But not coming over here to speak as if, do you know America's politics is over 200 years? Look at, you can still sit where you are and basically predict what will happen in the next election in America over here, right? We just finished our midterm elections. So there are some areas that it's just like you are telling me you go to Alabama, one man, as a Democrat, and you are thinking you're going to win an election as a Democrat, or you want to go to somewhere like where Jewel is, Nashville, Tennessee, or you want to go to Mississippi, or you want to go to states like Iowa as a Democrat, you are basically wasting your time. You know, so there are some things that are they are no brainers. Or you want to go to a state like California as a Republican, and you're going to win statewide, or New York, or you want to come to Texas as a Democrat. So look, when politics is not is it goes beyond just scientific conclusion. Sometimes it can be philosophical, and I understand the psychological effect this electioneering season is getting on these folks. Is having a big toll on them. And the problem is that their candidate has sold a dummy to them, and he has perfectly sold it. Like you find yourself in main market in Onitsha, right? And they are selling a replica of a Gucci to you, and then they will sweet talk you to the point that you lose all your money. By the time you get home, you open it, you see you bought a Ebu, right? You bought a big fake material. That's what they are doing now. So how would we've been looking at the numbers. Atiku is a strong man in Nigeria's political landscape. Atiku is having issues. I think Atiku is not even sure. Can't you see Atiku's body language? Can't you see his countenance that he feels that there's no enthusiasm for him? Then all of a sudden, somebody will just come 6 months ago, right? Because of a wave, because of a momentum. Then he will just come like that and go to the north and knock out Atiku and knock out Kwankwaso. And then politics is not like that, my brothers. You all need to calm down. And there's a reason why a sector or a section of the media or the platform here now, we always come over here to be conservative enough to just say, okay, let's give Peter Obi all the Southeast. Let's give him all the Southeast. And on this platform, probably some people are new to this platform. I've actually challenged one of the obedience over here that Peter Obi will not win even Edo State, which actually is his core base outside of Southeast. That is to show you how sure I am. I'm not making political kumbaya statement. This is what I know. There are some people that, when my uncle was running for a senatorial election, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, data are coming. You know your areas of weakness, you know your areas of strength. They are giving you raw data on the ground, the ground operations, how it works. So politics is a big project, not something that you just do on the social media and then you create platforms here and there, YouTube and stuff like that. You pay bloggers, you pay all those social media influencers. No, a serious political party does not need to pay bloggers or social media influencers, because you have structures, down the line that they will take care of all those things for you. You only pay stuff like that to third party agents, media agents, when you do not have a team. When you have a team, that's what you are seeing now, right? Regardless of what Atiku is going through, you can see how strong the political machine is still going, right? The fact that he's having some implosion by virtue of his mismanagement of his of ego, and not having to accommodate that divergent opinions in the political party, by Wike's and the G5, Peter will be moving out, and then Kwankwaso moving out. So that's why APC, they are kind of very confident, and that's why they wave aside when you mention Obi, they will just wave it aside as if it doesn't even exist. Because at the end of the day, when you do the quick political mathematics and the arithmetic, you will understand that every political gains of Peter Obi is a deficit for Atiku. by extension, if you look at it. So now, when we come back to the numbers, right, then you go to the Southwest. Where are the numbers of this guy in Southwest? Where are the numbers coming from? We've given him the highest numbers in Lagos State, and that does not mean he's gonna. If he goes, I said it over here. If he goes beyond 25%, if he makes beyond 25% in Lagos, he should start his early Christmas. That is in Lagos State. If he goes beyond 25% in Lagos, which is his major base in the whole of Southwest, he should start his early Christmas. So it means that is, and then outside of South-South, outside of Southeast, we say Edo State, but does it mean he's going to win Edo State? Absolutely not. And I've put something on it over here. And anybody is still on this platform. If you are a clear conscience or a clear conscientious obedient, and you are sure this guy actually stands a chance, step out and let's do it. It's not about talking too long or making some kind of bogus numbers over here. You know what? Within the recess of your mind, Obi is probably going to be distant third if Atiku does not mess up anyways. But regardless of how Atiku is going to perform, Atiku is still Atiku. Take it or leave it. Take it to the bank. Atiku is still Atiku. PDP is still PDP. Do not forget the fact that how politics operates is that House of Rep members, they are crunching the numbers. Senatorial candidates, they are crunching the numbers. Local government chairmen, governors. So it goes like that, and they do not want to lose their basis, and that's why it's going to reflect on the presidential election. What is going to reflect for your guy, right? Go and look at Ekiti State now. Was this guy not in Ekiti State? Was he not in Osun State? Where is the gubernatorial candidate in Osun State? The last Osun gubernatorial election in April. The deputy speaker of House of Rep. He has gone back to PDP, and you heard what he said about Peter Obi. Do you know what is happening to Labour Party in Osun State? Do you know what is happening to Labour Party in Ondo State, in Ogun State? So, do you know what is even happening to Labour Party itself? Labour Party is basically probably divided into two: the legacy Labour Party members and the obedient Labour Party members. Do you guys know what is happening? So if you start your politics 6 months ago and you want to come over here, and define or talk about politics, you should say it so that we understand the fact that you are a political neophyte, right? You are amateur in this political analysis, and then you are a political baby who spoon feed you. Who understand? Will not just be wasting time about talking about Kwankwaso will get 2%. Kwankwaso will have 2%. Do you know what Kwankwasia movement means? The whole of Kwankwasia movement, if they vote en masse in block for Kwankwasia, it's gonna be high. The number is you can't quantify the number. You can't compare the number. What you have the whole of the South.
And that Kwankwasia movement, by the way, enigmatic. A lot of people conflate. They think it's a Kano State thing. It's not a Kano State thing. It's a poor people thing. Because his target demographic, Kwankwaso, are the people he calls the Talakawas, which is to say the poor and the downtrodden. And they've associated his name as the champion of those people in the north. So that 2% is just nonsense.
It's basically that's a total bunker. It's ludicrous. You can't take anybody serious who is coming out with such a ridiculous number for Kwankwaso. I don't even want to talk about Atiku, APC, PDP or APC, right? Because we all know one man. Except people and I will keep saying it. Except we just have some political Lilliputians over here, right? Peter Obi's best chances or his best numbers will come from his base, and I've always challenged that. Take the base behind him. Take that base away. He will be on the same platform as Omoyele.
Where is his base?
His base is Southeast, of course. That's the highest number he will make in Southeast. Does he have any base than that? This guy has not even
hold on. They are saying that his demography are the youth and the NSA space.
What are you talking about the youth and the NSA space? How many youth knows Peter Obi in Ondo State or in Ekiti State or in Oyo State? So one man, when you are talking about this youth, right? You have to put a number to you and you have to be definitive. You have to be specific. Does it mean the youth? Yes.
Enigmatic, and the youth in the north, the youth in the north did not support NSAS. They are against NSAS. So,
Okay, so
where's the NSAS they're talking about?
All right. So let me just say something. I had what Enigmatic said. It will amount to standing logic over on his head.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to go by saying, well, like he said, we don't have any structure. Structures in this sense would mean chairman, councillors. They don't have any place that they've captured like APC and PDP has states under their control. Then we can say maybe it looks impossible for him to win that election. But woman, you remember some days ago I sent you a video clip. I don't know if you ever played it.
No.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. I still have it though.
All right, no problem. If you don't want to play it, no problem. But
no, I can play it if you want me to play it. But carry on. I'll try and
work. Okay, although it makes sense that Obi has no pathway in this election, and it seems to look that way. I will concur with you, and I won't want to bet with you because of that, because I know it doesn't. But the way I'm seeing the way I'm seeing Nigeria going right now, I think it's going to be a shocker for many people. This election.
Are you in that space too?
Hold on. Yeah, I believe it's going to be a shocker. But if I were to look at it logically, like he said, like anybody said, it seems those people with the structures, namely PDP and APC.
No, define that shocker. What do you mean by a shocker?
I just want to know that shocker.
The shocker is this: that's video clip I sent to you. The obedient, they are doing grassroots sensitization. From what I know, from what I've seen many other clips, besides that one I sent to you, they are going. Maybe it's just I don't know. Maybe it's just a made up stuff that they made up. But the ones I've seen and the way they're going about it, if they continue with that tempo, at that rate, I think they can get a lot of people on board.
Okay.
That's where that shocker is coming. I think it's coming from.
That's your definition of the shocker, right?
Yeah, the shocker is that people you ordinarily would think that will vote APC because they are under APC local government or PDP local government, controlled local government. These are the ones that will vote, not the party. People that will vote. So these are the people, if going by what I've seen, the videos I've seen, both in the north and in the southwest, I've seen so far, I think they will get, sizable numbers of people that will vote for the Labour Party.
Rational mind. Look, let me tell you one thing, right? When you are talking about how did you even say it? You said they are mobilizing on the ground, right? So when you are talking about this mobilization, and then I like to be very analytical with scenarios and with figures. Let me start again by telling you to go back to Ekiti State, where we just had recent. If anybody wants to challenge me with a reasonable argument or debate that there's every possibility that PDP is going to take Osun State from APC in the presidential election, I would consider that a very, a debate on its merit, because we've seen what they did in the gubernatorial election. They have a sitting PDP governor, right, in Osun State now, who flipped the state from a PDP, from APC, right? Why? Because when you look at Osun State, regardless of take away the Adeleke's popularity.
Enigmatic, can I ask you a little question? Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, there is something you said, your logic, based on your political expertise,
Yeah, go ahead.
You said that a party that doesn't have councillors, House of Reps, all those kind of structure, who is going to mobilize for them, right? So you are basing your judgment on that fact that they don't have those things, right?
I'm actually rationalizing that. Hold on. I'm rationalizing that by that 2%.
No, I'm coming.
From the north.
So
Okay.
if that logic is correct, if it is valid, now we go to Southeast. The same Labour Party in Southeast, do they have any council anywhere in Southeast?
No, you can. No,
do they
no,
have
no.
any? Do they
Hold
have
on,
any?
hold on.
Do
If
they
that
have
is what you
any?
want, hold on, Kasaki.
No,
Is that actually
I'm coming.
what you want to say?
Oh, hold on.
I'm
Let him land.
coming.
Let's like exactly land. Yeah,
So
go on.
in Southeast, they don't have any of these structures. So what gives you the conviction that without any of these structures, that they are going to win very well in the Southeast?
Okay,
they don't have those structures in the Southeast.
Yeah, I get that, right?
Yeah.
And don't forget the fact that the caveat is always that being magnanimous with some figures in the Southeast. Look, we can pretend as much as we want to pretend, right? But I'm not going to feign ignorance of the fact that this is a tribal election. In the Southeast, even if they do not have, a goat or a chicken, Labour Party is destined, for greatness in Southeast by virtue of that, our son, conundrum in Southeast. We can even see how they've been able, and then they've successfully, cancelled almost every voice or any voice that has even spoken a word, regardless of how minor it could be, against even Peter Obi's,
but that cancellation is on social media, right? Because the people on grassroots,
No, I know what you are trying to say. That okay, Peter Obi does not have a single candidate down the ballot in the Southeast. But do not forget the fact, right? Do not forget the fact that now Southeast, they are. Give me a second, please.
All right. As Enigmatic takes that second, let me play the clip that Rational Mind was referencing. So this is it.
Good day, everyone. You are listening to the voice of Solar Carpenter. This is Team Solar Carpenter working so hard to prepare our mothers, our age mothers and youths ahead 2023 general election. And we printed small stickers that is fit for small phone. Then we are putting it at the back of their phone. So on the day of election, nobody will mislead our members, our mothers to vote to another party. When they get to the polling unit and they were given a ballot paper, the moment they check at the back of their phone, they see the logo of their party, Labour Party. Then they check at the ballot paper, they see the.
All right, so that's what inspires Rational Mind's confidence. So we're fast approaching 7 hours. So, gentlemen, I want to.
Solar Carpenter is in Kwara State. Now that's not much.
So let me conclude my stuff before we close the.
Yes, back to you.
Except those who want to be smart by half, right? Or those who actually want to deny the fact that this Peter Obi is not gonna forget about the structure in the Southeast or no structure. Those people does not care a hoot about a structure. All they want is this is our son. We want our president, and they will vote overwhelmingly. And that's why most of the time when I say, regardless of what Umari is doing in Ebonyi State and the incumbent power of Uzodinma in Imo State, I do not give APC those two states. That at least the worst that could happen, or the maximum that could happen to APC is they probably coast on with more than 25%, as they probably would have expected in other Southeast states. But it is a fact, right? You can twist the question as much as you want, but we all understand the fact that Peter Obi's stronghold and the majority of his votes will come from his base in Southeast. So structure or no structure, because we can see it, right? Immediately he moved out of PDP and he moved to APC. They basically shut down PDP's dominance in Southeast. And we know that almost all, tell me one person, all the actors, the Nollywood folks, they are all, except the politicians who are entrenched in their own political parties already, in PDP or ABGA or Labour or APC. Those are the ones that actually, basically distinguish their faith or their lanes in this capacity. But you cannot say that as Atiku, and you cannot say that of APC candidates or APC as a political party itself. And that when you talk about even what would be the fate of Atiku in the North, that's why we give you the projection of what will happen, to Atiku in the North because of the virtue of Kwankwaso movement. But regardless of that, Atiku is an Atiku, PDP is PDP. They have the structure to crunch it anytime. So where the structure will work is actually beyond, the conglomerate of all those regional politics that will actually come over now. And that is why we are speaking to what Soludo is doing. And that's why you see most people having issues with Soludo now. Because, of course, no matter what Soludo does or what he's trying to do in Anambra State, it wouldn't, stop Anambarians from going to the polls overwhelmingly to vote for Peter Obi on that day. And they've all actually sworn that this is probably his last time or his last shot in politics. So Peter Obi, that structureless, that organic, those catchy words of catchy phrases they use on the social media is basically going to work in Southeast. It's not going to work elsewhere. And that's the way it's going to
So your conviction is that Peter Obi is just going to win only in the Southeast?
I've said it several times, and I'm still saying it to you, Saki
So
Father.
his victory is only in the Southeast. That is your conviction.
And I can bet it with anything. I'm serious about that. And that's a fact.
So he's not going to get any state outside Southeast. That's your
assumption. You mean win outrightly or score 25%?
No, like getting any state win outside.
No. So what do you mean? Just to be clear, are you
so not with 5% winning outright
to win it outrightly?
Yeah,
oh God,
outside Southeast.
No, thank you for that. We can, and that's why I say I'm being conservative to give him Edo State, because if you look at those people who are actually very very loud and very.
Did you say you're giving him an Edo State?
No. I say I will be conservative enough to give him Edo State maybe 40%. That's probably where that is probably going to be his best show out of Edo State, and that's what I that was the reason. That was my confidence with this, right? That was my confidence. I can tell you for a fact, Obi is not going to win Edo State. Edo is still PDP and APC. So, and there is every possibility that Atiku will take Edo State at the presidential level, but that would not stop APC from getting at least their 25%, and that's why it's just there's no pathway to that guy out of so, and that's why I actually hammer on the fact that have you guys actually taken time, beyond the rhetoric of the primordial sentiment to peruse, the word now peruse through the lines of what Soludo actually wrote in that op-ed. If you read that, then you understand what Soludo is talking about. You see that when people are talking politics, Peter Obi is a good candidate, right, for the Southeast folks. But that's why they're cautioning them now not to spoil the chances of Soludo when its time comes. Because if you spoil the chances before the time comes, then it will be double jeopardy. Because at the end of the day, Peter Obi inevitably is going to lose. And then Soludo, who should be the shining light, you guys will kill him before his time. So that's why we're actually warning people to just calm down for this guy and let's see how he wants to play this politics out. So to answer your question directly, Saki Father, the best shot for Obi out of Southeast is Edo State, and that does not guarantee him Edo State. The max he could probably have in Edo, if you look at all the social media or people who actually support him out of that place, very loud locations are the Edo people, and they are it's a section of the Edo State, and the Edo State is typically PDP and APC, and those are the two political parties who will slug it out at the presidential level. Obi will see no win in Edo State.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Enigmatic. So gentlemen, we will seek to start to round off. You know where we're landing. We kick the rounding off with let's kick it off with DOG, if it's still there. So D, are you still there? All right. I think D may well have gone to bed. So thank you, DOG. So from DOG, let's go to Fatai. Fatai, as rounding off time, closing remarks. All right. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, well, we can carry on.
I want to say that Saki Father, you are. I wish. I think I want to appreciate you, your composure, everything, and I wish Peter will be actually very good luck. It's just the political calculation. It doesn't. I don't know. We are not God. Nobody knows what's going to happen. We're just talking political calculation. But you are a very very good obedient I have ever seen. I am really struck by your attitude. It's very nice. And I hope I answered your question the last time that you asked the difference between a poll and a survey. The poll is based on statistics. I mean, yeah, survey is inferences on questions that are not direct. You understand? This poll that they released is not statistic, has nothing statistics to it. They are asking people random questions, not straightforward questions about, oh, do you support Obi? Do you support this? They wrote it by themselves. There are no parameters behind it. What they just call it poll, but it doesn't make it poll. It's not a poll. They say 10 people from the age, no, not more than 10 people. What does that even mean? So it's not statistical. Not more than 10 people could be anything. Could be 0, could be 1, could be 9, could be how do you statistically evaluate that? You have to be able to statistically evaluate a poll. The other poll also end up knowing you cannot rank poll second. You cannot have joint second. That one I even saw. I was like, what? This is not a poll. How can you have joint second? Where the margin of error cannot makes it impossible to have two people in one position, except you are saying there is no margin of error. If there is no margin of error, is the only situation you can have two people occupying one position, joint position. If you have margin of error, it means over that range, it can fall within that. So you can't tell me that in the range between 50 and 10, and 60 that you have joint second. The other one could be 51, it could be 59, and then the first one could be 55 or it could be 52. So they can be joint second. So it's not a poll. And this one also is not a poll. And then the last one I will say about that Abuja. Actually, I know that place they did that thing in Abuja, that rally. That's not a rally, that's an awareness. It's like saying it's like we are doing killing like you are hawking. That space is usually people who are selling food. Behind it is all there are some civil the ministries behind that place. That square have many restaurants. This not restaurant like they put their umbrella and they are selling food. Like 1 million of them selling food there. And if you see the people there, they are not there for APC. Everybody is this. That's how that place usually is. It's not. They are not organized. They are just there creating awareness, put loudspeaker there and shouting APC, APC. It's not. I don't think that's not a rally. There is no. You don't see anybody wearing APC uniform, doing their normal stuff the way they do there. So it's not a rally. It's just an awareness. Whatever you do, you know. It's like walking your candidate around the street and like with your loudspeaker or whatever. I don't think that is the rally that they organized for the party. And then a lot of things I don't really remember. So many things. But it's been a good night. Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Fatai. Join us again. So that's Fatai, a voice that is fast emerging on the platform. So thank you, Fatai. So from Fatai, let's go on to Ola closing remarks.
Yeah. All I just want to say is thank you, everyone, for your audience. You actually be part of this evening learning for me. Well, I will say, as we keep educating people, let us prepare our mind and ourselves for better Nigeria, which I believe that is what is going to happen. Let us appreciate the forum, just thumb up, share, and let's get people in. Like someone that, I see people now praising those people they love to listen to. Yeah, the more you thumb up, the more you share, the more you are going to have even newer people that you can even like to listen to. Other than that, thank you, everyone. See you later.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, let's go on to Rational Mind, who only really came in to address a certain matter. So Rational Mind, closing remarks.
Yeah, one man. Thank you so much, and thank you everybody. And to Thomas, brother, I have no ill feeling towards you. As we always say, all not politics. Um, we're all just here to talk about politics. I know sometimes we get overboard, we overdo it. Um, I have no ill feeling towards you. So for me, I just want to say, in conclusion, that the politics is heating up. We have less than, should I say, almost in 2 months from now before that election. But all the news we're hearing from Nigeria with regard to the PVC buying and all of that, it makes me worried, concerned that is this election going to be free and fair if already it's being compromised at this stage? So time will tell. But I just wish that Nigeria would work for everybody. I don't want a Nigeria whereby we'll be repeating the same mistake we've been repeating over the years, uh, electing people that meant no good for us, that are not for the people, but they're only for themselves and their cronies. Well, it's up to Nigerians to make that decision themselves. We only try to just speak to things as we see them, and it's up to Nigerians to decide. One man, thank you. Hopefully, I'll be able to join you guys. Only that these days I've been busy. Even right now, as I'm talking to you, I'm trying to multitask here. So hopefully I'll be able to come one time and then join you guys like I used to, and have a full session with you guys. Good night, good morning, and good afternoon.
All right, thank you. So that was our Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, we go on to Enigmatic. Enigmatic, closing remarks.
Okay, one man. Thank you so much for the opportunity once again. I appreciate the time I've spent with a couple of folks tonight. Saki Father, I think for the past 2 days or 3 days, we've been having some good conversation. And then, of course, you've heard what people said about you tonight, about you being a different species of an obedient. I think, sometimes we just have to say this kind of stuff, regardless of our political leanings or political understanding. We come across to understand the fact that we are basically, doing the best we can. And then those folks on the comment section, thank you for being a patriotic member of the team. Keep liking and sharing. And 00, I saw your comment. So my question for you is that do you have any lawyer in your generation? And if you do, have you had any one of them who is a JAG? If you don't know what a JAG means, go and Google it, you will see. So good one man. Thank you and appreciate your
Is it the charge and bill? Have you called you charge and bill?
so tó bá mọ̀ tó ń jẹ́ JAG á mọ̀ pé ẹgbẹ́ ìyá nǹkan ló ń ṣe JAG l'Amẹ́ríkà.
Look at that. All right, settle down. All right, thank you. So that's Enigmatic on D, of course, who shoots from the hips. So Enigmatic on D. From Enigmatic on D to the one of your favorite voices on the platform, one of mine as well, Saki Father.
Yeah, enigmatic is actually finding people's trouble.
He just comes here for the fight, doesn't he? Really, enigmatic on the.
Yeah, so it has been a very nice conversation. Then one man on that weakest space, I see Wiki as somebody that is already in a dilemma, situation of dilemma, sort of, I don't think he's going to openly take a position. I mean, a stand. I think all he wants now is for Atiku to lose that election, but at the same time, I don't see him as somebody that is gonna come openly again to take a position. I think he will try as much as possible to give Labour Party and APC, free playing grounds in Rivers. Whoever wins at the end of the day in Rivers is gonna. He doesn't like what matters to him is maybe to make sure that Atiku doesn't take the ticket. That's what I will say, and that is what I would do if I'm the one, because he should be very conscious of the sentiment of the people of Rivers, just like Ajele Koko posited. So that's my point there. So we'll come back tomorrow and we'll continue having frank conversations. We'll come back this time, and I thank the listeners and the people on the chat boss. Thank you guys. Join us tomorrow again. We're gonna make it fun again. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's Sake Father. So that's Sake Father, but the father of them all, the daddy of daddies, the man with the golden gun. You know who he is, Aja Lekoko.
Thank you, one man. Thanks to every contributors that came on the platform. All the panelists, everybody did very good. Another great session. Another great interactive one. I hope you guys will come back tomorrow and join one man so we can do another rounds with him. And the political situation in Nigeria is not looking very clear now. Still, I believe that in January, towards the end, it will be clearer to everybody where the pendulum is going to swing. So let us continue our Jojo until then. I believe that Wike and his group, they are like a group of people that have their heart in PDP while their leg is outside PDP. But that tells me that if what they're asking for is given to them, they will surely go back to their PDP family. And in that respect, I think they could still put up a fight. But let us wait and see what is still going to happen. Politicians will play their game in the best way that will yield results for them, positive result. So let's keep on waiting. So other than that, let me thank our guys at the comment section for the good job they are doing. They are doing a great job. They are the strength of the platform. Please don't hesitate to come back tomorrow to run another round with one man. And our listeners, please use this moment to click on the like button, share and subscribe as well if you haven't done so. And one man, good job. Kudos to you. Thanks for the great, thanks for the great opportunity for us to come around together today to trash out some political issues. Tomorrow, whatever you got, bring it on. I guarantee you we shall join you and trash it out together and continue struggle from there. Thank you, one man. Good morning to you in Britain over there. Good night, Americans and Canadians. Tomorrow gonna be another day. Let's join one man, the Eagle. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So we see Ajan Lekoko all the way through to work and back. We hear him eating his meal and then washing his hands afterwards. So it's almost as though we're in his household, and we are somewhat by virtue of the internet. So there it is. Thank you one and all for staying the duration. If you are not already subscribed, then please do that. We need those numbers. We do need the numbers. So if you're not already subscribed and you spend increasingly frequency here, if you are increasingly frequent here, then you should really be subscribed. That's just the decent thing to do. What's that on my? All right, so that's just the decent thing to do. So if you're not already subscribed, then please do that. And then if you're not clicked on the like button, you see the numbers. So there's no consistency there. There was a time in the course of it we had about 200 concurrent viewership that held for a good period of time. But then if you look at the like button, then you see it doesn't match up. And really, it should match up, because it's no effort at all just to click on a lousy like button. So please do that immediately and right now. So to the super chatters, which was essentially Ayo in this instance, and the coffee buyers, no prices for guessing who the coffee buyers are. Who the coffee buyer is, not are, is Ayo again, who consistently retains that space. So thank you to the super chatter, the coffee buyer, i.e. Ayo. One man went to more as sponsored by Ayo, and the in-betweener. So thank you one and all. We do it again. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.